So hello everyone and welcome back once again to the arena of Valor AIC South Asia Qualifiers Grand Finals. But first of all, introducing ourselves, this is your host Torix, and alongside with me is going to be your Riddle as well. So first of all, Riddle, welcome back over to the stream and the final day of the South Asia Qualifiers. We're finally gonna witness the champions of the South Asia regions.
Indeed, thank you for having me, Torix, and it's going to be an exciting day. Finally, we'll have our champion. How do you feel about this?
I am really feeling excited about it because not only the champion is going to have the champion title, but also a prize pool of $18,000 for himself. With a mega prize pool that is a 50,000 in total, 18,000 goes towards the champion. Second position gets that 14K dollars. Third gets away with $8,000. We're going to see these these three prize pool being distributed in today's matches. We're going to witness those teams that are actually going to get all of them. But as we're talking about the fourth gets the $4,000 prize pool, 5 to 6 is the $2,000 each, and 7 and 8th position gets a $1,000 each. So still, even if you're on the fourth, even to the eighth, you did a pretty well job in representing your country, representing your whole continent, and trying to show your fight like none ever before. Like all the composition, all the strategies, you have shown different strategies throughout the whole game into this, and that's what matters. You gain experience, you gained everything. You had nothing to lose, and even after you got onto the top 8 position, you're also going to get a small amount of the prize pool section as well.
Perfectly said, Torix. Like you couldn't have described it any better. Like the teams that started off in this tournament, all of them are walking away with some prize pool. Alongside the prize pool, they're walking away with pride and glory. All of them have played so well, and they have showcased themselves perfectly here today. But unfortunately, the race, we can only have one champion here. And here we have seen the teams fighting valiantly throughout the whole bracket, but it all comes down to this day where we have only three teams left to battle it out, and one of them will be crowned as champions today.
Definitely, there's like so far 5 teams that are gonna fight against actually 3 teams in fact that is gonna fight against each other in the glory of the top 3 position, which is Martis, BF Dementor, Starry Hope, and V Armada. In the upper brackets, we're seeing Martis versus Starry Hope so fight first, and whosoever is gonna lose is going to go into the lower brackets final that is gonna face against the V Armada in hope of going to the country qualifiers finals, and one of those players is going to be the winners, and all of this is going to be determined today. So grab your popcorns, tighten up your seat belts, because it's going to be a hectic flight for all of these teams. It's going to be a pressure building fights for all of these teams throughout these whole matches, so you make sure stick till the very end, because today we're going to finally see the country qualifies winner for the whole country. We started at the 4 countries: Cambodia, Myanmar, Bangladesh, and Pakistan as well. And right now we're seeing only 2, as three of the teams are representing Bangladesh, and there's only one of the Myanmar right now.
Yes, it's like right now it's Myanmar versus the whole Bangladesh right now. Like it's a battle of two countries. Despite like the numbers not being in the favor of Myanmar, they have been very dominant in the upper bracket. Starry Hope has been carrying the flag with full of passion and pride. They have shown in every single game that they are not a team who's gonna just back off. Just not they're not gonna back off because of the Bangladeshi Titans. They have delivered at every front in the upper bracket.
They have definitely showed us a great fight in each and every single one of the brackets. But once again, we're going into the face-off, in which case Martis B of Dementors versus the Starry Hope. The first fight is exciting because, Riddle, it's a straight up against 2 different countries, which is going to be a Bangladesh versus the Cambodia, Myanmar region as well. So these 2 countries that is going to be fighting against each other in the hopes of glory of getting that a final stage for themselves. And onto the lower bracket side, we're already seeing two of the Bangladeshi country. So all they have to do is stay into a connected space right now. All they have to do is not make too much assumption of what the other team is going to do. Go with the flow, as they've already shown their strategy. Now, if they are trying to change it, it's really going to ruin the rest of their strategy up. So what they have to do is stick with their strategy that they have sticking out throughout the event, throughout the thing, and till the very end, provide a great fight, provide a great communication again with your team and onto the enemy side as well, onto their rival side as well. Because if they are not able to do that, they might not be able to like outperform them. You have to be really calm and you have to be really composed for all of these fights to be into your favor. Because we saw is as the Vainglorious and I believe so Veer Mara side, that Vainglorious in the very start did a pretty good job. They won one fight against the Veer Mara, but after that, Veer Mara knew what to do. They stayed calm and composed, and they utilized all of that opportunity against the Vainglorious, and that's when we saw Vainglorious losing two matches straight after the first one. They had the upper hand, they had the confidence as well, but what they lacked was the communication skill at that time, and they didn't know what to do after their strategy was revealed.
Yes, indeed. Like, I think the mentality on the side of Veer Armada, they had a different plan in game two and three. Like, they made sure that despite going down in the first game, they did not let that affect them. They just maintained the calm, composed mentality and fighting back. They elevated their play style. They changed up the strats completely, changed the drafts, changed the whole idea behind the game, and outplayed Vainglorious very effectively around the map, which allowed them to get back-to-back wins and a way through to the fourth place decided against Venom Esports.
Definitely, that is the right thing that you actually said, and I totally agree with you. The way that they actually played it was just amazing. But right now, the fight is a for three different teams. They're gonna fight against each other. Those who are gonna lose from the upper bracket side, they're gonna once again be given out a second chance into the lower bracket side, and that lower bracket is gonna decide everything. Who's gonna go into the country qualifiers grand finale in this scenario, and one of those teams is going to be out there that is going to have the title champions title for themselves. But I'm really excited for Martis BF Dementors, in fact, because in even in the yesterday composition, even in the yesterday gameplays that they showed us, it was quite dominating. They knew what their opponents were thinking. They analyzed their opponent's analysis and overcame on it, won for themselves, got an easy victory, got a dominating victory for themselves. And I think that's what matters into the longer game. If you can analyze your opponents easily, if you can analyze your opponents calm headedly, then it's an easy win for you at that time.
Yes, indeed. Right, like right now, I think the game plan for all the three teams that are competing today, they all want to make sure that their mental game is on a different level. They want to make sure that they
Definitely.
come in prepared 100%. They just want to make sure that the pressure is not something in the picture right now. They have come all this way to the final three positions. Now at this point, every team wants to see them lift that crown. They want to see themselves lift that trophy and be crowned as champions.
Definitely. Who don't want to be? That is the question. Who don't want to be a champion? That is the real question. And as you said, all of the teams are trying to be like that. All teams are trying to fight for that glory right now. It's about the title that you're gonna get. The fight is for the title mainly. Who's gonna get that country a title for themselves? And in this case scenario, right now we're seeing only one team that is representing a different country after all of these fights, after all of these scenarios, and that country is going to be the Starry Hope. That is right now showing off their country as Myanmar. They're showing off their country's flag right now. They're like waving it out around against all these three teams. Maybe that they're gonna fight. Maybe if they won against the Martis BF Dementors, we're gonna see them straight up go into the final section, in which case they're finally once again gonna face maybe even against the BF Dementors, or maybe Viermata, as Viermata will go into the lower bracket side, and that will be another fight that is going to be the same as a country. So once again into the lower brackets. If Mardis BF Dementor goes down, we will see two Bangladeshi countries fighting against each other for that glory in hope for trying to get that country qualify runner-up title for themselves. But right now, we will go towards Mars BF Dementors and versus Starry Hopes once again, Riddle, because the way that these teams actually have showed us throughout this whole tournament, a great fight, a great composition from their side, their hero choices, their band choices we have constantly, consecutively seen throughout this whole game, throughout this whole scenario. And I'm saying that the team Mars BF Dementors and Starry Hope's composition, that way that they actually choose the hero and the way that they actually choose the band section, it's pretty much similar. So once again, if they have done their homework, if they have analyzed the opponent teams greatly, and they have done their homework on them, they will know which heroes to be wary of, which heroes to be taken care of into the band section. And that band section will be crucial for the next game and for the next game after that as well. Not only for the first one, but because on the second one as well, as the pressure after the first game will be so much high onto the team that is going to lose the first match.
Yes, indeed. Like right now, I feel like when you play that first match and you are the one on the back foot, I feel like the teams. I don't know how they maintain their composure. In personally, I would just crumble. I would not be able to come back from that. Like, if I lose that first match, I'm like, oh no, how do I even get back to this? Because your back's against the wall. One more error in the next game, and this could be perhaps the end of your journey in this point. Like right now, the teams have so much pressure on them that they cannot like consider losing at all. Right now, both of these teams don't want to lose a single game and just go through to the grand finals undefeated.
Losing is not an option. That is the right thing to say right here. And I agree with you on to that thing that if they lose even a one match, if they even lost a single match in this whole scenario, they're going to be pushed against the wall. And in that case, there is a no going more back. You have to make a leap of faith into the front side. You have to push forward at that time. Or if you're not able to do that, if they have a hold it down to from your shoulders, then you're not going to be able to move. You have that utmost pressure onto your shoulders right from the very start after the first match if you lose it. And overcoming that pressure requires a great amount of anti-pressure from their side as well. I will give that the name of anti-pressure from the team that has been pushed against the wall right now. But once again, we will know which one of those two teams is going to be pushed against the wall in the very start of the match, as we will go towards the face-off in a couple of minutes. But once again, from these two teams, Mardis BF Dementors and Starry Hopes, which one are you hoping for right now, Riddle? I have to ask that because their composition you have seen with us as well throughout this whole tournament. You have witnessed their composition, you have witnessed their gameplay style as well. And what do you think, from your thinking, which team has a better chance today?
In if I talk about like the map pressure and objective play style, then I have to say it might be in the favor of Martyrs BF Dementors. Like they have been an amazing team when it
Agree.
comes to playing around the map and around the objectives, as compared to the Starry Hopes. Starry Hopes is a well-rounded team. Like they generally, I don't think they have a play style of their own. I watched them play, but and most of the time the opponents they have played against, they just tend to just outplay the strategies of their opponents. Their strat is that whatever strat you will bring against us, we'll outplay you with that. And I haven't seen them bring out anything on their own. Like they don't try to do things on their own. They rather wait for their opponents to come to them, and then they just fight and counter their strategies from their opponents. So I
A
think
very
if
well
I
said.
were to like put it that way, I think if Martyrs BM Dementors, they're the ones initiating every play around the map, then maybe Sky Hopes might be able to counter it and perhaps make their way to the grand finals.
So you're saying that the team Starry Hope has the ability to overcome the other opponent's situation, their opponent's team composition, and that what we have been seeing throughout this whole matches, throughout this whole tournament for right now. But once again, let's see if they're gonna bring out an original composition which does not outplay the other team, but rather play into their own paces. Because you already said they tend to wait out for the enemy composition and then bring out their heroes in hopes to countermeasure on that, and in which case they even succeed. We're talking about these two teams, Martyrs BF Dementors and Starry Hope, that hasn't lost a single match. They have not been thrown into the lower bracket side. They have not lost a single match throughout this whole South Asia region survival for their fights, for their glory. And once again, one of these teams have to lose and go towards the lower bracket. Which one of these teams is going to be? The time will tell us, and their composition is what will give us like a slightest of idea, like if that is going to work or not. Because if Martis BF Dementors actually make a mistake, that may be an easy win for the team Starry Hope in that case. And if Team Starry Hope is not able to pick off their paces against the Team Martis BF Dementors, then Team Martis BF Dementors is slowly gonna take off their pace as a boulder and just roll above the Team Starry Hope. But once again, we're seeing the teams going towards their seats, getting in hope for locking into the account and getting back into the game. We're going to be seeing them move forward slowly and surely. And as we see, both of the teams are trying to get ready to like get their settings done onto the games, onto the style, and after that, it's all up to them. The pressure is going to be high. We already talked about it yesterday that the pressure is going to be high as it's a LAN event. You don't have just your own team players watching you, looking at you, sitting beside you, but you have an whole audience right in front of you. And on top of that, your enemy team, your rival team is right next to you in front of your side.
Yes, like the eyes are there's so many eyes looking at you. Any one mistake, if you're the reason why your team falls down, then you're gonna be seen by not just the audience, you're gonna be seen by the opponents, by your own teammates. Like, you cannot hide if you make the mistakes here. So I feel like all the players have so much pressure on their shoulder that they don't want to be the player that costs their team the game. All of them want to
Exactly.
win, all of them have the drive, all of them have that hunger to show that they're the best players, they're the best team on the day.
Definitely, very well said. That if they do even make a mistake, not only just their own teammate is going to be criticizing onto them at that point, telling them that you did the mistake. There will be a whole audience telling them the same. A whole audience will be looking at them the way from that angle as well. And there's the opponent teams that may even read that composition into their favor and make that like a push, a drag for themselves to get that win for themselves. So you really have to be careful. The pressure is really high from the very start of the matches. As there's not just only one person, you're not alone into this room. There's a lot of people. There's 100, there's thousands of people right in front of your side that will be keeping an eye on you and each and every single one of your moment. Because if you make a mistake over to that side, it's really going to be like putting you even in a more pressurized position. You'll not be able to overcome that because the pressure will be already high, and on top of that, the mistake pressure that may just squish you at that point.
Yep, like right now, I feel like as the ready, they're thinking to themselves, "Oh, what strats can we bring into the table right now?" Like, looking at their, like, they're just gonna be looking across their table on the opponent's side. They'll be thinking, "Okay, what do they have in their minds? How's the mentality on their side? Are they the ones feeling pressured? Are we the ones who are being right now under the pressure? Like, which side is right now play which side has the pressure on their shoulder right now? Like, the Bangladeshi sides, I believe they have way more pressure because they're on their home turf. They're the home crowd. They have their home crowd backing them up. So it's so their eyes are like watching them. Like, they're on their home grounds. They have to prove them that why they are the champions of their country and why they have so many teams making their way to this land stage. And right now, I feel like the Bangladeshi crowd will be rooting as much as they have in the past. Like, the support will be way much higher right now for the Bangladeshi side. So the higher the support, the higher the pressure for the Bangladeshi players.
I have to agree and disagree at the same time. As much as you have the pressure, you also have the consolence of the players as well. You also have the support of that players as well. So that may even make you calm at the same time. But talking about the team Starry Hope, that as it came from a different country into the stage, into the LAN event, their pressure, onto the other hand, is going to be really intense as a they will hear the cheers for the other country, in fact, for the team of Mars BF Dementors, and that will even give out a more pressurized position that may even throw them into a more panic situation, as there might not this might not be their home turf, but at the same time, if there's not even a single player hoping out for them, that peer pressure that is slowly and steadily building up into this whole situation, that might even squish you, and it might even throw you back off. They might even throw you back off to their strategy. They have to choose a new strategy at that point. They have to be really careful on what they choose. They don't have to make a mistake. But right now, let's see what the teams are they gonna pick, because as we go towards the pickoff phase, first off, we're going to be seeing a ban phaser from the team, in which case Martis BF Dementor straight up going for that pain ban without even giving out a second thought.
Yes, Pain has really risen up into like becoming one of those picks that have had a huge impact in the game on all of the upper brackets and lower bracket matchups, causing them to rethink the drafts. All the teams have been affected by it, and so it's a very valid ban coming through from the side of Mars BM Defenders. In in return, Starry Hope take off Aya. Aya's also another support champ, which we saw Aegon Esports once they had their hands on it. Ray had completely like Ray was unleashed on this champion.
Definitely. And once again, we're seeing another ban from the Martis BF Dementor. Martis BF Dementors, as they're picking off their ban slowly and peacefully, this shows that their pressure that might not be that much, as it's a Lorien ban. But look at that! At the same time, they're gonna take a Yue onto their side. This is a broken composition that the team Martis BF
Oh no.
Dementor is taking on, and on top of that, the other side is gonna be answering that with a Baldum and Yena straight out from the back.
Okay, now I yesterday I said it like when Venom Esports were facing what do we say V Armada in the third deciding matchup. I when I saw that UE pick come through from the side of V Armada, I already said this game was done and dusted. Like right now, I see that UE pick once again, and I'm like, how does Starry Hope come back from this? Because this pick can single handedly win you games.
This pick can easily single-handedly win you game, and at the same time, after taking up that UA pick, they're going with the Elsu and the Thane right off from the back. But on the ban phases, we're seeing a Wallcast also being a ban from the team Starry Hope as well. And talking about the team composition of the team Starry Hope, they're actually analyzing the situation of the team Mod as a BF Dementors. After the UA pick, they choose Beldam and Yena at the same time. But right now, after some time of thinking about Elsu and Thane, they finally picked up Akira. There's right now two more ban phases are still coming on from each of the players' side, and those ban phases may just be that thing that the team, either Team Starry Hopes need or Team Artist BF Mentors need for their easy win into the first match. If they're not able to overcome the situation of the UA of the Team Artist BF Dementors, then you already said it. As soon as UA comes on into the stage, it's over for the other team.
Yeah, and I think this UE Elsu composition it's very good. I Vainglorious played this comp against Aegon Esports, and they showcased it perfectly how to utilize these two champions against the enemy team. You could see UE just going aggressively forward, poking the enemy with their abilities, just like eliminating the health bars at such point where Elsu would just snipe from a distance and clean out the members completely off the map. So like there's no real counterplay against this comp. If you can shut down the UE, then yes, you have a way to win. But if you cannot, then you just have to pray that Elsu misses the shot, so you have a better shot at taking the fights.
L2 has to miss a shot too for you to taking a shot at L2 side as well. So that is a very well said from your side. But once again, four bans are from each of the sides, but they're not picking off the rest two characters, as we see them thinking about each other's strats, thinking about each other composition first on what they're gonna do. And it all comes down to a matter of analyzing the situation. If Starry Hope can analyze what the team Modest BF Dementor is thinking, what they're hoping to pick, then this can be an easy pick from their side as well. But look at that Elendor pick, Starry Hope. They're going with the Elendor this time, and that can be a great choice for them, as well as Pain and Lorion was taken down. So Elendor pick may just give them the push. But look at that Azuka counter attack onto their side. Four picks so far has been done from the team Modest BF Dementors, and right now it's all a hope for the final pick, in which case a Lubu has been picked up. Modest BF Dementors didn't think about the Lubu composition that much. They straight up knew which character to pick. They knew that the Lubu is going to be their option for that, and they straight up choose it. But on to the other side, we can see Irie making maybe a counter measure in hopes of getting that win for themselves into this situation. So 5 versus 5 composition has been picked off from both of the teams. Now it's all up to how their play strat is, how their play style is going to be till the very end. Because if they're not able to overcome the thinking of the other team, then the other team will just going to be a rollover from their side.
Well, perfectly said right now. Like, looking at this draft from the side of Starry Hope, they have a lot of damage, and like they have Baldom to tank it up for them line, but there's like so much damage on the side of Starry Hope. I would be surprised if the fights weren't that, if the fights won't go like back and forth, because like damage from the side of Starry Hopes on their comp with the Kira, with the Airy, with the Elendor, and the Yina, like these four champions have so much burst damage that I feel like I'm gonna be worried for the front line of uh, for the front line of Martyrs BF
Martis.
Dementors. Like the, yes, Martyrs. The Thane, the Zuka, they have to do a miraculously good job in order to like just tank up so much damage from the side of Starry Hope and make sure that Elsu and Yui have enough space to take these four high mobile champions down in such quick time, because the moment they like find a way through to the backline, then it's, I feel like Elsu has no way to escape, and this comp will be shut down immediately if the Starry Hope's assassins find a way into the backline.
Definitely, and you're saying that the Starry Hope may have a hope in this case scenario, as they have picked up their pace right now. But look at that, the match has started. Both of the teams are straight up going for a 4 versus 4 fight, in which case the team Mardis, the BF Dementors, they're going for their buffs into the very early stages. They're straight up going for the minions, they're straight up going for the red buff, blue buff for themselves, and at the same time as one of the minion got eliminated, we're seeing level 2s onto the Martyrs, the BF Dementor side until very early stages. But talking about the top lane, there's only one person from each of the team. As from the Martyrs BF Dementor, it's Zen, and onto the other side, it's just going to be a Yongkong onto the top lane, trying to hold off against each other. But into the mid lane, into the jungles of the mid lane section, we're seeing a team Starry Hope may have not that much of a hope into their case, in which case Pain and Noodles are sticking together, as we see do a huge damage onto the team Starry Hope side. They're forced to retreat into the backside, but look at that, Pain definitely got a huge damage from reflected that damage, and this might be it. Reflect, if it actually calls out his players, call out his team composition, they can easily go straight up for that aggressive fight onto the Martyrs, BF Dementors, in which case they actually do. Hero comes in for the rescue, but they were not able to get that kill. The pick and off hit and run case scenarios are definitely happening from both of the sides. They're trying to level up before. They're trying to drag the fight into a mid-section fight.
Yes, indeed. Right now, like I feel like the Starry Hope are making early rotations, and they're just trying their best to, you know, like shut down the high hyper carries on the side of Mars BF Dementors. Like they're rotating around the map. They're just trying to either shut down the tanks so they fall behind. They, if the tanks fall behind, they cannot tank up later on for the Yui and Elsu. If you shut down Yui Elsu early, they cannot deal damage in the
Oh,
mid to late game state. Like, and right now, like look at the fights. So like wow, wow, amazing.
Team Modest BF Dementors knew what to do, which composition to pick up, and look at that. Straight up going for those 3 kills into the very early stages as the team Starry Hope was trying to get that Holy Dragon for themselves. They were trying to get that dragon, but they were shut off completely, thrown back to their respawn base. And as we see slowly and gradually Team Modest BF Dementor taking out that dragon for themselves, the buff is going to be real. They're going to go straight up for the fight against once again onto the Team Starry Hope. Look at that. 1 player down, 2 player down, 3rd player down as well. Yongkang and Reflect is the only hope right now for the team, but at the same time as we see the players being picked off slowly and peacefully, we're also seeing 1,000 like economy difference from both of the sides. But talking about the kills, it's a 6-1.
6-1, right? Oh wow, this is like a complete snowball right now. Like, oh my god, like I didn't expect a snowball to happen this quickly in the map. Like, this is obliteration.
Definitely, it's the obliteration for the teams as we see slowly and peacefully Team Starry Hope may make a comeback as we see Team Starry Hope usually tends to go for that gameplay that where they give out a good chance on the other team, their enemy team, and then they hit them where it hurts the most. That is their competition that we see from most of the time. But once again, Team Starry Hope is there. Mart the BF Dementors in the bottom lane as well. 2 players versus 3 players maybe, but Noodles coming in for the rescue. And from the backside, we can see Ankh as well come in for the Jeremy and Reflect the kills as we see both of these teams fight against one another in the same scenario into the jungle side as we saw them before fight off till to their death. But once again, the fight has started. In this case scenario, we're seeing a Pain facing a huge Pain onto his side. Ankh is trying to get that elimination done, but was not able to do that. The damage was done. The huge elimination may have happened onto the Team Starry Hope side, but they survived with just 1 HP. Jeremy with a beautiful flick, with a beautiful runaway into the situation, survived with a strand of his hair HP. And once again, the fight is going to be into a hit and run situation where the Team Mod is not going to overcommit. The Team Starry Hope is also not going to overcommit to their situation. They're waiting out for the other team to overcommit, in which case scenario, their overcommitment is what's going to lead them to their win, to the other team to win. But as we see the Team Modest BF Dementors right now having the upper hand, how is it going to be after the mid-game fight? How is it going to be after the mid-game timer where both of the teams are going to level their characters, level their heroes up even further? And as they get even further leveled up, the tanks are going to be more tanky. The damage dealer players are going to be more damage dealing. UA composition and Pain composition at the same time that they're doing. It's just amazing right now. And there we have it. Starry Hopes are getting that Dark Slayer for themselves this time around as in hope to even out the buffs from the Holy Dragon. But once again, the team item composition, we're seeing both of the teams actually going for that health, the mana, and at the same time the damage, in which case they need it. But look at that, Mars BF Dementor Noodle finally has been taken down. It's going to be a 20-second cooldown before he's back respawn, but then also taking out a beautiful kill. 20 seconds again. Reflect versus the Pain is happening, in which case Reflect the HP was super low. Reflect could have died in that position, but Yongkang and Jeremy both right now being knocked off or being eliminated. That can be a pain into this situation. But look at that, even a tower has been taken off from both sides. In fact, not just one side. A trade-off elimination onto the tower did happen, but once again, as we see both of the teams finally respawning into their bases, into their sections, they're finally going to move forward. They're going to try to take out the dragons and the Dark Slayers as well.
Indeed, like the fights are so close and back and forth, but unfortunately I can only see Mars BF Dementors win on all of them. Like you can see the fights go back and forth every time around, but every time it's just Mars BF Dementors coming on top of us. Sorry.
Definitely, they're coming on top of the team Starry Hope right now. They're overcommitting every situation that they've been put onto themselves. They're overcoming that situation for themselves, and that's what making the team Mars BF Dementors right now super aggressive and at the same time super hard to kill into the situation. But once again, team Mars BF Dementors, these guys are here nearby the Holy Dragon, and at the same time, team Starry Hope is going to be right in front of them. In which case scenario, Holy Dragon has been called out, but at the same time, Team Modest BF Dementors, things are not looking good for them, as Team Starry Hope is going to get those levels, they're going to get those buffs for themselves, and as we see them slowly making their pace, they were thrown into the tower, where they not only just received the huge damage from the tower side, but also from the players. They're forced into the backside, they're forced to retreat back to their base, and maybe they're going to give out this Holy Dragon to the Team Modest BF Dementors, because in that case, if they do get that dragon, they're going to have a beautiful buff for themselves. But look at that, Team Modest BF Dementors, they're going for the red outer tower this time. They're going for the towers, but at the same time, the dragon is also going to evolve into the meantime. The dragon, which has evolved into the Holy Dragon, and at the same time, the Infinite Slayer Dragon, Infinite Slayer, in fact, from the top side into the Slayer jungle side. We're going to see, once again, both teams may just go for the buffs, but if they do actually go for the buffs, can that be actually good for them? Can this actually be into their favor if they do actually get the buffs? If I have to say, they have to be really careful on where they use the buff, where they use the Dark Slayer, where they use the Holy Dragon buff for themselves. Because if they do actually get the Dark Slayer for themselves, they can actually throw it off into the map in hopes of a Team Starry Hope making a wrong move. At that case, they go for the Slayer, they go for the other towers, and at the same time, Ankh getting another tower onto the top lane. We're seeing a domination side from the Team Modest BF Dementor into the first match, where they have already taken off 3 towers of the outer side of the Team Starry Hope, but the Team Starry Hope are just countering that with 1 tower from their side. That can be a panic situation for themselves. But talking about the whole situation, talking about the whole position right now, Team Modest BF Dementor is taking out the dragon, but at the same time, Starry Hope is having that dragon buff for themselves. Slayer was taken off by the BF Dementors, and Starry Hope is getting that dragon buff for themselves. In this case, Modest BF Dementor, after getting that Slayer, they have a better chance of spawning the Slayer, maybe into the mid lane, maybe into the top lane, straight up going for that aggression. And even look at that, Jeremy is super low into the scenario, untargetable situation onto the Zen side as he goes underground, as he hides into the inside of the earth, actually, inside of the earth. But once again, Team Starry Hope finally made their way back onto their side of the map, onto their side of the jungle, and to the mid lane. And as we slowly see both of the teams are picking off the piss, and Noodle is actually trying to snipe out this whole situation. Where's the UA composition when we need with the Noodles? And when Noodle needs Sky right now with the UA composition, where is he? There we go. The Dark Slayer has been spawned into the bottom lane side. The Dark Slayer is going to slowly make its pace into the front side, but Hero taking out one of the Team Modest BF Dementor Slayer, which is a Zen. Zen has been taken down, but at the same time, the Slayer damage is going to be so good, so much onto the enemy side in that case. Another tower has been taken down. Team Modest BF Dementors, they're finally being pushed into the backside as 2 players, the Jeremy and Reflected, comes in to kill the Dark Slayer, and the rest of the team Starry goes into the jungle side, goes into the mid lane side, and hope that the team Modest BF Dementor is going to go into the bottom side. They have the chance of taking that mid tower or the top tower for themselves. And once again, Riddle, I have to ask you how this situation is looking for you, as right now I can see that the Team Modest BF Dementor has a straight up the upper hand. They have shown out their trump card.
Right now, I have to agree with you. Right now, Modest BF Dementors, they're like making sure that the pressure continues. They are not stopping the gas pedal at all. Like, they're just applying pressure from all over the map. Sometimes they're trying to take the turret, sometimes they're just taking the Slayers and Dragons. They're just making sure that Starry Hope has no way to come back into this game. They're like not Starry Hope to have any openings at all.
Definitely, Starry Hope does not even have any kind of opening for them in this scenario, and there we have it. Finally, maybe an opening as the Reflector eliminates Sky. The UA has been taken down this time around. As soon as they can get the Noodles like a player, then they can make their way into the front side. They can force their way into the front side, as we see not 2, but 3 players of the Team Modest BF Dementors being taken down. And there goes a 4th player, which is a pain. Ankh has been taken. The full team composition of the Team Modest BF Dementor has been taken down, and this is the only chance that the team Starry Hope is going to have in hoping to destroy the tower, destroy their objectives, get their objectives done. And as they do their objectives, they may even force out the fight until the very end, may even eliminate the base tower as well, not giving out the chance of the Team Modest Tree of Dementors to actually respawn into this whole kit scenario. And as we see Reflector trying to slowly and peacefully take out even the base tower, nearby the base tower as well. The team Modest Tree of Dementors, in that meantime, finally has a respawn. But look at that, Hero is doing the impossible task, soloing the Infinite Slayer. They have taken it out. They can use it into the mid base section, mid lane section, and straight up go for that aggression until the Modest Tree of Dementors. This was the move that the Team Starry Hope right now needed for a beautiful comeback, in which case they actually did that comeback. Can they actually win? This is the question right now, as the 4 and 5 towers, the composition that was going on like a moment ago. I have to say, Riddle, the 1 tower versus the 5 towers onto the Team Modest Tree of Dementors side. But this time around, it's a 4 versus a 5 tower situation, in which case the Team Starry Hope right now is only 1 tower behind. If they even get UA once again, this time I can say it's an easy win for them.
Starry Hope just did the miracle comeback. Like as I was saying that how Starry Hope had no hope back. Like Starry Hope just pulled off and okay, once again Starry Hope is finding a way. They're just gonna they're completely turned this game around.
They have changed the whole scenario of the game into their favor. As we see, the base tower has been destroyed. Now it's all up to the home base tower, a home base side, in which case Team Starry Hope is not giving out a chance on the Team Modest Tree of Dementors. They gave out a beautiful hope onto the Team Modest Tree of Dementors into the very early stages, and after some times, they just turned it right back onto them. The UA composition couldn't did it. The other composition from the Team Modest Tree of Dementors couldn't do it, and we were just witnessing all of that action. What even just happened? I was not expecting that. They have 11 kills, 12 kills for themselves as well. And a while ago, after the 5-minute, 6-minute marker, we saw it was a 6-0 in the favor of the Modest Tree of Dementors. They have completely changed the tides onto them. They just came in like a tsunami, taking on everything into their way, wiping it off from the face of that actual map, and getting that win for themselves.
Starry Hope just they just broke the hearts of Modest Tree of Dementors. Modest Tree of Dementors were ahead of this game for the 90% of the time, and it's just one fight at the end that turned the tides completely, turned the whole game around, and it just look from out of nowhere, just Starry Hope pulled off the win. Like right now, this might be a mental breakdown for Modest Tree of Dementors. Modest Tree of Dementors need to pull off a miracle. Like they are so tilted right now watching this, how this game just ended. Like they had the game in their grasp and somehow Starry Hope snatched it back.
Definitely. Starry Hope, actually, I have to say, it's at the very start gave them a little bit hope that you can actually win. And when they were and when the Team Modest Tree of Dementors actually started to think like, yes, we can actually win this, that is when they showed their true color. That Team Starry Hope actually showed their true potential with that composition. They just annihilated each and every single one of them. And I have to give it to the UA elimination onto that side. I believe so. If a UA hadn't been eliminated, things may have turned different. The full elimination at the very start in the mid-game section of the fight against the team Modest Tree of Dementors against Team Starry Hope, that happened, in which case UA was the first one to get eliminated. That was the cue for the Team Starry Hope to make a comeback. They straight up eliminated the players, they straight up eliminated the teams, eliminated the heroes, got the slayers, got the towers for themselves, and little by little, they got that win for themselves. We're going to witness that action once again into the highlights, in which case, from the very start into the bottom lane, we saw a team, Starry Hopes, having the lower hand for themselves, as we see 3 kills versus 1 kill to their side. And slowly and gradually, Team Starry Hope actually manages to pull themselves back out from the bottom of the well.
Like you said, Torres, like Starry Hope were behind for the majority of this game. If you just look at this game on the basis of highlights, you would consider that, oh, Modest Tree of Dementors came out on top. But no, that was not the case. 2 fights back to back at the end, and just Starry Hope turned the tides of this whole game, snatched it out of Modest Tree of Dementors' hands, and just made, like, they just pulled the win out of it.
Definitely, they just pulled that win out of them. They got the win for themselves into that scenario. But right now, Talking about once again the team Starry Hope as their composition were, as their as engagement into the very early stages were. I was not expecting them. Even no one was expecting them to actually make that a kind of a move right now. But once again, they outperformed themselves. They won. They showed what the overtaking the other team composition is. They showed, as you said before, Team Starry Hopes tend to wait out for the enemy composition and outperform that composition. And that's what they exactly did right here. They heard you once again. They did that composition. They outperformed themselves in the very start. They were analyzing the situation, and when they were done analyzing, they were doing their analysis onto the enemy side on what they have to take, which objectives they have to take, which players they have to be focused on into the very front side, into the very firstly side. And that's what they did. They knew what to tackle, they knew what to hit, and that's what lead them to their win.
Indeed, perfectly said. Starry Hope just made sure that they didn't fall behind too far behind. Regardless of how the game went, they made sure that they had enough goal to stay in this game. And here you can see the game MVP reflect. He ended up with a 4-1-5 score line with a 86,000 damage, 75% kill participation, 2,271 goal difference. And like, if you look at the scoreline, you would think that, oh, Starry Hope was ahead right from the get-go. But no, if you watch the game, it's totally different story. Like, if
It's
I look at
totally
this, I
true.
would think Starry Hope was ahead, but that was not the case.
That was definitely not the case as we go over to the place of face off. And from the US side, I was expecting more kills, but I'm just seeing one kill, two deaths, and five assists from their side. But while we're doing that, 71,000 damage onto the team Modest BF Dementors UA, 50% kill participation, 7,419 a gold from their side. But onto the other side, if you go towards the Starry Hope, which is reflect a four kill, that's five assists, 86, 78, 4 damage, 75% kill participation, and 9,690 gold for this single player. Team composition is what will show us where the team Modest BF Dementors were ahead of the team Starry Hope, and where the team Starry Hope actually came forward, because the way that we actually showed the team Starry Hope, they were having the lower edge onto their side. And even talking about the kills, they have exactly the same kills, exactly the same towers. The Slayers is what's making the difference for the Starry Hope right now. And even the kill, the gold composition, the gold stacks that they have. 39,000 for the team Modders in total, and 43,000 for the team Starry Hope. Aside from that, it's almost the equilibrium side.
Yes, indeed. Like these stats are so close. Like you would think that, oh, where the game, how did this game even get decided? Because like this is so slightly between these two teams. And if you look at the early to mid game build up, Martis of Dementors, they just made sure that like there was no way
They
back.
were
If
gonna
I
win.
against the yeah, I didn't see hope in. I didn't see hope in Starry Hope, but Starry Hope proved me wrong. They said we have hope, we are hope, and we got the win.
They are the hope in this case scenario. And once again, this on Stadio Hope and Modest BF Dementor as they go back into the team pickoff phase. Wildcat is being picked out into the ban phase from the team Stadio Hope. But once again, Team Modest BF Dementors, they're thinking on what to pick on the second ban phase, as they already picked up the UA ban. Can they pick out the Wildcat ban from their side as well, or they're gonna pick off a single like a player? They're gonna pick off that exact player that the team Starry Hope actually used to dominate them.
Hmm. Now I like looking at the bans right now. Like I feel like the Martis of Dementors, they don't want to give the same champions that they ended up with in the first game. I feel like Starry Hope,
Definitely.
while they may were able to execute the UE L2 comp, uh, I don't think they want Starry Hope to have those champions after what they did in game one. Game one was a complete like I'm
Turnaround.
like yeah, it's a complete turnaround. Like I'm just wondering how does Martis Beef come back from that?
I was actually even thinking how will Starry Hope actually come back from that. In which case, they even showed us that this is how we actually come back, and this happened same towards the Martyrs BF Dementors. That is a question right now for this thing, for this competition. And once again, we're seeing the team Martyrs BF Dementors taking out their heroes as Liliana and Violet, and on top of that, onto the other side, Starry Hope. They're analyzing this whole situation. They're analyzing the opponent's heroes, and after that analytic, they're picking off the Max and Lumber at the same time. Lorian was picked off before even Liliana, so they're really confident about the Lorian composition, Lorian pick into this scenario. But can they actually make sure that they win this second match? Can they give out a 2-0 win for themselves in this case scenario? Because the way that the Myanmar players actually played, man, I have to give it to them. The way that they outperformed the team Martyrs BF Dementors, they may even have a chance in against the finals. As we saw into the very early stages of this whole case scenario yesterday and the day before, the team Martyrs BF Dementors, they were not letting anyone stand before them. And this time around, we were seeing into from the early to mid game stage, it was almost the same. But as the mid game time struck, the whole composition changed, the whole situations changed into the hopes of the team Starry Hope, into the favor of them. They eliminated the other teams, they got the kills for themselves, and little by little, and by just looking, they even eliminated all 5 of the heroes. And we're talking about UA composition at that time. UA composition, which is super hard to kill. Maybe yes, UA is a squishy character, but at the same time, if UA starts to attack you, they're no saving you at that time.
Yep. I like when I saw that draft come through in the first game, I felt like it was going to be very hard for Starry Hope to pull off a comeback. But they just proved me wrong in those last 2 fights. Like I was surprised how did they manage to pull this off. And right now, looking at the current draft on this side, they have picked up a Lorion, the Max, the Lumber, the Butterfly, the Hayate. All of these picks have delivered. Like all of these picks, I'm looking at this right now, and I'm saying this is team fight based comp. Right now, Starry Hope are making a completely team fight based comp. They want to take fights even better this time around. Like compared to the last game, it was a bit of a damage and 1-3-1 style composition, so it was a mix of split and damage. But looking at this current comp from Starry Hope, they're looking to team fight. They're saying we'll show you how to team fight this time around.
Hayate pick may just be that demise for the team Martyrs BF Dementor into this case scenario, but at the same time, Lorian is from the last game as well. Lorian was picked off by them as well, and this time around, can Lorian be into their favor of them or not? Because as we see, Emily and Jognar being picked off from the team Martyrs BF Dementors. They're going for that one tank into this into their composition, and from the team Martyrs BF Dementors, we're seeing Elendor being picked off. The same character, the same hero that the team Starry Hope picked off into the last segment, into the last side. This time around, Team Martyrs is going to be picking them off. They're changing their composition in hope of the team Starry Hope as well. And as we go into the match face-off, once again, we will see Starry Hope versus Martyrs, BF Dementors into this scene. And it's all a matter of time. Are they going to drag, once again, is the team Starry Hope going to drag the fight once again towards the mid phases where they will get the levels of first, and after that they're going to show their domination, or this time around team of Martyrs BF Dementor is going to take that game head on early into the early stages?
If I'm Starry Hope right now, I'd say let's just run it back. We don't care about how many kills you get. We don't care how many objectives you take in the early game. We'll find a way to come back. So I think once again, Starry Hope, they did, in a way, I think they had it planned or something, or it was just a miracle play. I'm not sure, but whatever they did in that first game, I think they can repeat it here once more, and I would love to see it happen.
I would love to see it happen too. I agree on to that situation, but if we're talking about the composition, if we're talking about the situation, if they actually win this one, then that means the team Martyrs is straight up gonna go into the lower bracket. We're not gonna see a third game into this thing. But once again, let's see how the team Starry Hope is actually going to do it, how they're actually going to perform this time around, and is team Martyrs BF Dementor going to analysis their situation, their analysis their opponent situation, their formation as well, in hopes to counter attack that situation. But once again, we see Hero into the bottom lane, trying to hold off those players from coming into the bottom lane side. But as we slowly see the stuff, as we slowly see the thing coming forward, we gradually see the team Starry Hope this time around is straight up gonna go for that dragon buff for themselves, as they try to hope as they try and take that position for themselves, as they try to take the bottom lane jungle for themselves, and try to rule out the team Modest BF Dementors from their territory. We also see the team Modest BF Dementors calling out their players, calling out their backup. 4 versus 4 fight may just happen, and in this case scenario, Jeremy went straight into the front side to try to do some damage, but was not able to do that. Reflect is also going to do some damage onto the Bane side. Campaign face off that damage. This time around, I think if Martis BF Dementor is giving out the mid lane chance, a mid time chance, then they may just come victorious.
Yes, indeed. Right now, like, once again, we're gonna see this early game. It's gonna be panning out in the skirmishes, and I feel like Starry Hope, regardless of the outcome of these early games, I don't think that really matters to them right now. I feel like I'm still that first game. I'm still not over the first game. Just seeing how they play in the early game, they don't go aggressive. They don't actually want to take the fight. They just make sure they're farming. They're getting gold. They're just making sure they get consistent gold on their side, and just like allow themselves to, just make sure that they get ahead of their opponents, or they stay even till the mid game.
Definitely, they have to hold off their position. They have to not overcommit into this whole case scenario, because if they did, it's not going to be possible for the players to actually make a comeback. Starry Hope this time around has to show their domination onto the team Modest BF Dementors in hope to get that win for themselves. Because if they're not able to do that, the pressure is going to be on both sides at that time, and the pressure is going to be equal on both sides. And if that's the case, then the team Modest BF Dementor into the final match may just come victorious. This is the first time that we're seeing Modest BF Dementor lose out the first match in for themselves. But once again, let's see which things are they going to learn from it. How's the experience is going to be, and if they're actually going to be analyzing this whole situation into their favor and after some time or not. As we see once again, Team Starry Hope straight up going for that bottom lane jungle side, bottom jungle, and as one player, as a Max, Yo Kong is on the top lane against two players from the team Marches. The fight is a 4 versus 3 and a 1 versus 2 into the top lane situation. As we see the team Starry Hope see that the team Marches BF Dementor, two players actually is into the top lane. They straight up go over there. Max's damage is amazing. Max's damage is huge, and there we have it. The first elimination on to the Martis BF Dementors Ankh side. This is the second kill for the team Starry Hope, I have to add it. But as we see Ankh gets eliminated, the rest of the players are forced into the backside, and as they're forced back, this gives out an opportunity to the team Starry Hope to make a comeback.
Yes, indeed. Right now, like, looking at that was a perfect play coming through from the side of Reflect and the other members. Like, they just made sure that they were able to grab that kill on Ankh and just make sure that they would get somewhat of a comeback happening in their favor. And I feel like this is the place where they can build off of a decent lead.
Definitely, they can build up the pace slowly and gradually for themselves right now. But as we see this whole case scenario being happen, Team Modest BF Dementors, we're seeing them actually analyzing this whole situation, as they even die from all the attacks, as they even die from all this situation. They're still not giving up. They're still not they're still not giving up this whole situation, as they make sure that they gain the experience, they gain the knowledge on what the enemy team is doing, and in hopes of making a comeback for themselves. Let's see what the next move is going to be, as they're going to get that Slayer for themselves. The Slayer has been defeated by the team Monsters. The second Slayer goes towards them, but the team Starry Hope is also going straight up for that dragon buff for themselves. This time around, we're seeing the tides being changed off. Starry Hope going for the dragon, then Martis BF Dementor is going for the Slayers, in which case the scenario, the last match was Martis was going for the dragon, then the team Starry Hope was going for the Slayers, and Slayers as you needed for the push. Let's see how Team Starry Hope is actually going to be able to defend themselves into this case scenario, in which case This time around, they're going for that mid lane push, and as we see Yokong making a bold move, straight up going into the enemy territory. There was 4 players, there were 5 players straight up there, but once again, the eliminations have been done. Hero doing a 1v2 into the situation without even eliminating that tower. Sky is the only solo player surviving and holding off that mid lane as the other player. That is a Noodle holding off that bottom lane, but that is not going to be possible as a Noodle was super low. He just untargeted himself. He just went into the iframe side, and that is what led to his survival in this case scenario. If that was not an iframe, that would have been a total annihilation for a Noodle as well. This would have given out a great chance, a great deal of a chance to Team Starry Hope to actually dominate, assert their dominance, assert their aggression onto the Team Modest B of Dementors and get that kill. Even on talking about the item sections, Team Modest Dementors is lacking behind as they get that draggers for themselves. That is the attack speed and the attack damage for themselves. They're not getting the critical rate. They're not getting the critical damage, and that is what's crucial right now for them into this whole scenario. As we see the moves that the Team Starry Hope, the Team SH actually do, all of them are crits.
Yes, right now it is Starry Hope. Like I said in the draft, the moment I saw those 5 picks come through, I immediately signaled that Starry Hope wants to team fight. Starry Hope wants to group up and just eliminate multiple members one by one, just applying pressure in multiple lanes, going in groups, taking down 1 or 2 people with themselves. And right now, all 5 of these players, Yongkang, Hero, Delta, Reflect, all of them are right now pushing through to Martyr's BF Dementor's base. They're not allowing Martyr's BF Dementors to have a way to right now. This is like this is just what do we say? Repetition of the first game, except this time around, Starry Hope are the ones on the front end right now.
Definitely, Team Starry Hope is on the front end right now, and as we see slowly and gradually, Team Starry Hope even picking up their pace. This time around, the situation has totally changed. 1 tower onto the Martis B of Dementor side that has been taken down so far on the Team Starry Hope, and at the same time 6 towers from Team Starry Hope onto Martis B of Dementor. The fight is 1 versus 6 tower, the 5 tower difference, and on top of that, the 3 dragon buffs and 2 Slayer buffs onto the Team Martis side. If a Team Starry Hope actually gets that Slayer for themselves, this, I have to say, this is an easy winner. They will use the same composition, they will use the same strategy as they did in the last match with the Slayer composition, with the Slayer push on Team Martis B of Dementors. And once again, we're seeing 2 or 3 players of the Team Starry Hope trying to get that Slayer for themselves, and as the rest 2 try to hold out that position into the bottom lane, as all 5 of them are there. Jeremy is that solo surviving, but look at that! Yugong with Max's dashes just straight up came in for that rescue, eliminating 1 player. That dash, I have to say, was on point, was amazing. It was just very powerful from the Max's side, from the, I have to say, Yokong side. And right now, Team Modesty of Dementors, we are seeing them panicking into the situation. They don't know which path to take, as their top lane is also being picked off, their bottom lane is also being picked off, and even the mid-section towers are also being destroyed. So they have nowhere to go but to just stay into their base side in hopes to defending it till the very end.
Yongkang is, I'm telling you, Torix, Yongkang is eyeing that grand final spot. Yongkang is making sure that he can solidify the win for his team. He is looking to go to that grand final. He does not care. And the Slayer's out.
Slayer is out. Team Starry Hope is going to go with that final push, but look at that. Slayer health is not looking that good as well. And as we see the Team Starry Hope slowly and gradually going for those eliminations onto the Team Modesty of Dementor, the Pain, I have to say, has been eliminated. Delta is trying his level best to get those eliminations, but as we saw, are being picked off once again. Base tower, I have to say, has been destroyed. And as soon as the top lane tower has been destroyed, 1 player is already in. He may just get picked off, but he chooses his dash, he chooses his teleportation, get into the cover side, and the Team Starry Hope right now is making a comeback, making a grand entrance for their win. In this case scenario, there is nothing that the Team Marches, the BF Dementors, can hope to do, can hope to achieve. Aside, they just eliminate all 5 of the players, and then that can be a thing where we saw the Team Starry Hope did the same against the Team Marches BF Dementors into the last game. And if they actually pull it off, then there might be a chance that the team Modest BF Dementors may like over aggress onto the team, because that will be the only chance, that will be the only time that they can actually over aggress onto the situation and get that win for themselves. And as we see, things are not looking for the team Starry Hope as well, as they lose out their HP, as they lose out their health in this whole kit scenario. But look at that, the base tower also has been destroyed. Reflect getting that kill, the player has been picked off, 4 players have been taken off, and they're straight up going for that full elimination. They're not going for that base tower. They're finally taking off a Zena before they actually go for the tower. At this point, they are playing with the team modded, the BF Dementors, and as soon as this guy is going to be taken off, this is the win for the team Starry Hope with a 2-0 for themselves. They are going to get that final position for themselves into the upper bracket. Myanmar Team Starry Hope just outperformed the team Motizabi of Dementors, getting that win for themselves with a 2-0. And I have to give it to them a huge applause to these guys, the way that they actually overcame that situation into their favor. I'm even amazed.
Starry Hope have done it. Starry Hope are here to play. Starry Hope are taking Myanmar to the grand finals of the South Asia regional qualifiers. Right now, like Starry Hope are, they're through the roof. Their emotions are through the roof. They have just taken the Myanmar flag to the grand finals. They have locked the spot into the grand finals. Like, they were one team, one Myanmar team in this tournament, one representative, and they have gone all the way through to the grand finals. And if I'm right now
Definitely.
looking at VR Mada or Martis BF Dementors, those two teams, I'm worried for them. Like, they're right now gonna clash in the lower brackets, and they have to play against this beast.
They have to play against this beast, and judging from their side, even modest BF Dementor, if they actually make their way into the finals as well, they're finally again gonna face off this same beast team Starry Hope. Team Starry Hope will know how to tackle them. Team Starry Hope will know how to counter each and every move of them, as they first saw their analysis into the first section, into the first half of the fight. And after that, the second match, it was over in 10 minutes marker, Riddle. I have to say, it was over into the 10-minute marker, 11-minute marker. This time around, Team Starry Hope asserted their dominance, asserted their eliminations onto the enemy side, onto the Martyrs to BF Dimensions, the way that they got the Dragon Buff, the way that they got the Slayer for themselves, and the way that they actually used the Slayer into the corrected time. They did not overcommitted the Slayer in the very start, as there were a lot of towers. They knew that it's going to be a waste of the Slayer at that time. They knew when to took it off, as there was only the last 3 towers left from each of the angles, the top lane, the mid lane, and the bottom lane. That is when they knew to pull off that Slayer, as the team artist BF Dementor is going to not try to kill them, but also try to hold off that Slayer side. And that analysis from their side is what I give them their victory to.
Yes, like correct decision making, good communication, good coordination, not you wasting the utility. They made sure they utilized the buffs and the neutral creeps around the map. Like, they knew how to utilize every single thing from start to finish perfectly. And right now, Starry Hope, this team might be the best team at this tournament.
I have to say, they are the best team in this tournament so far, as they have not lost a single match throughout this whole scenario, throughout this whole 3 days of a fight. They have not lost a single match. They have made sure that they stay into the upper bracket side. They stay into the upper bracket. They make sure that their name stays there, the team stays there. They do not go for a second chance. And this composition, this mindset is what made them this deadly. But look at that. Team Starry Hope MVP is going to be none other than X-Hero Azahayate. 8 kills, 2 deaths, and 1 assist. And I have to add on top of that, the damage is 96,000. What is going on? Almost like a lakh, 100k damage from this guy's side. MVP point is 10.3, 60% kill participation. Roll goal difference is 41.26. The way that the kill participation is 60%, I have to give it to Max character, as a guy that was playing the Max character, the way that his iframe, the way that his dashes were, the way that he was actually picking off the players, it was just amazing. But once again, player face off, the MVP onto the Martis B of Dementor is going to be Noodles. 0 kills, 2 deaths, and 1 assist. 29,000 damage, 25% kill participation, and 6,000 gold. The goal difference just by these two player comparison is a 4,000 difference. And from the team comparison, it's a huge goal difference.
Right now, I'm not sure. This is not even a comparison at this point. This is a utter domination, like start to finish. I wouldn't call this a comparison. There was no way these two teams were on the same level here today. Martyrs B of Dementors completely crumbled after that first game. The way that
Look
the
at that.
first game ended, I feel like it got to them mentally. And like looking at the stats right now, oh my god, like I believe it. Like how are these two teams on the same level?
Definitely 15 kills of the team Starry Hope against 4 kills on the Martyrs, 8 towers destroyed in comparison of the 1 tower, 1 Slayer in comparison of the 2 Slayers. So there goes a Martyrs like upper hand. There go the 2 Slayers. But onto the gold side, this is a 40,000 goal against 32,000 gold difference. So a complete 8,000, and in which case scenario, 4,000 gold difference was just from the MVP of the Starry Hope, man. I'm really amazed from the team face off of the team Starry Hope versus the Martyrs. The way that the Martyrs, the BF Dementors, actually showed us their dominance from the very start. It seems to like in front of the team Starry Hope that it's like a child play to them. They knew what their anticipation was. They knew what their next move was going to be after the first match, after their analysis, and they knew which move to take, which route to take off in hopes to get more buff against themselves, against the other teams, against even their own players, so they can have the MVP fight. At that point, I think it was the MVP fight against their own teammates instead of the Martis B of Dementors.
So, like you said it perfectly right now. Like after that, like in the mid lane push when they had that fight in the mid lane where they had completely jumped on the Martyrs Way of Dementors. At that point, the members stopped caring. They were just stat padding at that time. They were just boosting up their stats, just giving emotional damage to Martyrs Way of Dementors. Like Martyrs Way of Dementors felt defeated after that point. Like they had accepted it. They couldn't do anything about it, and Starry Hope just kept playing with their food afterwards.
Definitely, Starry Hope did not even let them even stood a chance into that scenario. And at the same time, when the Slayer was defeated, when their team composition was defeated, there was a single player from the team Martyrs that was still staying alive. But once again, we were seeing that they were not taking off the base. They were actually trying to take off that final player before they actually get the base, in which case they actually did it. They straight up went for inside of their spawn base and got that kill. And after that, they went for the base. But that concludes the first match in hopes of the team Starry side. But with this, we will see the team Starry Hope into the final. We will move towards the lower bracket. But before we go, we will go over to the short break. See you right back.
It comes to the end of time. Our miracle will come to us. You can't stop me.
You lost.
You are the one who's losing. Time is up. You'll see the fate of Athenor. Let's welcome the arrival of God.
fight the greatest battle, you need the greatest warriors. But heroes must be forged in ultimate combat, competing for the ultimate prize.
Welcome to our video introducing Arena Valor's 5-on-5 map. The red and blue team bases may be found at the two diagonally opposite corners of the square map. The arena around the bases is known as the Highland. The Highland is surrounded by walls and defended by 3 towers, an easily defensible arena, and the final defensive line. Enemies that break through these defenses and destroy the crystalline side of the base will end the match. The destruction of any defense tower within the base enables enemies to spawn super minions for that line. If all 3 base towers fall, the enemy team will spawn additional super minions. All players appear in the spawn arena on the corners of the map. This spawn arena is where heroes will respawn, as well as where heroes return to when recalling. All allied heroes in this area will quickly recover HP and mana. Enemy heroes that step or are pulled into this area will receive a fatal amount of damage. Regardless of whether you're on the red or blue side, you will find your spawn area on the bottom left corner and the enemy of the top right corner. This automatically rotating view setting ensures your view is never obstructed by your finger. The 3 roads extending from the Highland are known as lanes. In order for players to distinguish these 3 lanes easily, they are named after key points of interest: Dark Slayer Lane, Mid Lane, and Abyssal Dragon Lane. The Dark Slayer Lane is the lane closest to the Dark Slayer spawn, the Mid Lane is the middle lane, and the Abyssal Dragon Lane is the lane closest to the Abyssal Dragon spawn. Within each line, including the one in which the Highland defensive tower is located, there are 3 towers that help players hold off attacks. A river divides the battlefield between the 2 sides and runs along the middle line of the map. It also unobstructedly connects the 3 routes. Areas outside the 3 routes are known as the jungle. This is where neutral crates are active. Defeating neutral crates can earn you experience and gold rewards. Defeating the red and blue gargoyles that spawn with your jungle can grant players a powerful temporary buff. Dark Slayer and Abyssal Dragon are 2 powerful neutral creatures that evolve over time. Slaying Dark Slayer or Abyssal Dragon grants unique buffs for your team that allows everyone to grow, fight and push the battle line with renewed strength. Defeating these creatures, evolved forms later in the game, can help turn the tide to decisively end a match. This map is filled with a lot of bushes. Heroes hiding in bushes are temporarily invisible to the enemy. Players can take advantage of bushes to ambush the enemy or cover their retreat. If an enemy steps into the same bush you're hiding in, your location will be revealed. Multiple walls separate the Highland and jungle. dividing the battlefield and providing many options for battle. A variety of heroes can move through these walls thanks to their skills, thus allowing them to easily escape or ambush enemies. Understanding and using everything the map has to offer is key to your victory. This marks the end of our video introduction to Arena of Valor's 5-on-5 map. Thank you for watching.
When it comes to the end of time, our miracle will come to us. You can't stop me.
You lost.
You are the one who's losing. Time is up. You'll see the fate of Athador. Let's welcome the arrival of God.
To fight the greatest battle, you need the greatest warriors. But heroes must be forged in ultimate combat, competing for the ultimate prize.
Welcome to our video introducing Arena Valor's 5-on-5 map. The red and blue team bases may be found at the two diagonally opposite corners of the square map. The arena around the bases is known as the Highland. The Highland is surrounded by walls and defended by 3 towers, an easily defensible arena, and the final defensive line. Enemies that break through these defenses and destroy the crystalline side of the base will end the match. The destruction of any defense tower within the base enables enemies to spawn super minions for that line. If all 3 base towers fall, the enemy team will spawn additional super minions. All players appear in the spawn arena on the corners of the map. This spawn arena is where heroes will respawn, as well as where heroes return to when recalling. All allied heroes in this area will quickly recover HP and mana. Enemy heroes that step or are pulled into this area will receive a fatal amount of damage. Regardless of whether you're on the red or blue side, you will find your spawn area on the bottom left corner and the enemy of the top right corner. This automatically rotating view setting ensures your view is never obstructed by your finger. The 3 roads extending from the Highland are known as lanes. In order for players to distinguish these 3 lanes easily, they are named after key points of interest: Dark Slayer Lane, Mid Lane, and Abyssal Dragon Lane. The Dark Slayer Lane is the lane closest to the Dark Slayer spawn, the Mid Lane is the middle lane, and the Abyssal Dragon Lane is the lane closest to the Abyssal Dragon spawn. Within each line, including the one in which the Highland defensive tower is located, there are 3 towers that help players hold off attacks. A river divides the battlefield between the 2 sides and runs along the middle line of the map. It also unobstructedly connects the 3 routes. Areas outside the 3 routes are known as the jungle. This is where neutral crates are active. Defeating neutral crates can earn you experience and gold rewards. Defeating the red and blue gargoyles that spawn with your jungle can grant players a powerful temporary buff. Dark Slayer and Abyssal Dragon are 2 powerful neutral creatures that evolve over time. Slaying Dark Slayer or Abyssal Dragon grants unique buffs for your team that allows everyone to grow, fight and push the battle line with renewed strength. Defeating these creatures, evolved forms later in the game, can help turn the tide to decisively end a match. This map is filled with a lot of bushes. Heroes hiding in bushes are temporarily invisible to the enemy. Players can take advantage of bushes to ambush the enemy or cover their retreat. If an enemy steps into the same bush you're hiding in, your location will be revealed. Multiple walls separate the Highland and jungle, dividing the battlefield and providing many options for battle. A variety of heroes can move through these walls thanks to their skills, thus allowing them to easily escape or ambush enemies. Understanding and using everything the map has to offer is key to your victory. This marks the end of our video introduction to Arena Valor's 5-on-5 map. Thank you for watching.
When it comes to the end of time, our miracle will come to us. You can't stop me.
You lost.
You are the one who's losing. Time is up. You'll see. the fate of Athador. Let's welcome the arrival of God.
To fight the greatest battle, you need the greatest warriors. But heroes must be forged in ultimate combat, competing for the ultimate prize.
Welcome to our video introducing Arena Valor's 5-on-5 map. The red and blue team bases may be found at the two diagonally opposite corners of the square map. The arena around the bases is known as the Highland. The Highland is surrounded by walls and defended by 3 towers, an easily defensible arena, and the final defensive line. Enemies that break through these defenses and destroy the crystalline side of the base will end the match. The destruction of any defense tower within the base enables enemies to spawn super minions for that line. If all 3 base towers fall, the enemy team will spawn additional super minions. All players appear in the spawn arena on the corners of the map. This spawn arena is where heroes will respawn, as well as where heroes return to when recalling. All allied heroes in this area will quickly recover HP and mana. Enemy heroes that step or are pulled into this area will receive a fatal amount of damage. Regardless of whether you're on the red or blue side, you will find your spawn area on the bottom left corner and the enemy of the top right corner. This automatically rotating view setting ensures your view is never obstructed by your finger. The 3 roads extending from the highland are known as lanes. In order for players to distinguish these 3 lanes easily, they are named after key points of interest: Dark Slayer Lane, Mid Lane, and Abyssal Dragon Lane. The Dark Slayer Lane is the lane closest to the Dark Slayer spawn. The Mid Lane is the middle lane, and the Abyssal Dragon Lane is the lane closest to the Abyssal Dragon spawn. Within each line, including the one in which the Highland defensive tower is located, there are 3 towers that help players hold off attacks. A river divides the battlefield between the 2 sides and runs along the middle line of the map. It also unobstructedly connects the 3 routes. Areas outside the 3 routes are known as the jungle. This is where neutral crates are active. Defeating neutral crates can earn you experience and gold rewards. Defeating the red and blue gargoyles that spawn with your jungle can grant players a powerful temporary buff. Dark Slayer and Abyssal Dragon are 2 powerful neutral creatures that evolve over time. Slaying Dark Slayer or Abyssal Dragon grants unique buffs for your team that allows everyone to grow, fight and push the battle line with renewed strength. Defeating these creatures, evolved forms later in the game, can help turn the tide to decisively end a match. This map is filled with a lot of bushes. Heroes hiding in bushes are temporarily invisible to the enemy. Players can take advantage of bushes to ambush the enemy or cover their retreat. If an enemy steps into the same bush you're hiding in, your location will be revealed. Multiple walls separate the highland and jungle, dividing the battlefield and providing many options for battle. A variety of heroes can move through these walls thanks to their skills, thus allowing them to easily escape or ambush enemies. Understanding and using everything the map has to offer is key to your victory. This marks the end of our video introduction to Arena of Valor's 5-on-5 map. Thank you for watching.
When it comes to the end of time, our miracle will come to us. You can't stop me.
You lost.
You are the one who's losing. Time is up. You'll see the fate of Athador. Let's welcome the arrival of God.
greatest battle, you need the greatest warriors. But heroes must be forged in ultimate combat, competing for the ultimate prize.
Welcome to our video introducing Arena Valor's 5-on-5 map. The red and blue team bases may be found at the two diagonally opposite corners of the square map. The arena around the bases is known as the Highland. The Highland is surrounded by walls and defended by 3 towers, an easily defensible arena, and the final defensive line. Enemies that break through these defenses and destroy the crystalline side of the base will end the match. The destruction of any defense tower within the base enables enemies to spawn super minions for that line. If all 3 base towers fall, the enemy team will spawn additional super minions. All players appear in the spawn arena on the corners of the map. This spawn arena is where heroes will respawn, as well as where heroes return to when recalling. All allied heroes in this area will quickly recover HP and mana. Enemy heroes that step or are pulled into this area will receive a fatal amount of damage. Regardless of whether you're on the red or blue side, you will find your spawn area on the bottom left corner and the enemy of the top right corner. This automatically rotating view setting ensures your view.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to AIC South Asian Grand Finale. And I'm Little Islam with my boy Zain. So, how are you, Zain?
I'm absolutely delighted to be here on this third day of AIC International AIC tournament, and today is the grand finals. Today is the day. Yesterday we were talking about seeing the top 4 teams, but we are no longer at the top 4. We are at the top 3 teams right now, and this game, the next game we're about to witness, will decide who's going to be the third one and who's going to get the third place and get out of this tournament, and who's gonna face off Hope from Myanmar in the grand finales and at in the best of 5 series. So, what are your feelings about this game?
Well, I've seen Martyrs BF versus Hope, and Martyrs BF did not get any proper opportunities where they can strike back. But they had the lead in the first game, but they lost it. I don't know, like maybe Hopes played it really good. Like it was a 10-3 lead, I believe, but they came back real strong and they took the victory home. And then followed up, they took the second game as well. So, well, I have never seen Marchers we have playing like that or like losing a game like that. So I'm a bit confused about their performance today. Maybe they're a bit shaky, or maybe they Stereo is just on a next level. So the game between Marchers we have the Dementor versus We Armada. I'll be saying that maybe We Armada got a chance. that they can beat them in this best of three and move towards the country qualifier final. Maybe Martyrs BF can come back stronger in this game after losing the series against Cherry Hope. So let's see. I'm a bit confused and excited for this next matchup. So which team will you be favoring?
Um, I actually want to see great games. Actually, I'm not like favoring any teams, but as we see the bracket right now, here we have country qualifiers where we have see Sterry Hopes is sitting at the grand finals, and in the lower bracket finals, we'll see Martyrs BF Dementor will be facing against We Armada. So We Armada and Martyrs BF Dementors both are Bangladeshi teams. So one is about to knock another one, and it's gonna be Myanmar versus Bangladesh in the grand finals. So, as personally me, I would say obviously I support for the team of my country, but as a caster who will be casting the game, I want to see both of the teams try their best. And as you said, Sterry Hope has been dominant so far, and they haven't even lost a single game in this tournament. They haven't. Let's forget about series. They haven't even dropped a single game in a series. So they're pretty dominant. They're like unbeatable up until now to till the grand finals. But I want to see BF Dementors how they played in the first game. As you said, they had the advantage, but they had a 10-kill lead where Sterry Hope were sitting at 3 kills. I want to see BF Dementors come back stronger and maybe fix their mistakes and maybe face against them, or maybe We Armada, who also got knocked out by Sterry Hopes in the semi-finals of the lower upper bracket. They might also come back, beat them in the lower bracket finals, and then come back in the grand finals and maybe get revenge on Sterry Hopes. So we have all kinds of possibilities here. So I want to see what is the outcome, but no matter what it is gonna be revenge for Sterry Hopes if they come here, one of the Bangladeshi teams, and they have to be really, really strong against this team because how strong they are is unbelievable.
Yeah, We Armada actually didn't face a single game against Sterry Hope. So We Armada was taken out from the upper bracket by none other than Martyrs BF Dementor. So this is a rematch. This is a moment where We Armada can take the revenge on them because, well, they were knocked out in the lower bracket by Martyrs BF, and now they are here in the lower bracket final to take the revenge on Martyrs BF and advance to the grand finale. But here's the thing that Sterry Hopes did not face Armada. Armada did not face Sterry Hope before. So both of the teams will be facing a new opponent there. But if Martyrs BF can advance to the final, they will get the chance to take the revenge on this upper bracket final that they lost against Cherry Hope. So yeah, I'm excited for both of the teams. Either ways, Cherry Hopes got the chance to study both of the teams from the backside of the stage because they are already chilling in the final and they know what to do right now because they will not waste this time. They will definitely implement this time to secure their championship title. So yeah, I think they were really happy to be in the final at this point, and I wish both of the teams, Martyrs BF and We Armada, a very best of luck because they are on the shaky end right now because one team will go home and one team will advance to the final to get a chance to secure the grand finale. I mean championship title. So yeah.
Absolutely, well said. You couldn't have put it any way better than this because it is a something that we must notice that we Sterry Hope are already sitting at the grand finals and they will be witnessing these two play against each other, and they will have the time to study and research on these two teams, and they will have the time to relax themselves and prepare a strategy for the grand finales. Whereas these two teams have to fight against each other and they have to pour everything they have in order to defeat each other, and whoever wins, they will have to they'll be under a lot of pressure because I believe it won't be an easy game because maybe before We Armada lost against them, but we saw We Armada wasn't anywhere behind them, when it comes to the team fighting. So We Armada will sure put up a good fight against Martyrs BF Dementor. So Martyrs BF Dementor or We Armada, whoever wins, they'll have a tough time because of the pressures of getting eliminated in the lower bracket finals, and then in the finals they'll be facing off against one of the strongest team who haven't lost any games. So there's a really high pressure on them right now. And Stereo, they're chilling right now, but they can't relax too much because these two teams are really great. I mean, they faced off against BF Dementors. They've given them a, a good fight, but they haven't faced against We Armada yet. So they don't know We Armada. They're totally new to We Armada. So if they face off against We Armada, they have to come up with new strategy. And if We Armada has been following the recent games of Stereo Hope, maybe they've studied their how they play. They've studied their strategy. They've studied their they've analyzed all of their gameplays. So We Armada could have be the counter we were looking for Stereo Hopes, or maybe BF Dementors, Martyrs BF Dementors, who have been having a really good upper bracket run so far, but got eliminated by them. Maybe they realize after playing 2 games with them that how they play Stereo Hopes, and if they are able to go to the finals, they may be able to counter them. So either way, they there's no relaxing for Stereo Hopes yet so far. So they should be cautious and they should be expecting something big coming for them.
And I want to mention one more thing, that is, We Armada. It never faced Stereo Hope. That you are right, but the thing is, We Armada cannot play early game focus. Like, they always play on mid game to late game focus heroes. So it will be a little tough for them, because Stereo Hopes knows how to play aggressive and counter aggressive at the same time, and they can be draft. They can manage the draft as late game as well. Because if you see the first game of Martyrs BF versus Stereo Hopes, Martyrs BF had a huge advantage over them. Like, they were playing early aggressive, and they were like dominating the match. But in the late game, in the mid to late game scenario, Stereo Hope came back stronger. Stereo Hope like destroyed Martyrs BF from the inside, and they took the victory home. And in the second game, well, in the second game, Stereo Hope changed their draft, changed their strategy, and they played as the aggressive one, and they showed some early aggression to the Martyrs BF Dementors, and they took the victory home as well. So Stereo Hopes know how to play different heroes, how to play different roles, and how to play in different strategies. So they will be a tough team to take down. And on the other hand, Martyrs BF can play for early game scenario, and that might hurt them a little bit, because We Armada is mid game to late game focused team. So yeah, We Armada will be able to take the game if they play, if Martyrs are unable to stop them in the early game. Like, within 7 to 8 minutes, if Martyrs did not get at least 5 turrets, they will be in a lot of trouble, and they need to defend their turret at any cost till 7 to 8 minutes, or after the Dark Slayer spawn. They need to take the Dark Slayer as well, to take care of the pushing stuff. So yeah, they're in a lot of trouble if they cannot take these objectives, and if they give We Armada a lot of space to farm. So this game will definitely be exciting to watch, because We Armada is the only team that I have seen so far that can make a huge comeback from mid game to late game.
Yeah, absolutely amazingly said. Like as you mentioned, We Armada is actually mid and mid and late game focused team. So in order to counter that, they need to make sure that they have an early game draft, and early game they have to be strong in early game, because as you mentioned, Stereo Hope, they are really strong in the early games. Like, we've seen how aggressive they are. They are like a haunting dog. They just go straight for their enemies. So I believe in order to counter Stereo Hope, you need to revise, and you need to check how they play, how they position, because one of the greatest and strongest side of Stereo Hope, I would believe, their positioning, how they play their roles. Like we've seen the carry player from Stereo Hopes, he always knows where to be. He always knows how to farm the creeps. He's always a level ahead of the opponent carry. So this is how you counter a play. You have to study the players. You have to know what the players are doing. You have to know how they're positioning. So this is how you will be able to come up with the player. So I believe this is how you counter Stereo Hopes. But nonetheless, we are gonna see another game now, not Stereo Hopes versus Sin, but we have a bit of a technical issue, it seems. So we will be going on a short break, and we will be right
Don't
back
go anywhere
after.
because we'll be back
Yes, don't
within
go
5.
anywhere.
Hello,
Looks like we're
everyone,
back.
and we are back again. Mhm.
So, Nitul, as I was saying before about the Stary Hope's plans and both of the teams in the lower brackets who are going to be fighting off against each other, what do you think? Do they like? What do you think in this situation where you're under such a pressure where you have to defeat the team and then you have to go to the upper bracket finals to defeat another beast of a team? In that situation, what do? Do you survive yourself first and secure yourself the second position, where you just pour everything into the lower bracket finals and then you know win the game, defeat the other team, and maybe go to the grand finals and then just do whatever you want? Or maybe you just hold off yourself, hold your strategies, hide some of the facts, and then maybe somehow manage to defeat the other team. Like, that's a risk, right? That's a 50-50 chance that if you don't pour your 100% into one game, you might just lose. So what do you think the player should do?
Well, I think what the players should do is like they need to calm themselves right now for this series, because if they lose this one, they will definitely be out of the tournament. So they need to take care of themselves. They need to watch what they're doing, watch carefully what their enemies are doing, and then make it work. And then if they can manage to win this one, they will definitely be in the finals, and then they can think about the strategies to beat the next base team, as you spoken.
Yep, and as we are speaking of about the strategies, we are already into the game, and we see the drafts are coming in from both of the teams. Now, both of the teams are from Bangladesh, so they know each other pretty well, and obviously they faced each other before in the qualifiers section. So we see Armada going with the ban of Aya and Yue, and we see Martyrs BF Dementor going for the ban of Hayate and Volcat, and they'll immediately pick out Lorion against the Elendor. Okay, Elendor first pick Elendor. This could be a jungle or maybe a Slayer lane Elendor. What do you think about this one? Like revealing your jungler at the first pick.
Well, I think they're really confident with their plays. That's why they revealed it earlier. Or maybe they're planning on giving a mindset up towards Martyrs BF, because they can switch it to another lane and make it work as well. Meanwhile, we're seeing a Mina coming in from Martyrs BF. So they can use it as a support and a tank as well. So we gotta see what they want to do with it. But in the recent patch, we're seeing a lot of Mina tanks. Like they are playing it as a tank. They are playing it to absorb all the spells, all the magic spell, or all the physical damage outcome from coming from opponents, and then they initiate into the battle so that they can win and they can have a better opportunity to win the battle. And meanwhile, we're seeing a Scud. We Armada is really good with Scud, and they're gonna, I think, this time they have a solid draft because they have Elondor, Aram, and Scud all together. But the main thing is, as far as I remember, Aram. We Armada played Aram as a warrior, and sorry, as a tank, and they took Scott as well. Scott is also really good with tanky builds. So it's just a matter of time that we find out what they're planning to do here, because they are confusing us and Martyrs BF at the same time. So yeah,
I think
let's
this
see
is
what
gonna
they
be
do. And
a tank Scud and an Aram support
mhm,
tankish role where he's going to the dragon lane and support the marksman, and also doing some rotations. But Tachi and Mina, these are solid combo. And Tachi with the
mhm.
roaming around the map, he almost does a same thing as Volcat, where Volcat has such a presence in the map, and Tachi is exactly the same. Her presence in the map shows everything that's like needed to control the early games. And while you have a hero like robust hero like Lorion, who has such a high damage, it becomes really easy. And now we can see that Martyrs BF Dementor are already picked their mid lane, which is Lorion, and they've picked banned the two of the best mid
Trixie
laners in
and
this game. That will
Liliana,
be Liliana, yeah, and
and
Trixie, and
Trixie
they
as well.
also have UA out of the game. So I believe this is kind of a tricky situation for we Armada. Like I don't know what kind of heroes they have left right now and what kind of plans they have left right now, but we see an Elsu pick coming in from them, and this will be a carry ADC Elsu, I believe. And Elsu is good against heroes like Lorion and Tachi. Like Lorion has a very short spell range, so Elsu will be safe from her spells, and yeah, Elsu can deal quite a bit of damage from the far range. The sniping abilities of him comes in handy in this type of situations. So, but what I'm most interested in is to see what We Armada gets in their mid lane, because this Lorion, if they do not stop it, it's gonna be huge. And we see another Quicknack. That's probably a jungle Quicknack, and we know how strong Quicknack is in the jungle. If you leave him alone, if you don't get him out of the control, he becomes a really annoying thing. And another Laville ADC from them, Martyrs BF Dementor. So they have their solid draft, I would say. Waiting for We Armada's last pick, which will be their mage, probably mid laner. And yeah, that should wrap up the drafting
Well,
session for us. Now, what do you think
I want
about
to
the
mention one
drafts
thing
coming
that
in from
is
Martyrs BF?
Elso is really good with long range fight, and if he can get some early damage items, he can deal a lot of damage from a far distance. And Lorian, if Lorian get hits by his spells, and Lorian will definitely go out from the fight before the fight can even get started. So Lorian had to find a better placement behind Mina and Freaknack as well, because Mina will be their tank, and well, Tachi can also be played as tank, but I don't think they will be playing Tachi as a tank hero. And Level will definitely be a really good marksman ADC carry, so he will definitely deal a lot of damage in the team fights. So yeah, it's just a matter of time where Martyr's BF's defense will fall, because as we mentioned before, Armada can play as mid to late game draft. So they took the draft just like that, and they managed to take Scott, Elsu, and Zeta together. So these heroes will definitely hurt a lot.
Yes, it's just as you said. And while we were talking about the draft, the game's already begin, and we'll see the players moving towards the lane, moving towards the jungle. And what will be the most interesting part is how they execute the early games, and the early games are the most important part in this game. And look at Elsu, he's not going into the ADC lane, he'll just come here in the mid lane to snipe out Sky and deal quite a bit of damage to him. And that early damage should help Zero boost up his mid lane experience a bit, you know.
Mhm. And look at Sky. Like, he already recovered that HP, and he already dealt a lot of damage towards opponent mid laner. But in this time, they secured the red buff. We Armada took the red buff out of Martyr's Dementor's hand, and they also took the blue buff and red buff from their side as well. So they will be having a little bit of advantage over the buff scaling, but they are at some trouble, because they are not in lane, and they are losing a lot of experience as well.
Now, one of the greatest thing about like laning phase in this game is like you see there will be a lot of heroes in this game in Arena of Valor in the mid lane that they pick a hero that has a very robust spell area based damage spell, and which they use to shove the wave in the mid lane and clear out the wave as soon as it arrives, so that they can roam around the map. Because until the next wave arrives, you can easily go to another lane or go to a jungle, hit few creeps, maybe deal some damage to the enemies. Oh, now look at the sniping skills coming in from Anthem. That's amazing shot, almost getting Zata killed here, but I think she is safe, so she will not. Zata, my bad, I mean
Touchy.
Tachi. Yes, almost killing Tachi, but Tachi will return to the base. But it's
Meanwhile,
quite fine,
Martyrs
I
will
guess.
steal the dragon out of their hand, out of Armada's hand, and Armada could not do any single thing, because I think they were out of heroes around that area, because they were playing as only two,
Yes.
and Martyrs we have had four members in them. Oh, look at Anthem.
Yes.
Ooh, he will get
Meanwhile,
shot.
Meanwhile, Martyr's BF Dementor's taking the Abyssal Dragon. We Armada also takes the Slayer in the top lane, so that's equal, I guess, but not really, because Abyssal Dragon has more gold than the Slayer in the early games. Slayer does give a buff though, but the buff is not that important in the early games. The buff is important after 10 minutes or 12 minutes mark, but in this earlier phase, whoever gets the Abyssal Dragon gets a huge network lead, and we can already see that in the network lead chart, where Martyr's BF Dementors are almost like 300 gold more than we Armada here, and it seems to be increasing quite a lot. Look at how much they've increased. BF Dementors, they know how to farm, they know how to do that exactly.
Definitely,
Oh,
and
looks like
they are
they're
moving towards
engaging the
death,
team
and
fight.
Death will receive a chunk of damage, and Pain will be heading home, I guess, because he had the opportunity to get some of the damage out of like Anthem, but I don't think that was enough.
Yeah, that wasn't totally enough, and now they're actually playing it really safe. Like nobody's having too much early aggressions here. Both of the teams are like respecting each other and playing at the back. Maybe they're trying to pull out their strategy, getting their carries off on the field, so that they can, you know, execute a good team fight.
hmm Definitely, and look at the positioning from Marchers BF. They are staying in this bot lane. They don't want Anthem to get farmed up, and they will definitely try to stop him from doing that. But now they will move towards this mid area. I think Martyrs are making a mistake of going for Anthem at this point because Zero is getting a lot of farm, and they need to stop Zero here, or maybe they will face a lot of trouble after 7 or 8 minutes. Because look at Sky. Sky got only level 6, and look at Zero. She got 7, so that's a lot.
Yep. Yep, and as you mentioned, like their carries, what they're trying to do is like they have we Armada, they have heroes like Elsu, they have heroes like Zata, and you know, as you mentioned before, Elsu, heroes like Elsu likes to build up damage items, and then the range they have. Oh, looks like there's gonna be a team fight going on. Zero tries to get somebody, but Zero is falling. Very nice coming in Pain from Pain, and Onyx will also take down somebody. That's not Onyx, my bad. It's Sky. Oh, that is Onyx, I think, and looks like they have a
Unk.
server issue, but uh,
That is
looks
Unk.
like there's gonna be a pause. Yeah, Arc,
Mhm.
sorry, my bad. Unk, yeah, Unk, my bad. Absolutely, I apologize for that. But did you see how Martyr's BF Dementor reacted to that and turned the fight around? It was we Armada who engaged the fight, but Martyr's BF Dementor just turning it around, like the flipping the table and killing two of the members from we Armada here.
hmm Absolutely, and now we're facing a little trouble, I guess, technical difficulty. But look at Noodles. She's really low. Sky is really low, and they almost went down in the process. But we Armada could not finish the job, and they will lose this fight for now. But they are not very behind. They're only 1k network behind from them. But one thing I gotta mention, that is their mid laner is really fat. Zero is really fat on terms of the level, on terms of network as well, and I think he can definitely pull something off when it comes to the mid game. Maybe after 7 or 8 minutes mark, maybe after 10 minute mark as well, because they will definitely uh, pushing their mid laner to that point where they can definitely do something, because their ADC is having a lot of trouble. Anthem is not having a good game at all because he was pushed back to the tower by 3 members from Martyrs BF. Martyrs BF actually focusing on that area, that specific area, and that is a little troublesome moment for Anthem, and maybe Anthem can get that back by pulling Zero into the lane and getting some gank, maybe killing some opponents, maybe having some farm in the jungle as well. So it is just a matter of time. We got to see how Anthem plays, and yeah, that's.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, like Zero was having a bit nice game from the earlier start, like a nice kickstart, and he had a really high experience and more gold than the other opponent mid laner, but he overcommitted himself in the last fight, and he got killed by Tachi, who is Pain,
Mhm.
and that's how I think he will be a bit behind the gold and experience chart right now, as Tachi and Martyr's BF Dementors received 2 kills in that battle. So, and also Zero Dying, who's the highest level, highest net worth holder of the Armada, will surely fall behind after this fight. So, Martyr's BF Dementor holding off pretty well right now. But as we mentioned, there's like both of the teams who are held holding back really quite well. And we Armada tried to break that chain, tried to go straight for BF Dementors and tried to take them down under their tower, and they paid the heavy price. And the counter attack, the reaction timing from Martyr's BF Dementor was absolutely amazing, and that secured them 2 kills. And with that 2 kills, Martyr's BF Dementors should feel strong, should get a slight lead in the gold and the net worth, and that lead should help them get the next dragon and probably Slayer as well, whichever they pick. And after that, the slowly game should start leaning toward them, because once you get a lead, it just keeps expanding unless the enemy teams comes up with a plan to stop it.
Mhm. And these two kills will not favor Martyrs BF in a huge margin, because there will I don't think they will be able to take advantage over it, because they died for 7 and 10 seconds, and they will be the Martyrs BF members will be going to base, because they are really low on HP and their spells are also on cooldown. So they will definitely be TPing to base, and they will heal themselves, then come back in the lane as well. By that time, members from We Armada, that is Zero, he will definitely be in the lane, and he will definitely be farming the creeps. So he will definitely get some advantage over there as well. Whereas Martyrs BF will be in a disadvantage at that point. But nonetheless, they got the kill. They got 2 kills. They got a little bit of gold in their pocket, maybe 2 or 500. So yeah, that will definitely give them a little advantage, but not so much, because they are at only 1 kill lead against We Armada. So that is not a big thing. And as We Armada's captain said something, he mentioned something like, before the game started, like, we play
Yes, the interviews.
we yeah, in the interview he said that, I always tell my team members to chill, to not get hyped up, to not get worried about a moment, because this is a MOBA game and you can make a comeback whenever you can, whenever you want. So
Exactly,
if you
exactly.
play
Those
it.
were the words he said.
Exactly. So if you play with relaxation, you will definitely have a better idea, have a better strategy against your opponent, and you will definitely surpass them in the late fights. And that's how they will definitely make a comeback. And as he said that he believes in comeback, he said comeback is real in MOBA games. So yeah, that means the whole team is focusing on mid and late game scenarios. So they are not worried about their early game, they're not worried about their mid game as well, because they will be playing for mid to late game scenarios.
And as you mentioned, their leader mentioned that comeback is real. And when somebody says comebacks is real, and comebacks are actually one of the greatest things about MOBA games, you know that that guy is never giving up until his throne is exploded. So we'll see somewhat similar action here. Now, no matter how many times, how many fights they lose, we Armada will always come back stronger, and will always try to defend their throne, and will always attack on the opponents if Martyrs BF Dementor leave any gaps, leave any blank spots, that's where Martyrs BF Dementors will take the attack from We Armada, and We Armada are waiting for that one chance where they will find them and they will attack them, and that's why they're building up their strength. That's why they're holding themselves off right now. And he also mentioned that he doesn't care about winning, because if he thinks about winning, it's gonna be hard for them. So he's not gonna be thinking about winning. He's just gonna play the game. He's just gonna be calm. He's just gonna be calm, and he's not gonna get hyper in the game, because there are mistakes in the game. There are always two choices in the game. Either you win or lose. Either you stay alive or you die. So even if you die, even if you stay alive, even if you win, even if you lose, it's one or the other. So you have to stay calm no matter what. And staying calm, communicating with your team is the best way to represent in the international states.
Mhm. Well, there is something that we forget every time. That is, these three teams are the best from South Asia. Like, there were more than, I believe, 1,500 teams played in this tournament from all over four countries. Maybe 2,000, actually, not 1,500, 2,000 teams. More than 2,000 teams played in this tournament, and these three are in the top three margin, or in the top three chart. So where they stand, they don't make mistakes. The other team plays better than them. That's just it. Like, they don't play
Exactly.
worse. They don't make any mistake. They are playing just fine, but the other team just outplay them, and yeah, that's how they win, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about an international stage here. This isn't a casual game, or this is not a local tournament. This is an international scale event, not just international scale event for Bangladesh, but international scale for the whole South Asia, where we have four countries competing each other. And this isn't something, the players who are playing in this tournament aren't just some casual players. So the players who are competing, they obviously know what they're doing. They obviously know how to pull up and how to perform themselves. So yep, as you're saying, the players do know what they're doing. And as we speak of the games right now, I think there's a bit of a technical issue again going on with the team and the players. I hope they will be able to fix it soon, because the players are under so much pressure right now. We don't want them having some more problems out there. So with the technical issue fixing, we'll be right back after.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back again to AIC South Asian Grand Finale. And we're at lower bracket finals at the moment between Martyrs BF Dementor versus We Armada. And I'm Nikhil Islam here with Zain. We're gonna be entertaining you uh, through the whole series. And yeah, we had a little bit of technical difficulties, but now I think we're back finally, and the teams will be able to play the game properly. So yeah, Zain, what do you think about the last picks from our last fight from the both teams?
I think it was going absolutely amazing if this technical issues didn't step up in between the game. It would have been nice, and looks like we're back at the game, and we are at a stage. I think the game was resumed from where it had the issue going on, but we've seems like when we before we continue the stream, some actions already happened, and we have lost few towers, we have lost few stuff, and looks like it is going smooth for Armada when it comes to taking objectives, but in terms of taking the kills, yeah, it's Marta's BF Dementor. So this game is going interesting so far. What do you think about this mash kind of score?
Well, I think Martyrs BF is having a little trouble against these heroes from We Armada because they cannot kill this death guy. This death guy is almost immortal to them because he is a little tanky baby and he is tanking a lot of damages. And Sky Pain, they cannot finish the job. And Shogun, and they will be poking around, will be poking Pain a little bit and then move backward. Oh, Sky will be retreating for now. I guess there's not much action going on because it's the scoreline is 5-1, but it feels like We Armada is on the driving seat because there's a
Okay, it
little
looks
fight
like
going
there's
on.
gonna be a team fight. Yes, and that's is getting chased on by the my Martyrs BF Dementors playing and movement. They are going ham right now, and Martyrs BF Dementors, they're all low HP right now, and same for We Armada. Onyx, ANK coming in and taking down two members of the We Armada team, and that's a double kill for him, and now they'll be going straight for the Slayers, and that was an amazing movement by Martyrs BF Dementors, and now we know why Martyrs BF Dementors have these kind of kills, because they're just so OP right now. Their heroes are so OP, like A and K. You see this Cricknack, jungle Cricknack, so strong right now. Oh, Elsu dealing quite a bit of damage to Sky right now. Sky will be retreating. Cricknack, he's not prepared for that kind of damage. Look at the range coming in from Elsu over there. But this is what we need from Elsu, right? Elsu with the damage. And look at Elendor, he's level 11 while Cricknack is level 12. So Cricknack, he's been doing some stuff, right?
Definitely, and I'm concerned about this mid pick because Sky is still on a level disadvantage from Zero. And Zero, ooh, he is in the front line. He needs to be careful about it because they will definitely finish him off if he stays in the front line. Sky will be moving towards the jungle area and he will definitely poking, blinking a bit. But now they're going for
Oh, there's a team fight going on again. Death receiving quite a bit of damage, and now they have left alone somebody in the back line, and that will be none other than Zero. Ankh and Sky are quite low. Elsu will try to shoot him down, but Pain will receive the damage, and now Slayer has been spawned. Slayer will be going towards mid lane, but there's nobody here to do anything. But Pain is still sticking around, showing off his sword around, but Tachi, I don't think Tachi is able to do anything here. They will take down Slayer with the ease, but Shogun, he's quite deep in, and he will use the flicker to run away. And looks like there's a nice arrow coming in from Noodle. Yeah, and that hit him and dazed him out, and now the Holy Dragon will be slain by March's BF Dementor if We Armada doesn't come and steal it like Lupin the Thief in the night. Oh, looks like there's gonna be another team fight. We Armada trying to come towards them. We Armada, do they want to fight them though? Shogun just poking around Zen to do something, but Zen, he isn't intimidated by Shogun a bit, and now after the fight they'll just go in their own ways to reset this gameplay. So what do you think about this dragon killing, three dragon killing from Martyr's Dementors, Nitul?
Well, they focused on the Slayer as well this time, because at first too they took two dragons and they sacrificed two Slayers to Armada, but this time they secured the Slayer at first, and that was a Dark Slayer. Then they went for the dragon, so they could secure both of it. And now there's a little fight going on. That will be receiving a lot of damage, but now Blinking will blink forward, but now he will not be able to finish anyone off. And Shogun is also showing off some skills, but he will not be succeed. And now this time Pain will jump on Shogun, but Shogun will still live to fight another day. And Pain will not be able to deal a huge chunk of damage towards Shogun. And now Dio, they're jumping on Dio. The mid laner is in trouble. And now Death is moving forward. He is the tanky baby, and Shogun will take down Noodles, and now they are moving towards Pain, and Pain is in a lot of pain around here, and Blinking will be unable to finish the job for them. Now Zen is in a lot of trouble. He's all alone, but now Sky will join the fight, and Blinking is a lot of trouble as well, because Anthem went down. The marksman, the ADC carry has been taken down by Sky and Pain altogether, and Zen will be tanking this fight, and Noodles will be the lone player that will go down on the process.
There's a lot of things are going on in this team fight and in these team fights, but Martyr's BF Dementors are coming on top on every single team fights, and just how if you look at their network chart, they're sitting at like almost 6k network lead, and 6k is quite a lot in this game. And if you look at the items as well, Martyr's BF Dementors, almost all of their heroes have completed their items, and that Quick Knack has so many items here. And now they're focusing the Slayer, and this Slayer should be an Infinite Slayer, and the Infinite Slayer, this should be a really a very high advantage for We Armada here. Now We Armada, Blinking is trying to take down one tower solo here, and looks like he'll be chased down by AIC and Zen here. Zen, he will hook him out, but there's no teammates around. But We Armada are there. We Armada, that he's super deep in, and that he seems to be in danger. Shogun also gets hooked by Sky here, and Shogun, he seems to be in danger. Pain will take him down. ANK will get the kill of Shogun, and now Anthem has to run away because he cannot do anything. He was dealing quite a bit of damage from the backline, but it is not enough to kill anybody from Martyr's BF Dementor. And now this is what we're talking about, like Martyr's BF Dementors, they know how to position themselves, they know how to start a team fight. We Armada, I think they had a bit of a miscommunication over there, because one of their teammates were running, Blinking was running, he didn't initiate, but rest of the teammates just gone in, and they didn't have proper combination, they didn't have proper communication along with them, and they had to pay a huge price where 3 of them, I believe, died in that fight.
Definitely, and Shogun will be the last one to respond again, and he is respond to the game, and he is moving towards that mid lane, because I think he needs a little bit of fight, whereas his teammates everyone is in the top lane, and now he's moving towards top lane as well. This will be a 5 versus 5 fight, and this fight,
look at that, look at that. Zen, he's in the backline. Zen is doing all the work by himself. Zen, he's pushing away We Armada all by himself. And now look at that. That is inside the tower, and he will be left alone out here. He will be fighting against 4 versus 1, and he doesn't know anything about that. And he will just get taken down like that. Even though Martyr's Dementor, they lost ANK, they're not scared. They're not even a little bit scared, but they will take down Shogun and Death in this team fight. But We Armada is still hanging around. They're still outside. But can they stay alive though? Yeah, they can. Looks like they won't be engaging in a team fight. But now my Martyr's BF Dementors just gonna take down the tower, just gonna take 2 kills and walk away from there. And now look at that, Evolved Slayer just got spawned. And with this Evolved Slayer, this should be really, really tough for We Armada to come back. Now, as we mentioned before, We Armada said that this is MOBA game and comeback is real, comeback is possible at any stage of the game. But if they take this Dark Slayer, this is gonna be really hard.
Infinite Slayer will definitely hurt a lot, because They already
Yes, this
secured
is
the infinite flare, and if they summon
and
this in any lane, this will definitely hurt a lot because it deals
a
a
lot.
lot of damage towards the
Yes,
tower. It got a huge chunk of HP, so this will be a lot of trouble in the side of We Armada, and the Slayer is coming. The Infinite Slayer is coming in the mid lane, so everyone is scared from We Armada. They want to take a fight at this time because they want to secure some kills and defend their tower as well. So they're looking for some fight. I don't think Marcus BF will give them
oh,
advantage
they're
fight.
trying to
They
take a fight in between the towers, and now look at that, look at that, look at the damage coming in from L2. Will almost kill down ANK, but ANK survived with a bit of a little bit of HP. Zen going in straight forward, and now they're hiding inside the tower. But do they have the protection they need inside of the tower? No, they are getting receiving quite a bit of damage from the tower. Though Zen almost died by the hit of the tower, but looks like there's not going to be any action coming in. Also still trying to shoot his guns away to see if somebody is still there, but that is a really nice positioning from We Armada. ANK will be taken out finally, and this will be the it. But look at that Dark Infinite Slayer, look at that Evolved Infinite Slayer doing his job, taking down the mid towers, taking down the mid racks, all by himself. And that's the distraction they needed. Martyr's BF Dementors, they were looking for that distraction. That's why they went to bot lane. They started engaging in a fight where they don't even expect them to win. And now look at that, We Armada. All of them are hiding inside the jungle, and looks like Pain has a slight idea of what is to happen, and he goes in, will receive few right click damage, and now they catch Death. He looks like in danger. He will receive quite a bit of damage, but he doesn't die yet. And now they do not want to overcommit here because ANK has not respawned yet, and they know that all 5 members from We Armada are alive and they can come here. Meanwhile, look at Quick Crank. He's pushing the top lane solo, making sure that they get the rotation. Sorry, it's not Quick Crank. It was cut from We Armada.
Quicknock actually went there to defend the tower because Card almost took down the second Tyrant from top side, the Slayer lane. So he went there to save the tower, and now he's moving towards this side again. And I think they will be focusing on the top lane, top turret, because they already took down the mid one, and they already dealt a lot of damage to the bottom one as well. And a member from them is already in the bottom, and that is none other than Zen. So this is the perfect ideal time for We Armada to take the fight against Merchers BF, but I don't think they are aware of the situation that Zen is not in this area, or maybe they will be going for Zen by themselves, but Zen will survive this fight because he is on the move. He is retreating from this fight. He does not want to take any fight solo, and he is back to his team, and this will be another 5
We
versus
Armada
5 fight.
Yes, We Armada. They're coming here because they know that Marta's BF are holding in their position, and now look at that. Look at that, Shogun receiving very high damage, and Shogun has to escape right now. We Armada, they tried to push them out of this lane. Oh, Pain receiving damage from Elsu coming in, but I don't think that's enough to kill him. And now they know that this evolved Infinite Slayer is really important, so they want to get it. So Marches BF, they're trying to get them out of there, and now We Armada, they're coming straight forward for the Slayer. Slayer is already regenerating to the full HP, and now this team fight is going on really hard. 0-0 is quite low, and 0 will fall down the first at the team fight. ANK is also very low, and he will go down as well. That seems to be low, and he will die as well. Zen will also go down, and this fight is going on towards a favor of Martyrs BF Dementors once again, and looks like Quick Crank, he will die, but he will get respawn. Oh no, it's Scott will respawn because he has immortal item, and now he gets taken down as well. The only person who stays alive will be Elandor, and that is played by Shogun, and he will return to the base. And the 2 members from Martyrs BF Dementors will try to push the lanes now. Will try to maybe take down the turret, maybe take down a turret, or maybe not. They'll straight go for the end, but can they end though? Maybe they can, because they end up killing up Shogun, and now they're hitting the throne, and the throne will be exploded, and the Nexus is gone, just like that. And they take down
and Martyrs BF
they are the
down We Armada in this first match, and they were dominating the whole matchup, dominating the whole team fights, and maybe in the last fight, Martyrs may have had a little trouble against We Armada, but We Armada could not finish the job properly, and Martyrs may have showed them that who is in the charge and who will be the final winner for the game. So they played it
Yes,
really good.
absolutely.
They finished Hogan in a 2 versus 1 fight at the last fight, and then they went for the Nexus, straight for the Nexus. They did not waste any time because they knew that if they give We Armada a little bit of more time, We Armada will definitely come out stronger and they will get their comeback. So yeah, Martyrs were playing really well. Martyrs were playing it really wise. They finished the job. They did not waste any time at all after winning the team fight. They went for the Nexus. They finished it and they took the victory in their pocket.
Yes, absolutely. And Marta's BF just was like, as we mentioned before, we Armada, they're looking for one spot. They're looking for one blank spot where they could hit Martyr's BF Dementor so hard, but Martyr's BF Dementor never gave them that one blank spot. So we're gonna see the highlights from the game where we see how well the Martyr's BF Dementors presented themselves, and now in this amazing game where they just showed absolute dominance. And we Armada, they played really well, but they didn't have enough combination. They didn't have enough damage to take down the players from Martyr's BF Dementors. And look at that, how aggressive they are, Martyr's BF Dementors. They just jump in all 5 members together, and look at that kill from Trick Crank. It was amazing. It's how he got the double kill, and now they're taking objectives one by one, and this is why I would say Martyr's BF Dementors deserve this win more than anything else.
Definitely, they were on a disadvantage at first, but they were not on a disadvantage on the term of network. They were always on top, and they secured it perfectly because they had only killed one turret, whereas We Armada got two. But they came back stronger, and they showed us that how strong they are, how strong they can be, because they are the team which actually sent We Armada into the lower bracket, and they're showing us that they can take the victory again, and they can destroy the mentality of We Armada, and they can eliminate We Armada from this tournament for another time. Like, this will be, if they win the second game as well, this will be the second time they're taking out We Armada from this tournament, because first time they sent them in the lower bracket and now they are in the lower bracket, so there's nowhere to go except for home. So if they can beat We Armada this time, they will be sending We Armada home without a second doubt. Well, I think there's
Oh yeah,
little
sorry, my
trouble
bad.
with the.
Yeah, I think I'm back. Yeah, sorry. So as I was saying, like, both of the teams were playing this series under such a pressure, and now we Armada losing one game in the first in this series, and now they it's like literally do or die for them. So that's so much pressure for them. I hope they don't crumble apart. But that's again how their captain presented. How their team works, they play really calm, and we've seen We Armada done that in the past before. I believe We Armada played against Venom Esports in the previous game, right?
And look at that, we got our MVP for the match, and that is none other than Sky. Sky was really fabulous with his plays. He was doing a lot of damage towards his enemies. Look at the damage. Oh my god. 136,000 damage
136k.
dealt by Sky.
Yes, the
He went
Lorion
for four
strikes
kills
back.
and zero death and 10 assists in his name. And look at that kill percentage participation. He took part in 77.8% of the kills. So that is a lot.
Yes, absolutely dominating. Like Lorion is one of the best mid laners in this tournament by far. And I could even call him the most picked mid laner in this tournament. So he proves why this is so useful. But if you compare it with Zero, who was playing Zata, Zata also didn't do bad in the mid lane. Like look at that, 114k damage as well coming in from Zata with the 2 kills, 4 deaths, and 0 assists there, but he wasn't really active into the kill participation, like 25%. That's significantly low, but that's because maybe We Armada wasn't playing that aggressive style. While we saw from Martin's BF Dementors, they were totally aggressive. How they just jumped inside the towers and took down every member from We Armada, and they were sticking together throughout the whole game. So, and the goal difference, that man, that is a massive difference between these two players, and
I think
this is
there is
why I
a
think
bug.
Marta's BF
There is a.
Dementor.
Mhm. And look
Uh-huh.
at the kills. Like We Armada got 8 kills, 3 towers, 2 slayers. Well, they could secure. They actually secured 2 slayers in the early game, but they lost the next 3 slayers, and that's how We Armada was fallen behind from this game. And look at the goal difference: 57,000 to 65. Well, that is a lot.
Well, yeah,
9K
the difference
goal
really huge.
difference.
Yes.
Hmm.
And I believe the goal
That
difference comes in from the players who are really experienced. Like we've seen the difference between the mid players, right? And that the gap was kind of huge. And Zata, I believe Zata couldn't like comply with his team so much because his team couldn't provide him the necessary resources she needed in the lane. But on the other hand, Lorion absolutely dominated. He got the perfect game for himself, where he dealt so many damage, where he
well,
dealt so much
well,
damage from behind.
in the lane, Zeta was having a little advantage on terms of gold and
Yes.
experience as well. That we
Yep.
mentioned multiple times that he was one level ahead of Lorian. But despite of having that disadvantage, Lorian came back stronger and he took the MVP title to himself, and he will be striking back really strong, and he is the MVP for the day. And Zeta did not get enough support from his teammate in the mid game, so that's how he actually went behind the network chart and in the experience chart as well. I think if they could babysit Zeta a little bit more, maybe they could have a chance to finish the job.
Yes, absolutely. It's just like as you said, but I want to know, like, the second game, they're having such a lot of pressure. Like, this is a really do or die situation for them. So Armada getting into the grand finals, having a go at the Stereo Hope team, the strongest team probably in this tournament by far. Um, they will miss out the opportunity if they do not win this game. And even if they win this game, the score just got settled. They're still not going to the grand finals. So Armada playing under such a pressure, what do you think? How do they manage themselves in this situation right now? And what should they do in terms of previous game? What should they fix in order to beat Martyr's BF Dementor and take the second game for themselves?
I think they should go for the signature heroes. They should go for the heroes they feel confident about, and they should not try any different strat than they're already using, because they play really well when they play with their confident heroes or maybe comfortable heroes. So they should go for those. They should go for a mid game to late game scenario situation as they have shown us before. And maybe Martyrs BF will have a little bit of trouble facing them off. And that's how they can counter Martyrs BF. But I don't think Martyrs BF will go soft on them, and they will definitely come back with a new strategy, with something new that can hold We Armada in places, and that will definitely let We Armada go down from their comfort zone. And that's how Martyrs can actually easily defeat We Armada, because Armada already lost the game one. and they're in a lot of trouble because they are in the lower bracket final, and this means a lot because this is a lower bracket final. You, if you win this one, you will get the opportunity to get into the grand finale, but if you lose this one, you will be going home. So, well, you're securing third position for yourself, but it doesn't matter because you will not be able to play the final, the grand finale. So this is a little trouble for We Armada, and they're in a lot of tension right now. Though their captain said they don't actually go into the stress section, but I think this time they are in there already because they lost the game one, and they are eager to win this game too. By far, they made a little bit of mistakes, but if they force things, this will definitely let them cause a huge mistakes, and they will definitely fall down. And meanwhile, we're in the draft phase, and we Armada already banned Volkat and Hayate, and Martyrs BF will take Yui and Aya out of We Armada's hand.
Yes, and as we were saying about the comfort heroes, I think this time around they just they are focusing on their comfort heroes. Like we see Martyrs BF Dementor picking Violet and Liliana. We've seen them play these heroes before, so I believe these are their comfort heroes. And meanwhile, we Armada also will be banning out that Hayate and pick Crixie, because we know Hayate is one of the very hard counters of Crixie. Like Crixie is a really squishy hero, a very squishy mage. She has a high magical damage, but if somebody goes near her, she is good as dead. And that's what Hayate is good about. Hayate can just literally jump on any enemies he wants because of his ability where he can just slash through the enemies and deal quite a bit of damage with his shurikens. So Hayate ban was a really good ban perfectly, and we know that Hayate is one of the most hot pick heroes of this tournament. So that's a nice picking phrase from them. And meanwhile, Marta's BF Dementor will also get rid of Yue and Aya. We know what Yue is, right? She's a literally bam and a goner, hero's goner. She's like a machine gun herself. So banning that hero makes totally sense. And then they ban the Aya and Wisp following that, and they will ban the Mina as well. We know that Armada is really strong with their Mina. And we Armada, on the other hand, will ban Volkat, Hayate for their pick, and they'll get rid of the Elendor this time around, and they'll also
Scott as well.
pick Varys. Yeah, they'll also ban Scud as well, because Scud was doing a lot of things in the last game, but they will also pick Varys and Baldum. I believe Varys will be the tank and Baldum will be the support, or vice versa. But yeah, that's interesting. Oh, Omen. Okay, they got an Omen. That's really interesting, because the Omen is a replacement for Hayate. I would say a really good replacement for Hayate.
Mhm. And I think Thane will be a game changer in this game, but I'm not feeling confident with Thane this time because they already got Trixie and Varus and Veldum in their team. Then you pick, well, they didn't see the last pick coming in from We Armada, but We Armada took Veldum, and that will definitely deal a lot of damage. And now we are here to see the last two picks coming in from We Armada because we want to see how they counter this woman, and now they will go for Tara. Okay.
Okay, Tara. That's quite interesting now. They're picking Tara and Slims. Okay. Armada are up to something. Like I said, they have to show their trump card. They have to pour something in this game. And this is exactly what they're doing, picking Tara, Beldam, Varys, and Slims. This is quite interesting, actually. Now, they had some bulky heroes now on their team. Martis BF Dementor. I believe they have to pick some heroes which has great armor penetration or armor reduction right now. I mean, Violet can buy items which does the similar things, but they need something. I believe they lack the support right now, support role. So I believe there are some supports who can deal damages like that. And also they have a hero. Okay, yes, exactly what we needed here in this game. Tolan is exactly what we needed in this draft. And look at that. Look at the
Two mid
amazing combination
laners
in
at
here.
the same time. I don't
I
actually
believe
support martyrs draft this time because they got two mid laners, Liliana and Tulen, all together.
The reason why I really like this Tulen pick is because Tulen is a really versatile hero, and he can play not only one role, not only two role, but three roles at the same time. So I believe this Tulen is gonna go Slayer lane, or maybe he's gonna play jungle. But I have high hopes for Omen playing jungle. So this Tulen pick opened up a lot of space. Like, it's confusing for me, confusing for you. It's also confusing for the enemy team as well. And you know, when you have more damage dealers on your team, and when you have more people who have high hyper burst spell, like a hyper carry like Tolan, hyper carry like Violet, hyper carry like Liliana in your mid lane, you are scared in team fights, right? Because they're dealing so much damage, they're doing so much in a team fight, they're controlling the crowd like crazy. This is why you should be scared, and I believe this is exactly what Martyr's BF want. And as I mentioned before, yes, looks like Tolan is gonna go jungle, I think.
Yes, he will. He is going for the
Yes, it's
jungle
gonna be
role,
a
but
Tolan jungle.
this is a bit awkward for me. But because I never seen a Tolan jungle in the professional stage. I've seen it in the pub games, but in the professional match, in a match where you can get to the grand finale, or you can let your opponent take this game and go for a deciding game. I don't think this is a good idea.
This isn't a good idea, but if they can make it work. I mean, I've seen Tolan do jungles before, and Tolan jungle is actually really quite OP because he can farm the creeps really fast and clear the jungle out. Like, if you notice the waves, like Tolan is already clearing out so many waves. Like, even before Shogun, who's playing Vera right now in the jungle, and it is Vera, right?
Mm-hmm. Who,
So
who is
yeah,
Vera?
Shogun's hero. It's called Vera, right?
Oh, Varus. Not Vera.
Oh, Varus, yeah. So he's clearing out pretty faster in here, and this is what I was talking about. Middle lane, I was talking. They're already starting a team fight in the middle lane, and Noodle will be the one to fall. And this time around, Armada having a kickstart with blood, and I don't know why they engaged in a team fight so early in this game, but Marta's burns this time around, and now they're going for another team fight. Looks like they'll be trying to get the dragon for themselves, and now the Slayer is spawned as well, but Marta's BF Dementor looks like they're not near the Slayer, so nobody will be contesting the Slayer. Meanwhile, oh, they're trying to get the dragon, and oh, look at that! Marta's BF Dementor just jumps in and takes the dragon, snatches it away from Armada. Armada, do they have any answer for that? They do not, and they just lose the dragon just like that. Marta's BF Dementor come out of nowhere, snatches their food, and runs away just like that. And we can call it a hit and run. That's the perfect example of a hit and run. What do you think about this one, Nitul? Were you expecting that snatch?
I was not, and the way the fight started, We Armada got the advantage. They took down one member in mid from Marta's BF, and they were in the driving seat. Then they went for the dragon, but unfortunately, Marta's BF was all on the spot, and they were perfectly timed. They were perfectly placed, and they took the dragons. They didn't actually took the dragon. They snatched it out of We Armada's hand, and We Armada will not be happy about it. And they, now that they already committed on the dragon, they cannot go for the Slayer right now, because there is a high possibility that We Armada will deal a lot
Oh
of
no,
damage
there
towards
looks like
the
they're
Slayer.
engaged in a team fight. Oh, look at that. Sky falling pretty low, and now Pain will try to take everyone inside the tower, but he will get taken out by Deaths. And now Crixie doing so much damage into the team fight with her spells. That spells are such a robust spells. This is why they picked Crixie, because they know that Crixie is gonna deal so much damage, and this is the damage they require, like Anthem. Throwing out those arrows, man, and dazing the enemies. That is so perfect. That is so perfect that it just got Pain killed, and Pain should be under such a pain right now that he just got decimated in this mid lane while his teammate was behind watching him die. They couldn't do anything, they couldn't answer anything. And now they're not done yet. We are Mara heading towards that bot tower. Looks like Martyrs BF will be there to answer. And now, what is he doing? No, he's out of their pain. Once again, goes for the pain. And looks like he really requires pain. And now he will be TPing back to the base because his HP is really low. We are Mara. Do they want to commit? No, they don't want to commit because they don't have Flicker, I believe. So they will just stay behind. And now look at this kind of aggression. This is the type of Armada we haven't seen before, the aggressive Armada. And as you mentioned before, Armada focuses on playing on mid game and late game, but this time around they're showing us something different. What are your thoughts about this, Nitul? Do you think that's their trump card?
Well, it might be their trump card, but I think they are creating a space where they can go for the Slayer without being contested, because they went for the Dragon and it was taken out by Martyrs BF. So maybe We Armada is thinking about something else. Maybe they are thinking about that, hey, if we show them that we can play aggressive, they will definitely be in a lot of trouble, and we can consider getting the Slayer. We can go for the towers as well. And meanwhile, the Slayer is still around that area. No one took the Slayer, and it's time for the second Dragon already. So you can feel the pressure that We Armada is facing already, because they did not go for the Slayer despite of having that huge advantage over the kill and network advantage as well. They're going for a second Dragon.
Oh, the Dragon. There's a fight between Dragon. Pain receiving quite a bit of damage once again, and that going forward, and that will receive such a high damage, and he's getting burst down pretty easily. He will use the Pickler to get out of there. Zero using his spell, hitting on all the enemies. Now that is quite low. He has to run away, and now everybody from We Armada is getting back, because my Martyrs Dementors, BF Dementors, seems like they're really strong, because 5 of their members are here, while the We Armada members are low, so they will just head back to base, teleport back to base to revive, and now ANK will finish off the Abyssal Dragon, and that will be a win for Martyrs BF Dementors.
They are in the driving seat again, and now We Armada is facing a lot of trouble, having a good game. They started it really well, they played it aggressive, but Martyrs BF showed them that they can play counter-aggressive as well, and now Zen will go for Blinking, but Blinking is a tanky boy and he will survive for now. But now he is taking, Zen will be taking the buff from Slayer lane, and that will give them a little bit of gold bonus, so they can go for some early itemization.
Oh, look at that, Pain.
Oh,
Pain! That was a nice push over from him. That's almost dying to that. And that was a really nice push over from Pain. Pain is doing so much work in this game. But he's receiving quite a bit of damage as well while he's trying to do it. So, Pain with the Thorn. Oh, now they're gonna fight over the red buff. Might buff, I believe. The red buff gives you damage.
Yep, it gives you DPS, and now Death is moving towards Ankh, but I don't think he can kill Ankh, and Sky will receive a lot of damage, and he will retreat for now because they cannot fight just like that, and Liliana is low on HP. They cannot force the fight like that, and Blinking is fighting Zen all alone, and Zen is really fat. Zen is not weak at all, so Blinking should be careful while taking care of this area. And now the Slayer will be spawning. This is the Dark Slayer, Zane. So what do you think?
I think the team fights or the game, whoever wins these fights, win these dragons, win these Slayers, takes these Slayers down, will be the one who will be controlling the next few minutes of the game. So it is really crucial moment for both of the teams. So I believe they will be coming around in this area to fight. And now look at that, Noodle dealing quite a bit of damage to the dragon. And now Martyrs BF Dementors, all of them are gathered here, and they will be pushing out the players from We Armada. We Armada, do they have any answer for this though? They're still sticking around, but they're not poking into the dragon because they know that they have to wait and they cannot win the fight. Because look at that, Tulen, he's farming so much right now. Tulen should be fat. Now Varus is also farming, quite farmed up, but I believe Tulen will be able to counter Varus pretty easily. And now look at that, they're trying to get inside the tower, deal some damage to 0-0. Oh, Pain, he tried to get Zero out of the tower, but he wasn't able to. And now, meanwhile, Anthem doing some work there, taking out the top tower for the red team. I mean bot tower for the red team. That's a really nice movement by Anthem. And now, oh, ANK will be killing Blink at the top lane. Yeah, he does go down. Blinking does go down, but I believe he is fine because in the other hand, We Armada is taking the Abyssal Dragon. I think this is a Holy Dragon. So in the other hand, March's BF Dementors will be taking out the Dark Slayer. So I guess this is a 101 trade.
Yep, and We Armada did not go for the snatching or did not contest the fight, but they will lose one mid turret on the way because Martyr's BF are starting to focus on the objectives. So I think We Armada should start taking some fights because they are strong at the moment and they can fight. They have the Holy Dragon with them, and now they will receive a huge chunk of damage, but it is not over. Pain is moving towards Blinking. Pain is looking for some opponents, and they will go for that.
He almost got a nice jump on that, and now look at that. Look at that, Zen. Seems to be in danger. He will receive quite a bit of damage from Shogun, and Shogun and Anthem are surrounding him, and Shogun is dead. They will spawn the Slayer though. Now Blinking he may have been there, but Zen may have died, but he made quite a bit of space for Martyr's BF Dementors because Martyr's BF Dementors will be taking out the mid tower, and that's all thanks to Zen, I believe. So Zen, even though he died, he did his job as a decoy.
Yeah, but look at the gold advantage. Like, if you look at the network, We Armada got 30.5k and Martyr's BF got 32.5k. So they're only ahead of 1.5 to 2k network. So that's not a lot. That's that's quite normal when it comes to 11 minutes. So both teams are equal and they can make a comeback happen. As the captain of We Armada told us that he believes in comebacks, and maybe they will show us a little bit of comeback by taking out Martyr's BF from this leaderboard and get this game 2 in their bag.
Yes, absolutely. And now we're seeing Zen all down once again. Now looks like he will be in danger as well. ANK now, and We Armada absolutely dominating the scene this time, but sure because Martyr's BF is still toward lead here, and Martyr's BF, we always know that they have something up in their sleeves, right? Like in the last game, We Armada was having a very good time in the early stages. They were taking the lead, but Martyr's BF Dementor changed the game somehow. They managed to turn it around, and maybe this time around they might be able to do the same thing. But for now, We Armada are looking really strong. But in terms of towers, in terms of objectives, in terms of like dragons, in terms of slayers, Martyr's BF Dementor are still leading the chart, and that's the most important things. Killing are not important. Maybe they're dying, but they are taking them out one by one.
And Noodle will be TPing from the side of We Armada, and We Armada is on the move. They took down 2 members from Martyr's BF, but Martyr's BF is not afraid of them, and now Sky will get caught on the way, but he will be able to survive for now, and We Armada will be placed themselves with 1 mid turret. That is all they can do for now because Zayn and Ankh is back into the fight.
Yes, and now they're engaged into another fight here where they tried to maybe contest for this might buff here, and now they want to take them out of this zone again, zone out, so that they can take the Slayer. And I like these kind of movements from these teams where they just try to zone out the other team while the team tries to take the Slayer, and don't be poking the Slayer, they'll just go around and try to reset the lanes, because it's really important to reset the Armada finally feeling strong enough to hit the Slayer, because they have information that the players from Martyr's BF Dementors are not present in this area, and Marta's BF Dementors are actually taking out the Holy Dragon in the other side, because I believe they are focusing on the network because they need items, and to get the items they need gold, and to get more gold easier they need to take these dragons and these creeps. So they're playing pretty split game right now, and looks like we Armada are gonna try to get those objectives. And as I mentioned before, objective wise they weren't really high enough, but now they've equalized, and now they're gonna start a team fight. My Martius Dementors, they try to come back from the MBD. What are they doing? They're not trying to get in,
They will
because
go down.
the Armada are really strong right
well.
now, and they'll go down as well. And now look at that, they're just marching forward. We Armada, they're like an army. As the name says, Armada means navy in Spanish, and look at them, they are actually the army themselves. They are the navy. Looks like how they will be marching forward, and Liliana doing so much damage. I mean, not Liliana, Trixie doing so much damage using her ultimate, and now they're gonna fall. Trixie will finally go down 0, but they will take down the Nexus with them, maybe or maybe not. Look at that comeback coming in from them, and now ANK is the only one alive. ANK trying to deal damage, but there's 3 people alive from them, and now ANK is the only person alive. He will be chasing them down, and we Armada trying to be super pushy here. They weren't able to take down the Nexus, and now they have to retreat. And will that be okay though, because the creeps will take down tier 2 tower, and now Marta's BF Dementor, they will get another chance, and we Armada weren't able to finish that quite easily, weren't able to take that Nexus down, and now the Slayer is spawned. I believe this is an Evolved Infinite Slayer, and now if my Marta's BF Dementor can take this Slayer down, maybe they can do the comeback. But they have to remember their Nexus is not in a good condition, so they have to be aware. If they lose one more fight, it's over for them.
Definitely, and Shogun is trying to hook Pain into their area, but he will not be able to do that, and Death will receive a little bit of damage. Blinking, Death, Zero, Shogun, or everyone is around this
Look at
place.
that Pain. He goes in and gets in 3 members, but now Martyrs BF Dementor, they're falling apart, they're crumbling, they're dying one by one. What are they doing? Do they have enough damage to take them down? They're trying to do something, and now Nulu will take down somebody, but there's still 4 members from Martyrs, 4 members from We Armada alive, and now We Armada, they're looking very low, and now they're trying to find them down. Shogun will survive with a little bit of HP, but they will be taking out. And now Marta's BF Dementor, they're coming, they know about the Slayer, and now look at the TP Shogun! Shogun might just die. Oh no! He just survived somehow. That was just by an inch. And Marta's BF Dementor, once again, they have another chance. And now can they make use of this chance though? Violet is alive. They can try to go for the Slayer, but I don't think they feel safe, because all of the members from We Armada are almost resurrected and alive. So Marta's BF Dementors, they're playing cautious. They're not gonna force anything out of this game. They're not gonna make it mistakes. And We Armada will also try to do the same. They'll get the Slayer, and then they'll try to get the enemies. Other than that, they won't try to do anything. And now look at them, hiding inside the bushes. And now I think, oh, a plane will find Blinking, and Blinking will just go forward and get Noodles. And now, oh, Zen is in danger. Zen, he seems to be taken out, and Zen is gone, just like that. ANK dealing quite a bit of damage, and Zen will take down Zero. Zero is gone, the damage is gone. Now Pain is in trouble, he needs help, and he needs it right now. Noodle's receiving quite a bit of damage. Pain will also fall down, and it's all left to ANK right now. ANK and Noodle will also go down, and ANK and Sky are the only one alive. They're dealing quite a bit of damage. Sky, the Liliana, he's using shapeshifts, so he'll go forward. Dead, receiving quite a bit of damage, and he's gone. He's dead. And now Blinking is left alone here. ANK and Sky are doing so much things on their own, and Blinking, he's still around, sticking around. He's a tanky guy, he doesn't care about anything. Sky is still shape-shifted into a fox, so he will deal some damage. And now finally he's back to human form. So that was a really nice fight coming in from both of the teams. Look at that action. We Armada, Marta's BF Dementors, they're not giving up on each other. They're just gonna take this game into a whole new level, and they're using everything they have into them.
Absolutely, and they took down three members from Martyrs BF, and whereas Martyrs BF took only two members out from We Armada, so that is a complete win in their book. But look at the network difference; it is not more than 100 gold. So We Armada are not quite there yet because Martyrs BF got everything in their hand. Maybe they lost two or three fights, but they are not out of this game yet. Oh, there's a little fight going on.
Yes. Oh, looks like
Pain
there's gonna
will
be
deal a
engaged in
lot of
another
damage, but
fight.
now it will go
Oh,
down.
look at that. Oh, Pain. He
This
just
is
received
a
a lot of
really
pain right
good
now.
opening for We Armada because We Armada will be doing the Infinite Slayer, and if they
But
can
it's
take
really
the
hard to
Infinite
take
Slayer,
the Slayer down now because look at the HP. He's a one chunky guy, and Martyr's BF Dementor, they're trying to poke them. They're trying to poke them really, really hard right now, but will they be able to do so? I don't think they'll be able to do so. Zen comes forward, but there's nothing happening right now. So We Armada finally getting that Evolved Infinite Slayer should help them push out the waves, and now they're gonna head towards the bot lane. And I will let you continue, Nitul, with what you were saying.
I was saying that if they can get the Slayer, the Infinite Slayer, they can definitely take this victory home because the Infinite Slayer will be dealing a huge amount of damage towards the towers, the turrets, and meanwhile, if the Martyrs BF goes for the Infinite Slayer, We Armada can go into another lane, or maybe they can stick and fight so that they can win this fight, or maybe they can deal a huge amount of damage towards the turrets and they can take out the turrets and Nexus at the same time. So it is a
And
matter
now,
of
with
time.
the Slayer spawned in the mid lane, they're pushing forward, they're marching forward. Once again, Armada being the soldiers they are, and now are their Martyrs BF Dementors are there to defend, and now Blinking goes forward, and now they will catch him straight away, and now Pain is still inside. Pain is not safe yet. Pain needs help, and he won't be able to getting some because We Armada are there to stop anybody who's coming to help Pain right now. And now look at that, Zen going forward in between 5 members, and he's fighting all of them alone, and he will just deal quite a bit of damage, but not enough to kill anybody, and he will be taken out immediately. And now We Armada marching forward and will take down every member from Martyrs BF Dementor one by one, and that should be the end of the second game, where We Armada showed that even though they were under such pressure, they were gonna in a situation where they are do and die, they are coming victorious at the end.
Yeah, definitely, and We Armada played it really wise, and they secured the game too for themselves. And maybe they are really confident with their plays. Maybe they are really confident with their drafts. And as we mentioned, that We Armada is really good with mid and late game scenarios. They just showed us that, and they were really good in early stage as well because they pushed Martyrs BF to a limit, but Martyrs, after 2 or 3 minutes, Martyrs BF came back real strong. Till 7 or 8 minutes, Martyrs BF was on the driving seat. They were taking every objective. They were taking out the fights. But well, they could not deal a lot of damage, or maybe they could not deal. Could not take a huge amount of objectives, but they were ahead of We Armada. But after after 10 minutes to be exact, We Armada showed them how good they are in the late game and
Absolutely.
mid to late game, and they took down the Dark Slayer. They sent the Dark Slayer to top lane, and they secured the fight as well as the top inner turret. So yeah, they're really
Yes,
good with their
and
plays. And look at the highlights.
look at the highlights. They're absolutely amazing game. Like, this game was so good. Like, Martyrs BF Dementor, they were doing such well. They were like having the objectives. They were having such a nice early game. But the way We Armada came back to the game, the way they were fighting, the way they were choosing to fight was such an amazing state that they always, came up top in every single team fight, and they managed to, if they keep losing the team fights, if they keep winning the team fights, at a certain point they will just win the game. And this is exactly what happened.
Well, at first, when Martyrs BF actually stole the Holy Dragon, Abyssal Dragon, that was the moment We Armada felt the pressure because they could not go for the Slayer at first. They waited for 6 minutes. They waited for actually 7 minutes to secure that Slayer, and then they went for the Dark Slayer as well. And that was the time when they made the comeback happen, because Dark Slayer actually helped them a lot in that top lane, and Dark Slayer was taking out the turret, and meanwhile We Armada was focusing on the heroes, and they took the fight. They owned the fight. They almost ended the game there, but Ankh was too good with his plays, and he hold the ground. He held his teammates Nexus. He held his team's Nexus, so that they can live to fight another day. He was just holding the game till his teammates came back into the game. And then when We Armada took the retreat, Ang did not follow them. Ang did not go for the kills because he was scared of it. If he dies there, that would be a game over. It is a game over now,
Yes.
but I think they were waiting for a little bit of comeback. But unfortunately, We Armada was on the top. We Armada was really good with their plays. We Armada did everything that could give them the game. Yeah.
Yeah, the way We Armada played this game, like the way they were sticking together, all five of them, and the way they were helping each other, protecting each other. Like you saw how dominant Marta's BF players were. Like Zen going inside, five of them to fight them all alone, solo them, and then there were some heroes like Ankh. He was dealing so much damage. He was doing so much in a team fight, in every single team fight actually, and like how amazingly We Armada held them off. Like death was absolutely amazing in that terms. Like, and also we have to give it out to Blinking, who tanked it out really amazingly. So the way they combined their team together was literally I would say perfection, literally perfect, next to perfect. That was absolutely amazing. So yeah, with that said, um they actually deserve to win this fight, and now they are gonna take us to the third game, which was really amazing because I was expecting to see a third game. I don't want to see a Bangladeshi team just get out of there. And now we have the player face off. Look at that, Slims with 10 kills. Anthem absolutely going ham right now. I told you this was their trump card, and this is it. This is indeed their trump card. Look at that score, Nitul. What do you have to say about this score?
Well, I believe Anthem was on to the point, on to the next level where he plays really well. Where he play well, we have seen Anthem play the Slims before, and he is really good with it. I think We Armada was planning on this from the very beginning, and they managed the draft just like that. They actually secured that hero for themselves, and Anthem showed us how good he is with that hero. Well, not only this only hero, he is really good as ADC. He's one of the best player from Bangladesh. So yeah, just like that, he is really good. He
Yes.
showed us how good he is. He showed us that he can be deadly at some point. And out of 19, he got 10 kills for himself. That is a lot.
Yes, and We Armada, I would say Anthem really deserves to be the MVP in this game, and a really high deserved MVP actually. Like if out of this tournament, I would say this MVP was one of the best MVPs so far.
Mhm.
And what do you think about
And
that? Like,
I
have
feel
you seen Anthem played Slims before and do this kind of play?
I've seen him play Sims before, and he was destructive from the very beginning with that hero. But I want to mention one thing, that Martyrs BF actually made a lot of mistakes in this game because they picked Tulen and Liliana all together. Maybe that was a misclick, I guess, or maybe that was the plan from the very beginning. But that did not work at all because they suffered a lot. Tulen is not a proper jungler in my opinion. Well, I've seen Tulen playing jungle in pub games. I believe you have seen Tulen in pub games as well. But I never felt like Tulen is a proper jungler. Like you could go for a Kripna. Like that would definitely give you a lot of space. That would definitely give you a bit of disabilities. You will definitely be able to disable your opponent or maybe jump on them, maybe be an initiator. That would definitely help a lot. But Tolan is a squishy hero, in my opinion, and he was really squishy in the game as well. He could not survive when he was in front, and they took down Ankh in the beginning of the fight. That cost them a lot because if a hero cannot use his spells properly, if a hero cannot deal proper damage, I don't think that hero is deserves to be a jungler or deserves to be a engager. So yeah, it feels like that Ankh was just like a minion when he goes down in the early fight, but unfortunately, Martyrs BF could not do anything about it. Martyrs BF did a little bit of mistakes, and that cost them the game. But in the third game, I believe they have something else in their mind, and they might come up with something different. They might come up with some extraordinary tactics. But then again, we Armada, this is a game of revenge. We Armada was eliminated from upper bracket and thrown into the lower bracket by none other than Martyrs BF Dementor. So this time they're here. They're here to take the revenge on them. They're here to go to the grand finale and face the only Myanmar team that is sitting in the grand finale at the moment, and that is none other than Stray Hope. And Stray Hope never faced We Armada before. We Armada never faced Stereo before. So that will be a sight for our sore eyes. So yeah, I am really hyped for We Armada in this game 3 because I think they will definitely look for the revenge. They're thinking about it, they're going for it. They already showed us that they can be better than Martyrs VF, and they defeat them in the game 2. They also played really good in the game 1, and they took the confidence here as we were talking about it in the draft phase that if uh, we Armada can get their confident heroes, they will shine. They will definitely destroy Martyrs BF, and that is just what they did. So yeah, we're gonna be heading towards the game 3. So what do you think? What different can we Armada or Martyrs BF can do, or what different draft they can show us that will definitely give them the victory?
Um, I personally believe that the reason why Martyr BF lost is there's a big role behind their draft. Obviously, like there's a big fault behind their draft, as you mentioned. Like Tulen wasn't like kind of sitting in that. Tulen is a amazing hero without a doubt, and Tulen would have been really good against the draft of We Armada. But Tulen was not a good pick for Martyr's BF Dementor's draft. Like the draft they had, like we saw Zen playing Tulen. He was like getting inside five of them, but he wasn't receiving any help because all of the heroes from Martyr's BF Dementors were very squishy. Like we've seen Ang, we've seen Liliana. They just stayed behind. They couldn't get inside
Yeah,
like with Zen to join the fight.
Ant actually played really good Tulan, but it was not up to the mark because
Yes.
it was a squishy hero. And woman Zen, when Zen went to the fight as a woman, and he could not finish the job properly because We Armada was focusing on the Tulan at first. They were taking down the Tulan, and then they were focusing on other heroes. But if
Yes.
they if when they kept Tulan aside of the fight, and when Tulan came in the fight in a late scenario, well, We Armada already destroyed the team fight of Martyrs BF by then. Then Ang could not deal a lot of damage. Ang was not able to do what he supposed to be doing. So yeah, that just cost them the game.
Yes, and absolutely what you said. Like Martyr's BF Dementor, Omen as a Zen wasn't like receiving quite any help in the team fight. So Ankh was doing a lot, was playing really good, but maybe if he had a hero with except for, oh, this time around, this is what I was talking about, maybe if he had something like Hayate, maybe the things would have been different. And this time around, yes, we will have an Hayate and Omen here, which is the combo I was expecting to say. The Omen didn't have a Hayate in the last game, and that is what they were lacking. But this time around, they will be different. And now look at that, Kefni. Okay, one of the really high damage dealing marksmen of the game, with followed up by the high magical damage Crixie. Now this game is already spicing me up. I'm getting shivers after seeing this draft. Okay, this is the third game. This is gonna be the most interesting game, do or die situation for both of the teams. And look at that draft already. They're already throwing out so many spices that my eyes will start hurting in a bit. What is that? What is going on right now?
Well, they picked Irie after Kefni, but I think Woman and Hayate is a deadly combo because Woman can hold opponent in a place, and Hayate's shurikens will be dealing a lot of damage to that single hero. But if Iri and Trixie can take down Hayate in starting of the fight, if Hayate's positioning is not good enough, he will definitely taken down without without any second chance, and that will definitely
Yes.
cost We Armada the team fights because they will lose their actual ADC, they will lose their proper fighting spirit because they will not have enough damage to finish off Martyrs BF Dementors. But then
Absolutely
again,
amazing. And
if
and as I was saying, like this Hayat and Omen combo, like you said, is a deadly combo, and I believe so. And it's really good against heroes like Crixie and Kafni. Like they're very squishy, especially Crixie. And you know, Omen, like you saw how Zen played Omen last game. He was just literally getting inside all of the team members. Now this time around, Armada taking the Omen. So this time, Omen will be doing the same thing. He just likes to get inside people, and Hayate also does the same thing because he has a dash ability and his ultimate where he just throws around shurikens all around himself and goes inside. And he has an ability where he keeps on throwing shurikens towards that, and that is super deadly for Crixie. And if Omen and Hayate jumps in, and look at that with Lumber, who likes to block people, who gets people in the same place. He's like a very nice initiator. With these three people initiating a team fight, I don't see anybody standing in their way. I don't see anybody able to take that burst damage.
but the main question is, will Hayate play as a mid laner or will Hayate play as a ADC?
That's
The
probably gonna
question
be an ADC
remains.
Hayate. That's gonna be probably gonna be an ADC Hayate, and Omen playing the jungle role and Lumber playing the tank, and we are ought to see a mid laner
Woman is a
and a
warrior, by the way. He is not
yeah.
good at jungle. In this game, he is not because they need early aggression against Irie and Quixie. So they will need a
Oh,
jungler, a
then
proper
Omen will be
jungler
playing
that can
Slayer lane
warrior.
probably, I
Yep,
guess.
yep.
Yeah, Slayer lane. That's gonna be Slayer lane. Maybe they'll get another jungle, and Lumber will be playing the support tank, and then maybe they get a jungle, they get a mid laner. They still have Liliana left in the mid lane, so that's an option for Armada.
Yep, absolutely. But We Armada can freak Monsters BF with that, and
Vera.
they did. Vera in the mid lane. Ooh, this is gonna be a bloodbath because Vera, We Armada showed us how good they can play with this hero. They secured the last day's Venom Esports, the last game against Venom Esports, and they secured the victory in their name. So Vera is a confident pick coming in from We Armada, and We Armada is filling this game already. I think they are ready to take this game in their bag, in their home, and they are ready to secure that grand finale position for themselves. But the question remains, can Martyrs BF counter them, counter Vera and Hayate all together with their last two picks? And they already took Veldum at the fourth pick, and oh, Lubu? A Lubu coming in? Okay.
Okay, that's quite interesting. Lubu. I believe Lubu is a really strong hero, especially and okay, Lubu. This is interesting. This is really interesting. I mean, it
I don't
doesn't
know
fill in
how
your
they're
expectations,
gonna. Yeah,
but
I don't know how
but
they're gonna fit their heroes perfectly here, but as at a game like this, the final deciding game, it should not go for Beldum, Luvu, and Kefni all together. And look at that, the last pick will be Butterfly.
and you are right. Yes, this Omen will be playing Slayer lane indeed because Butterfly will be going to the jungle, and now we
Mhm.
Armada are looking really strong with this draft, but if we talk about heroes like these Hayate, Omen, Lumber, if they initiate and if they fail to capture the enemies, if they fail to catch them, if they fail to have a good initiation, this could be really bad for them. They are really strong, they're really strong, and I don't think any heroes can withstand a Lumber, Hayate, and Omen coming towards them. But if they fail and get in the traps of Lubu and other heroes, and maybe Quixie dealing some damage. And Kafni, how dangerous she is, how run and gun she is. She's just gonna run and gun everybody in her way, and that's gonna be really a disaster for them. But we have both of the teams with amazing drafts, and we are looking forward to this game, and we are live, but with a pause.
Yep, a pass coming in from Red Team, which is none other than We Are Mada. They're thinking what they should do right now. And Shogun will be playing the Butterfly in the jungle. And I was a bit unsure about their positioning because I thought that will go for Butterfly and Shogun will go for the Lumber because Lumber is a good jungler in my opinion as well because I've seen Lumber doing the jungle and succeeding with that role, but they are not gonna take any chances. They will definitely go for that simple play. They will be focusing on the Butterfly jungle lane and Lumber as the tank, and that is a really good tank player. So we will be
And I
seeing
think,
something different this time.
uh-huh. I think that last pick Lubu coming in was to counter this combo of Hayate and Zen and Lumber, because Lubu is also one of those charge and slash heroes and who likes to charge in, So I think that's the case why they picked Lubu, and Lubu's gonna be playing Slayer lane, I believe. So look at that. Look at that. Martyrs B have Dementors. They're already going in. Oh, Anthem. Anthem have to use the flicker in the early game, and now they're having a really fight over this Sage buff, Might buff. I mean, oh, I don't know who took the Might buff, but I think it was Anthem, right? Was it Anthem though?
Yes, and uh,
Yes, it was Anthem
I
who took the
guess
Might buff.
yes.
Yes. So, as I was mentioning before, like this Lubu is a really good hero to counter that possibility. But we
Oh,
see
that was a Sage buff, by the way, not my buff. That was a
oh yeah,
Sage
yeah, the
buff.
Sage buff. Yeah, the
I
Sage
was a
buff.
bit confused
The
about it,
blue.
then I figured it out. Yeah,
Yeah, my
it
bad
was
on
a
that
Sage
one.
buff.
Blue buff, Sage buff, the spell cooldown reduction. But yeah, so as we see already that both of the teams are doing pretty random movements right now. I don't think they're random because they have something in mind, because they're trying to create pressure on each other. That's all about the early phases. Like, you don't have any exceptional things to do. You just go around, pressurize the lanes, pressure the enemies, and farm and get yourself some golds. So that should be the first priority for both of the teams: getting golds. Be greedy, get golds.
Absolutely, and look at the goal advantage coming in from, well, Martyrs. We have got 1k, well, not 1k, sorry,
Oh, they're
100
gonna fight
difference.
over the Abyssal Dragon right now in this 2-minute mark. But looks like We Are Mara are kinda strong right now, as they have 5 members over here to take down the Abyssal Dragon. And now we don't get to see 5-member initiating on a dragon quite often. Now, what do you think about this move from We Are Mara?
Well, I think We Are Mada was sure about this because Oh, there's a fight going on. Pain.
Oh,
Pain will
oh,
go down.
oh, there's a huge fight going
Shogun.
on in this mid lane. What the heck, Pain? I mean, I wasn't totally expecting that. The camera was somewhere else, and I didn't notice the map. But what is this going on? They're just everybody crowded in the map mid area, and a team fight will just break out. And in the team fight, Pain will take down somebody. I think that was Shogun, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's
Shogun
not
went
really a
down with
good sign. Yeah, Shogun got down in the team fight, and that's
Well,
really
not
really
Shogun.
bad.
Shogun
Bad for him.
actually got the kill. Shogun did not go down. Shogun actually.
Oh yeah,
got the
Shogun
kill.
got the kill on Pain. Yeah, Shogun got the kill on Pain. So Pain went down, I think. I think Pain tried to, like do his freaky plays where he just initiates and like tries to take one of the enemies with him so that his team can deal damage, and he just failed, I think. So yeah. And now look at that, Marta's BF. I think this is one of their signature moves where they try to go for the after engaging in team fight in the mid lane. They try to go for the bot lane.
Absolutely, and now they're focusing on Pain, but Pain will be surviving for now, and Ankh is in the mid lane. But I don't think Ankh is ready to take any fight at all at this point because he is still on the early stage. He is still focusing on the jungling stage, and now Pain Anthem will deliver a little bit of damage towards Pain, but Pain will not lose a huge amount of HP, and he will survive for now.
Yes, indeed, and look at that. He's still hiding inside the jungle trying to make a play, but I don't think he will be able to do anything because Zero has a really strong idea about what is to come, so he will just fail back. And now look at that, Pain going forward again to get deaths, and that will be safe here. So there's no action coming in from them. I think they're waiting for the dragon to spawn, and the dragon will be spawned in 30 seconds. And look at that, Pain just get decimated just like that. Shogun coming out of nowhere, and now he will just die. And now they're going forward to get the buff as well, and they looks like they will not be able to take the buff as A and K will take it. But the aggression coming in from We Armada, this is, I believe, what you call it, a trump card, because not only last game they showed us their aggressive side, but this game as well they're showing the same thing once again, the aggressive side of the Armada. Now what do you think about this one, Nitul? If they play aggressively like this, will they be able to take down Starry Hopes if they win obviously against Marta's BF this third game and go to the grand finals? What do you think?
Well, I think Martyrs BF still got a lot of opportunities around here because it's only 5 minutes into the game, and they should go for some early action here. They should go for some kills, but I don't think they can go for now because never mind. They are engaging in a fight. Blinking is low. Death is low, but We Armada is confident about their place, so they are still on the area. They are not afraid of it.
And absolutely they are not, because we see Zen over here. He's building up his strength quite a bit, because if Zen is strong, their team will have a lot of opportunities to go in. Also Ankh, because Ankh is probably the main initiator, and now Ankh trying to get some damage on Blinking, and Noodle will come to help, but Blinking will just get out of here. Now Shogun is here. Shogun is trying to take down Ankh, and they will be able to do so. And now Shogun is going ham on right now. Noodle is also in danger. Look at the damage coming in from Shogun. Will be so much. And now Pain is also in danger. Pain will just use Flicker to get out of there. Zero is there. Vera is dealing quite a bit of damage to them, but they seem to be safe right now. Shogun with those plays. Look at this guy. This guy is absolutely dominating right now. Such a beast.
Definitely, and there is another fight coming in, and oh my god, Zen will go down on the process, and they will secure the mind buff as well as the sage buff in their name. We Armada is on the driving seat. They are showing no mercy to Martyrs BF, and they are on the move. They will secure the Dark Slayer, and they will move towards the top lane, I believe. But oh no, they decided to hide here and wait for Martyrs BF to make a mistake. And Sky, as a Trixie, he is coming towards this top lane, and maybe they're looking for something. Maybe they're looking for some kills. Maybe they're looking for some heads as well. But members from We Armada are playing it real slow. They're going for the okay. They're going
Now
for
look at
the
that.
buff.
They're hiding.
Okay.
Yeah, now Martyr's BF is also hiding in the bushes to steal the buff, and now looks like they won't be engaging, and now they want to try to go for the mid. Oh, ANK, what is he doing? And now look at that Lumber climbing in with the wall, and now they're fighting in a Pain falling pretty low, and now they're gonna take down one by one, and this is the initiation I was talking about. This is the aggression I was talking about. Ankh goes down, and Nuru goes down, and this is how strong We Armada's lineup is, and with this combo, with this combo of Omen, with this combo of Hayate, with this combo of Lumber catching those 3 members, absolutely amazing, and they take down 2 members from Martyr's BF Dementors, and Martyr's BF Dementors is not able to get any single kill in this game now, and now with those kills done in the mid lane, We Armada are looking really strong as they will take down the Infinite Slayer. The first Infinite Slayer of the game will go down.
That is the Dark Slayer, by the way, not the Infinite Slayer. Infinite Slayer comes after 14.5 minutes.
It was
yeah,
Infinite Slayer, I think. That was written Infinite Slayer in the screen, so that's what I said, I think. But yeah, so as we're speaking, oh look at that, Pain. What do you think about this combo? Like, look how strong this combo is. Like, they literally got decimated in seconds in the mid lane in the last fight.
Definitely, We Armada is, as I told you before, We Armada is in the driving seat, and they are showing no mercy to Martyr's BF, and they are now going for the Holy Dragon as well. If they can get the Holy Dragon, they will definitely go for the mid lane push, or maybe the bot lane push. They will go for another team fight, and they will be succeed again because they have a lot of damage. They are experience ahead of Martyr's BF, so Martyr's BF will receive a lot of. Ooh, Pain almost went down, but Pain will survive for now. But I don't think We Armada will show any mercy towards Martyr's BF. They are going towards the start, and they will go inside, and they will take down 2 members. Make that free.
Oh, ANK survives somehow. ANK survives with a little bit of HP. Oh my god, the aggression coming in from We Armada is just too much, man. I do not know. Like, this team already looking so strong, and I don't see anyhow Martyr's BF Dementor coming back to this game as We Armada are heading towards their base, just a little by little, taking everything away from them, taking away their dream of winning this tournament, snatching it away from them, and making them look like they never existed in here.
Yep, and We Armada is here for the revenge, as we already talked about this, that they are here for the revenge, because Martyr's BF are the team that actually played really good in the upper bracket in
and
day
now look
one.
at that. Oh, Armada, they're waiting inside the jungle, and now Pain gets caught. Pain, it looks like he'll be receiving quite a bit of damage, and he is very low. He will blink out, and Noodle will die in the process of saving Pain, and now they're trying to save Pain, but they won't be able to do so, and in the process of trying to do something in there, they will lose 2 members, and now We Armada once again in the lead. And now, will they try to go for the towers? There are no creeps though, there are no minions, so they're waiting for the minions. I don't think they'll be doing something, so they'll just go inside the jungle and take down the buffs.
Exactly, and they are not hasty with their plays. They're not going for the Nexus just like that. They're holding for the next Infinite Slayer and Holy Dragon
Now
as
that, oh,
well.
Onyx almost dying there. Onyx received quite a bit of damage, and that was a very nice initiation from Lumber, but Onyx was fast enough to react, and now the Infinite Slayer is up, and now Infinite Slayer will be taken with ease, and these teams are not even scared. And look at that. With that Infinite Slayer, they should be heading towards the crown. They should be heading towards the victory. They should be heading towards to become the champions and of the lower bracket this series, and they should be, try to go for Stereo Hope, who are waiting for them in the grand finale.
Exactly, and I think We Armada is really confident with their plays. I don't know why Martyr's BF came up with Lubu in this draft, because Lubu is unable to do anything at this point. It feels like
Yes.
Lubu is complete useless as a jungler because look at the experience difference coming in. Butterfly level 15 and Lubu is only level 13. So Lubu did not have a really good lane, did not have a really good early stage as well. And meanwhile, they're doing the Holy Dragon here. And on the other hand, they already summoned the Dark Slayer in the bot lane. Dark Slayer was taken down by Marches BF, but I don't think they are able to. They will be able to take down members from We Armada because We
Yes. It
Armadas
was
are
just a distraction.
really failing the game. And look
That
at
was a
the
decoy.
turret. Look at the turret destruction. Like We Armada got 6 turrets in their pocket, but Martyrs BF got none.
Yes, we Armada showing absolutely dominance in this third game. Like as their captain said, they're always, calm. They're always playing their game. They never get hyper, and I believe this man when he said the comeback is possible. When he said they're calm. When he said that they're really, really calm players. I believe he was telling the lie. I wasn't. I believe he wasn't telling the lie. And now look at that. Lumber going forward. Lumber will use the wall, reduce their armor, but nothing serious here. They won't be able to catch anybody. So just a false initiation. And now We Armada will get back because they are waiting for the jungle creeps, and they will take the buffs from the jungle. And I believe they're waiting for the Slayer to spawn again. And this time this will be an evolved Infinite Slayer, which will help them a lot in the next push. And you know how hard it is to take down an evolved Infinite Slayer. It's really hard. He has so much HP on his base place. So now We Armada, look at that. They're being patient inside the jungle. Quixie will spot them out. Death will get spotted, but he won't leave his position as he's just sitting there. And look at We Armada. All of them are hiding inside the bushes. All of them are trying to set up a team fight. Oh, that's with Lumber. Will stick around the area, but nothing so serious coming in from them. But there's gonna be a huge team fight when this Infinite Slayer spawns, because we know this Infinite Slayer is the deciding factor for this game. If We Armada gets to take this evolved Infinite Slayer, they will just tear down everything in their way and defeat Martyr's BF Dementor without even showing any mercy. And now look at that, We Armada feeling so strong after seeing the Slayer get spawned, and they're just waiting for Martyr's BF Defense to make a move, to make a mistake, so that they can punish them with that. And now Death, look at him, he's tanking out so many spells, and now he sees many players, but do they want to go though? They're not going yet, they're still hiding. And now Shogun will be spotted with Crixie's spell, and now they're trying to get the creep wave. And now look at that, Zen receiving quite a bit of damage from Zero. Zero with the Vera, throwing out the bats, but they're not there yet. And now Death, and once again they're hiding. They see ANK, but do they want to go though? Shogun is trying to take down the Slayer, and meanwhile Rumble will jump in, and there's a team fight going on. ANK receiving quite a bit of damage. Anthem is there. Everyone is from the We Armada is there, and they are, looks like they're stunned in a single place, but they cannot do anything. But ANK falls down, and nobody from We Armada has done anything. And meanwhile Shogun will take down the Dark Infinite Slayer, and this should be the deciding factor for them. This should be the push We Armada needed for them. While ANK is still dead for 30 seconds, We Armada has the upper hand right now. They are quite a bit low. Anthem, when I mean they, I mean Death is quite low on health, but his health is regenerating at a very certain space. So now with this Infinite Slayer coming from the mid lane, they will try to go forward, and they will try to take down their base one by one, We Armada. And now what are the answers from BF Dementors? BF Dementors, can they hold off? I think they can, because ANK is already back, and now Praying tries to go in. He won't be able to catch anybody. They're trying to hit the towers. They're trying to take damage the towers as much as they can. And now look at that, Lumber getting 3 people stunned with his wall. And now Pain is inside. Zen is inside. Anthem dealing quite a bit of damage now. In here, Zero gets taken down immediately, and Zero with no Zero in the battle. And now my Martyrs BF Dementors, they're doing it. They're taking down We Armada right now. And now Blinking is dead as well, and he will revive, and he will get taken down immediately as well. Martyrs BF Dementors, they have shown that they're not done with this game yet, because they showed the comeback. They're still strong, and they will take down the Infinite Slayer as well. But in the process, they received quite a bit of damage on the towers, so We Armada couldn't finish them off. This time around, Martyrs BF Dementors may have come back a little and shown that you cannot overstep on our territory, and kills 4 members from We Armada, and We Armada are holding themselves back right now, and Martyrs BF Dementors are heading towards their base. Nitul, what do you think? Do you think Martyrs BF can come back this game?
Well, this is a do or die situation because after 6 seconds, blinking will be here, and I think this fight will go towards Armada. But look at the goal difference. Martyrs VF secured the goal, and they came back with I don't know, like they were in a huge disadvantage. They had like 7k gold disadvantage from We Armada, but now they have only 2k disadvantage from We Armada. So they came back real strong. They can do it again, I believe, and this is the fight. This is the moment of truth. Okay, blinking will go down. Even before the fight could started, blinking is down, and now Shogun.
And
They're
now look at
focusing
them.
on the
They're
Shogun.
going on Shogun. Oh, Martyrs BF. They're taking down one by one everyone. Shogun is dead. He will revive and he will get taken down immediately again. And now 3 people are gone from We Armada. Martyrs BF Dementors. They're doing it. They're doing the comeback, and they're gone for 40 seconds. Will this be enough to take the tower down? Will this be enough to take the Nexus down and take the glory for themselves? Martyrs BF are showing that they are not done yet, and they're having a huge comeback of this life. If they win this game, then that means that'll be so sad for We Armada, because We Armada was playing the whole game, and now look at that, and Nexus is falling one by one, and Martyrs BF Dementor with an amazing comeback. The kill difference is still low for Martyrs BF Dementor with 9 kills and 13 kills for We Armada, but We Armada was dominant throughout the whole game. But at the end, Martyrs BF Dementor, they just needed one fight. They just needed that one single fight where they have to turn the tables upside down, and exactly that's what they did. Martyrs BF Dementor, such a calm play, such a nice play, such a nice team coordination. They managed to take the comeback. Martyrs Dementors are the winners of your third game, and thus the series.
That was some unexpected play coming in from Martyrs BF, and I think We Armada actually fell into their own trap because they summoned the Infinite Slayer in the mid lane, and they did not go with the Slayer. They were moving towards top, and that's where they made the mistake because they were separated from each other. They were not sticking, and Shogun came in. Shogun was down just like that. Then one by one, everyone came in and went down by Martyrs BF. Martyrs BF
Exactly.
did not waste the opportunity to take out each member from We Armada because that was a do or that situation for them. We Armada was pushing towards the base. One in one lane and another lane was pushed by the Infinite Slayer. So they did not, Martyrs BF did not have a lot of opportunities. Look at them, they're celebrating the moment. Okay, they're really happy. Like it feels like
Yes.
they're seeing a rainbow out of nowhere. Like it feels like when it's raining outside, you want to go out but you can't, but suddenly the rain stopped and you see a beautiful rainbow coming in. That's how
Yes.
that's how happy they are right now. And if you see the face of Ankh, he is really happy, and he is really happy with his team as well because his team played really good. Well, Ankh did not have a proper game in the early stage. He could not do a lot of damage. He could not deal a huge chunk of damage towards the enemies. He could not deliver anything. He did not help his team in the early fight, but they gave him space. They gave him proper space to come back stronger. And when An got his items, he went in like a monster, and he held his opponents into a place where his teammates can come and destroy them from inside. And that's what they did. That's what they did to secure that last team fight. Well, the fight before the last team fight, and then the last fight we were talking about in front of the mid lane. That was amazing. If We Armada
Indeed.
thought they can do something different, but unfortunately the game was over by then, and We Armada was taken out by Martyrs BF. I don't think We Armada are happy about this, and We Armada's captain's word those words that comeback is real has turned against them. And Marcus
Yes,
BF just
exactly.
showed them that, hey, we can do what you guys are planning on doing.
Yes, exactly. And if you look at the game, like if you look at the highlights, like how dominant we Armada were in this game. Like look at that. 8 minutes in, we Armada we're still holding the game. 9 minutes in, we Armada we're having the game. 10 minutes in, we Armada we're holding the game. And suddenly, out of nowhere, a spark comes in in Martyr's DF Dementor's minds, and they just turn the tables around just like that. And even look at that. Even in 10 minutes mark, we see we Armada dominating the game. Even in there, we Armada are still dominating the game, and they are just killing everybody in their path. And now after this evolved Dark Slayer, when we Armada is taking that, they I think they pushed it a bit overboard, and somehow Martyrs, the BF Dementors were able to come back, and this was the greatest fight for them where they had made the comeback. And this was the fight where Zero, I think he overstepped a little, he got killed first, and then when Zero dies, when your main damage dies, Vera dies, you have no other option but to retreat. But they didn't retreat, they kept fighting and they died. And when they were in base, they made another mistakes and they came again and they got themselves killed again in this mid lane. And that was the downfall of We Armada. We Armada, we're calm, we're dominant throughout the whole game. But, 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 as the captain once said, MOBA game is all about comeback. Comeback is real, and this is exactly what happened. But not with them, but with the opponents.
Yep, and they were the victim of that comeback, by the way. But this is the end for We Armada. So it feels really bad for. I feel really bad for We Armada at the moment. And look at them,
And
VP
now
of
look at
the
that.
game. It is none other than Sky. He got 2 kills, 1 death, and 5 assists in his name. And look at the damage he dealt. It's
Yes.
119,000 damage coming in from that Crixie, and he got 10 MVP points in his name. Look at the roll
Yes.
goal different, by the way. It's only 1800. It's not that much because they
Yes.
were on the downfall, but unfortunately they came back in the last moment
Yes.
and they secured
And
the victory.
yes, and the
Mhm.
best part about this was Crixie with Sky playing Crixie, he even though like we Armada was dominating the whole game, like everybody was dying, look at Crixie, look at Sky with Crixie. He didn't die much. He only died once. And I believe Crixie was supposed to die a lot this game because they have heroes like Lumber, they have heroes like Hayate, they have heroes like
Woman,
Omen who likes to jump in, and Crixie, if she gets jumped on, she is immediately dead. And this is why I would call Sky such a professional player. Look at him. He only died once, and this shows how professional he is with his positioning. And that positioning got them the win. And that staying calm and playing your game to look up for that one opportunity where the opponent make mistakes, where we Armada, I wouldn't say they made a mistake, but Marta's BF Dementors saw an opportunity for themselves to take down We Armada when they weren't expecting them to come at them. And that's what exactly Marta's BF Dementor did. They just went ham on We Armada, and We Armada just couldn't take the force out of them. And now if you compare that, look at that. Marta's BF Dementors, they had nothing. They had nothing. Didn't have more kills than Armada. They didn't have more towers than Armada. They didn't have more slayers than Armada, but they still have the more gold because they at the end they got the kills. But I would say they didn't even have more gold than Armada in the middle games, in the late games. But they managed to pull it off. They managed to come back and they managed to show the world who the actual boss is. And now Marta's BF Dementors will once again go to the grand finals. I mean, not once again, but will once again face off against Terry Hopes in the grand finals to take their revenge in a best of 5 series. Now, what do you think will happen this time, Nitul? Marta's BF Dementors, I think Stereo Hope already defeated them once. So this time around, Marta's BF Dementors, they already know about Stereo Hope. Stereo Hope also knows how to defeat Marta's BF Dementors. Do you think Marta's BF Dementors have an answer for them? Stereo Hopes in the grand finals.
well, well, I think Stereo is a better team in my opinion, but maybe Martyrs BF will think about something different this time because they already faced Stray Hopes in the upper bracket final, and they know what Stray Hope can do, and they know what Stray Hope will be planning on. So maybe they will be planning on something for themselves, and they will come back stronger with it because we know Stray Hope likes to play in the early aggressive way. So if they can play as counter aggressive, they can definitely snatch the game out of Cherry Hope's hand. And we have seen Martyrs BF doing this in the last series, last match. So they are confident with their plays at this point, and they know that they can snatch the victory out of Cherry Hope's hand if they can play their confident hero. They need to pick some comfortable heroes. They need to ban some counters of those heroes, and maybe that's the way they can take the victory home, and that's the way they can take the revenge over Stereo for pushing them into the lower bracket.
Absolutely, well said. I think Marta's BF Dementor should follow those necessary steps indeed in order to face Terry Hope in the finals. And I would like to say some words to Marta. We are Mara. We are Mara. We're absolutely amazing in this tournament, and you guys do not have to feel down that you guys lost the game. You have to maintain this composure, and you have to come back stronger. You guys almost had the game. You guys almost won the game, but maybe not today. So I would like to see you guys play more tournaments in the future. So make sure you guys come back stronger. Make sure you take the revenge on Martyrs BF Dementors some other time. And make sure you guys are sticking together and you guys are strong enough for to show up yourselves, show up in more Arena of Valor tournaments, because we are not ending here, because there's more to come. There's more tournaments to come. And with that said, we are going to take a little bit of break. This is me, Zain, and I have Nitul as my co-caster with me, and you at the grand finals, where we will see Starry Hopes will facing off against Martyrs BF
Martyrs
Dementors.
Dementors. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Arena of Valor International Championship Southeast Asia. And I'm Nitul Islam with none other than Torix. Hello, Torix. How are you?
Thank you so much for that warm welcome, first of all, Anithal. And yes, it's the AIC Championship of South Asia, where finally, in the last match, we saw VR Mada versus Martyrs BF Defender fighting against each other. And at the same time, Team Martyrs did a great comeback against the team of VR Mada as well, getting their final spot into the finals championship in a best of five fight right now. This is going to be a best of five fight, and it's going to be really exciting as they're going to once again go for the Starry Hope. They're back to where they started from today.
Exactly. They lost the first series against Sterry Hope, and that was a clean 2-0 coming in from Sterry Hope. So Martyrs BF has a lot of things in their shoulder at the moment because they will be facing them twice today. So this is the last series of the whole tournament of Martyrs BF's career for this tournament as well. So one Bangladeshi team versus one Myanmar team. It's not gonna be fight of two teams. It's not gonna be fight of two different teams, or not 10 players, 5 versus 5 players as well. It's gonna be a fight between two countries. Myanmar
Definitely, I
fans
agree.
will be rooting for Sterry Hopes, and Bangladeshi fans will be rooting for none other than Martyrs BF Dementors. So this is gonna be really hyped up, and let's see who will grab that $18,000 and who will go for that $12,000 prize money.
Definitely, we have to see who is going to grab that $18,000 mega prize pool of this whole 50,000 grand prize pool of the South Asia region. One of the teams or one of the country is going to move forward out of this. So it's either going to be the Bangladeshi country, or it's either going to be the Myanmar country. One of these two countries is going to move forward, as there's only two teams. There was a chance in the very start of today that there was two or three different Bangladeshi teams that were going to fight against each other into the very start. But as slowly we progressed forward, right now it's Myanmar versus Bangladesh. It could have been a Bangladesh versus Bangladesh as well, in which case it was an easy ticket for Bangladesh. But no, the things are going to be different. It's going to be two different countries that is right now representing for each other, for their countries respectively in this case scenario. And as we're talking about the Martyrs BF Dementors and the Starry Hopes, we already saw, you already said they were a clean bowled out, not 2-0 score from the team of Starry Hopes. This time around, they came back with experience on Starry Hope, as that was their first interaction. This time around, it's going to be their second interaction with them. They know how to tackle them, but can it be enough? Can these 5 games be enough for them to analyze their situation, get them into the upper hand against the Team Starry Hope? Or is Team Starry Hope is going to show us an easy win once again? It's all up to them.
Yep. And one thing I gotta mention that is Sterry Hope is a really strong team.
I
They will
agree, Team
not go
Stereo.
easy on anyone because they did not lose a single game in this tournament. So they are super strong with their gameplays. They took down Vanglorious in the first game of this tournament, and it was a clean 2-0. Then they went for VOPX. That was a clean 2-0 as well. And then they took down the mighty Martyrs BF Dementors at 2-0 finishing, and now they're sitting in the final and they're waiting for Martyrs BF to show something different. But I don't think Martyrs BF will let them go without giving a proper fight, because well, Martyrs BF was having a little trouble against We Armada, but they came back in the late game. They came back real strong. They made almost impossible comeback happen. So if they can make that comeback happen, they can definitely make a comeback here as well, and they will definitely take a revenge over this very hope team. This team will be facing a lot of trouble. So it is a matter of time before we find out what Martyrs BF got in their plate and what Stereo got in their book as well, because one team will be the champion and another team will be the runners up.
Definitely, and I would say it's not even a fight against these two countries. I think it's a fight against it's a rematch against these two different teams. As we saw the first match won by the team Starry Hope as they moved into the upper bracket towards the final. Team Martyrs, on the other hand, they had to move into the lower bracket and made their way once again into the grand final scenario, and in which they actually did. They actually outperformed themselves. They showed how it's done. They came here right now in the stage, in the scenario, and we're gonna see them fight once again with a Starry Hope in a rematch. Maybe they're considering it a rematch, or maybe they're considering it as a final hope for themselves as well. It's the mindset of their players. It's the mindset of their team right now. It all depends upon them. But as we're talking about their teams, it's 5 matches, and out of these 5 matches, anything can happen. You can either win two, and you can at least lose those next two for yourself as well. So till the very end, it's not gonna be. We're not gonna be able to tell who's gonna win and who is going to lose, because into the three section, we already knew that even if you lose one match, if you lost one of the matches, there's going to be a peer pressure onto you on top of your team that you have to really think about your strategy, really perform yourself. But in this case scenario, they can loosen up a little bit. They can be easy a little bit into their whole fighting case scenario, into this whole strategy case scenario, and calmly and composedly they can take out each decision into their favors.
Definitely, and this series will be the deciding series, because this is the last series of the day, last series of the tournament as well, because this is the grand finale. And folks, this will be a best of 5 series. So one team got to take 3 victories before the other team, so that they can win the whole tournament and win $18,000 for their team, for their country as well.
Definitely, it's a match of threes. Right now, they have to win at least 3 matches to make sure that their country stands on top out of all of this tournament, that they get that champion title for their country, for their team as well. So it's really a matter of time before we get into the match. It can be one by one situation as well, in which case a Martyr will win one, Starry Hope will win the other one. Same goes again and again until the very end. We are back onto the fifth match. It can be that too, and it can be a pure domination from either of these teams. The possibilities of this situation is limited compared to the top of best of the 3 fights. Anything is possible over here, as the team are not just giving out a lot of more matches, 2 more matches in total, but at that same time, those 2 more matches are going to bring them comfort, and at the same time, appear pressure onto themselves a little bit, as they will have to be really like thinking about their strategy, because if they do one strategy into the first match, they cannot do it again into the second one, as it's going to be easily readable by the other team. So they have to be really changing out their strategy, and in the changing of their strats, into the changing of their mind thinkings at that point, that can be their downfall at that time.
Definitely, absolutely, very well said. And while the teams are getting ready for the grand finale, let's make a prediction. Like, what do you think? How will this game go? Like, how will this series go? Like, will it be a
Uh,
three clean 3-0 clean 3-0 for Stereo Hope, or a clean 3-0 for Martyrs BF, or will it be a 2-3 finishing, or will it be a 3-1? What do you think about that?
Depending from the last match, just judging from the last match, as a team Modest B of Dementors actually came on top on the V Armada. They made a beautiful comeback, and even in the team face-off, we saw that the team Martyrs B of Dementors has the less objective duns. Even after that, they still got that win for themselves. So at least we know that they have improved a little bit out of all these matches. Throughout that first match and throughout the second match, they have improved a little bit for themselves. But how is it going to happen against the team Starry Hope? Only the time can tell. And the first match is going to be really decisive for this team, because anyone who's going to strike first may just build out that peer pressure onto the other team, depending on the situation. If Starry Hopes wins out that first match, Team Modest BF Dementors may just go into a panic situation, may just go into a really tense situation where they won't be able to think right about themselves on what the strats are going to be into the next case scenario, as they don't want to lose again into a complete bomb annihilation onto their side. But it can be anything. The first match is going to be really decisive for the both teams.
Exactly. And we're here in the face-offs. Martyrs BF Dementor versus Stray Hopes, grand finale of AIC South Asian region. So yeah, this this will be definitely a dominating series for either team. So let's see what they have, what these teams have in their mind, have in their plate to show us. Because, well, we gotta focus on a player from Martyrs BF Dementor, and that is none other than Ankh. He is a really good jungler, and he was the one who made his team make a comeback out of the last game against We Armada. So, if Starry Hope can shut down this player from early stage of the game, I think Stereo Hope can easily shut down Martyrs BF. But if Martyrs BF can make a comeback and make some counter aggressive plays, they will definitely be on the top, and they will go for the win.
It all depends upon their heroes into this case scenario. Which heroes are they actually going to choose? Which their like a hero strats is going to be, their team composition is going to be, and at the same time, any of those heroes, band picks that they actually choose, or even the heroes that they are going to play into the final matches. That is a really crucial thing. Whether you go with a support, whether you go with a tank, whether you go with a marksman or a mage, and even a warrior, that is your gameplay style for the rest of the matches. You have to be really thinking about it on how you're going to do it, because you won't be just playing two matches. You have to be playing at least three matches for your win and for your victory in this whole case scenario. But judging from the team Starry Hopes, we see their draft usually they tend to choose later into the game after the team Martyrs actually chooses. But once again, we're seeing team Martyrs BF Dementors taking out Liliana after Yena was selected by the team Starry Hope. So before we even came here, we already knew that the Yena was picked. Team Starry Hope is right now feeling confident in this whole situation. And even the Beldam and Hayate pick has been done. Yue was banned, and at the same time, another hero from their side has been banned as well into the ban phase. But two heroes and Elendor onto the third side of the team Starry Hope. We're seeing somewhat similar composition on how they fought the team Marty's BF Dementors in the very start of the matches.
Exactly, and I'm quite surprised with Metro's BF Dementors ban. Like they banned three mid laners in a row. Like that is something unique. Like you guys are so afraid of Sterry Hope's mid laner. That's why you're banning all the mid laners out there. Well, they left Tolan out of their side, and maybe Sterry Hope might take Tolan in their team because well, Liliana was a good pick as well, but Liliana was taken by Martyrs themselves. So they have
Definitely.
Liliana, Hayate as the ADC, Mina as the tank. So yeah, we're gonna see a jungler coming in from Martyrs BF in the next phase. But on the other hand, we have Yena, Baldup, and Elunder in the side of Sterry Hopes.
Definitely, Team Starry Hope so far has taken three, which is Yena, Beldam, and Elendor. Elendor, on the other hand, we have already seen its action firsthand into the first match against the Team BF Dementors as we started with that, and they actually outperformed themselves with the Elendor composition as well. But right now, Liliana, Hayate, and Mina, these three players can be a potential threat for the Team Starry Hope. Team Starry Hope right now have to be really careful on what they're choosing right now and which character are they actually going to choose. And even Cricknock has been chosen from the Team B of Dementor side. And Cricknock, on the other hand, that character, I have to say, it tends to go for a safer side. I have to say, if you're not with the Cricknock, you're not able to like defend itself, and it's kind of squishy, but at the same time it does a really good amount of damage. But look at that, Tulin is in the other side of the Team Starry Hope, and even Wukong has been chosen, a staff guy, a close range hero has been finally taken. Wukong's speed is insane, but at the same time its dimension is not going to be that great, so you have to be really close to the enemies, you have to be really into their territory for this fight. And now, with that Wukong pick, it leads us to Marty's BF Dementia's lumber pick. So, not they're just going one demi beast, but two or three demi beasts into the same composition. So, demi beasts can be lethal for the other team, as there's only one demi beast if we see as Baldum.
I'm a bit confused about Martyr's BF speaks. Like, it feels like they're doing it on purpose. Like, they took Mina and Lumber all together. So, who will be playing as the tank and who will be playing as the warrior? Like, they don't have a proper warrior in their team. They got Liliana as mid laner, as maids, and they got Hayate as the ADC. They got Freaknark as the jungler. Then who will go for the tank? Maybe Lumber will be playing as the tank, but is Mina a good warrior? That's the main question remains. And on the part of Stereohop, as we mentioned, that they have Tulan in their hand, and they definitely will take the Tulan because Tulan is really good with the combo of Lunder and Beldam all together, and they finished the draft with a beautiful pick, and that is none other than Wukong. Wukong is really good with close range fight, and he will definitely go into the jungle lane. He will be a high potential hero in mid to late game scenario and early game as well because he can disable his opponents. He can stun them multiple. He can stun multiple heroes in a row. So yeah, this fight will be a fight to remember because I don't think Martyrs BF got a proper warrior in their hand. So this will definitely hurt a lot.
Definitely, and on top of that, adding another talk that the way that the Team Starry Hope actually tends to play the game is that they analyze their opponents at first, their team composition first, and that is what we see them do out throughout this whole tournament. As soon as we have seen them started the fights, and even in this situation, it's going to be a really question on how they're actually going to analyze them, because if they are able to analyze them into the early stages, then it's an easy win for them. But as we talked about Wukong, in the early stages it's a really good support character, but as it moves forward into the mid to late game, it's really the best character. You have to rely on that character for the fight, and with that, the fight has actually even started. Talking about the team Martis BF Dementors, they have straight up came into the riverside on the top lane jungle, the Slayer side jungle actually, but I only see one person into the bottom lane. But there we go. Two players from the team Martis BF Dementors into the bottom side against the team Starry Hope at that same time. But as we see them starting the fight, they have also been called out by the team. The team composition is coming in with a clutch. They're all giving out covers to each other, trying to get the buffs for themselves. And as they are getting a buff, we're also seeing the fight actually beginning from the very start of this match. Actually, they're just over-aggressing at this point.
Exactly, they went there to steal the buff, but they were unable to do that. But now Young Kang is in a lot of trouble. Meanwhile, Noodles will go down, and Young Kang will go down as well. And Mina is playing as the warrior. We thought Mina won't be able to do much in the lane, but he secured one kill for himself, and that will definitely give him a lot of opportunities around here.
Definitely, a lot of opportunities are being given to the teams as well right now. As in the early stages, we saw both teams taking out 1-1 characters from each side. As the fight is back to the 1v1 into the kill section, but the economy is what's making the difference right now. At 4.6 onto the Team Starry Hope side and 4k onto the Martis BF Dementors. Once again, Team Martis going from the bottom lane. They're trying their best to get into the bottom side as well. In which case scenario, we're seeing not one, not two, but three of their players into the bottom lane. But all of those have been taken off. They've been shut down. 3 players into the very start of this scenario. As soon as they respawn, as soon as they came back, they were shut off back into the respawn section, and off you go. Once again, we see Noodles recalling himself, and as we see Noodles recalling himself back into the base, Abyssal Dragon has also been taken down. So first dragon goes towards the Team Starry Hope, and as we see the Team Starry Hope get that dragon for themselves, Team Martis is actually going for that Slayer for themselves.
Torix, do you notice one thing? That is, Tulen is going for the jungle lane, and Young Kang went for the warrior lane, Slayer lane, and Yena was the mid laner. But I have one question in my mind, and that is, why Stereohope got 2 jungler? X-Hero taking the punish spell and Delta L also taking the punish buff is, I think it's unnatural in my opinion. Like, they got 2 jungler, and it feels like at this point they're trolling with Martyrs BF. Like, they already know that they are too good with their plays and they are confident with it. And look at that, Ankh is in a lot of trouble, and Ankh will go down by Jeremy, and Jeremy is moving forward, moving with that Baldum, and he is looking for some more, and Reflect will come by with that Yena pick, and he is confident with his plays, and he will try to deal a bit damage, but he will not be able to do that because his spells will not be connected towards that towards the enemy. So yeah, Pain will be leaving for now, but I think they were planning for another gank, and that gank is happening right now, and Jeremy is really low. X-Hero will go down. Jeremy might go down as well because Ant is chasing him, and he will go down as well. Noodles as Hayate will take down Jeremy, and now Ankh is in a lot of trouble. Yonkan is here as well, but Yonkan is still chasing Ankh, and he will take down Ankh in the process, and Sky will go down as well. But now Yonkan and Delta is in a lot of trouble, but they will lose. Yonkan and Delta will live to fight another day, but X-Hero is coming in this area. He will definitely continue the fight, but Pain is in a lot of trouble, but now Pain will survive with a little bit of HP, but X-Hero is not gonna chase him because he got only a punish spell available at this point. He does not have a flicker that he can flick into his enemies and take Pain down. So they might be kicking themselves for choosing 2 punish spells in the beginning of the match.
Definitely, and as you already said, Team Starry Hope at this point was actually playing with the Team Modest BF Dementors composition. As you said, they don't have the warriors for themselves, and they choose two different, two same of the scenarios heroes. And once again, I would say that is to throw off the enemy side. That is to throw off their thinking that they might not do the specific thing into the side of the place where that character can be used. But what they are going to do, they're gonna make them think that yes, that's what we're gonna do, and they're gonna do exactly the same. They're gonna intercept their interception and hit them where it's hard, where they don't even know could have been a hurt. But once again, we are back into the fight as the dragon was again taken by the Team Starry Hope. Right now they have 2 dragon buff for themselves, but look at that, a day the debuff came onto the Jeremy side. Jeremy is less than half HP right now, and as we see the Team Starry Hope a little bit over-aggressing onto the Team Marches, that can be a threat to them. But look at that, a beautiful spot inside of those bushes. He's forced to retreat in the backside, and as the Team Starry Hope is also making their way towards the Slayer as well. I'm telling you, Team Starry Hopes is thinking of dragging this fight into a 12 or 13 minute marker where their Wukong and their different characters, the tanky characters, is going to be into their full potential. But if the Team Mars BF Dementors knew about their strategy, if they get to know about it, they will do the same. They will make sure that their tanks be as good as them, and at the same time, when their defender is good, they're not gonna lose any of those fights. They're gonna tank everything. But once again, Team Mars BF defenders, the things are not looking into their favor as Noodle once again has been taken off. But Team Starry, there's 2 players down.
It doesn't matter to them. Like, if you look at their composition, they don't care if there's 2 members are down or not, because they are on the driving seat. They look at that. Youngkang is on the run because 3 of the members from Marchers are looking for him, but I don't think they will be able to close the gap, and Youngkang will leave for now. But Starry Hope cannot take a fight right now because they are not feeling confident enough. But oh, Jeremy is a tanky baby, and he is teasing Martyrs players. Like, he is moving towards that area and he is just teasing them by standing around that place, and Martyrs BF know that they cannot do anything to harm this tanky baby.
Definitely, they're playing with their mind at this point, and in which case they finally did it. Ankh has been taken down, and at the same time Zen has been taken down. This may be a beautiful push from the Team Starry Hopes into this case scenario, in which case Pain has to move into the backside, has to move back into his base as the Noodles gives them a little bit of cover, and as Noodle gives him the cover, he comes forward and see there's 4 players right in front of him. He cannot make a mistake of going forward to take the fight of that scenario, as 3 of the Team Modest BF Dementors are already down. After this fight, after this tower breakdown, tower destroying, Team Starry Hope is straight up, I'm telling you, gonna spawn the Slayer for themselves. They're gonna try to do a push onto the enemy side, in which case the Slayer right now has not been taken. There is a Slayer spawn, but none of the teams are actually taking it. And as we see, Marta's BF Dementor is taking out the minions. The Team Starry Hope is going to utilize their opportunity to take that Slayer down, as Wukong is also expressing onto the Team Marta's BF Dementors. Ankh has been taken down. Youngkang finally has also been taken down, but Delta taking out the Slayer for himself, for his team. They're going to spawn it. They're going to make sure that even if the Slayer cannot do anything, it at least acts as a decoy that they need right now. They need a really good decoy into this whole scenario, as Team Modest BF Dementors, after losing their fights into the early stages from them, they know, at least have a slight idea what the team is thinking, and that is the reason that the Team Modest BF Dementor is not letting them over-aggress into the situation.
Exactly, and look at the network difference. Starry Hope got 6k network advantage over Martyrs BF Dementors, and it's only been 10 minutes, and look at the kill difference. It's only 3, but if you compare it to the goal difference, it is a lot. And meanwhile, Pain will go down. Young Kang is feeling the game, and Reflect is also there. Young Kang will take down Pain, but now they are moving in both areas, top and bot lane. And oh, look at that. Jeremy is gonna block Zane,
Oh,
but Zane will come back stronger and Jeremy will receive a lot of damage. He will not go down perhaps, but Ang is in a
what?
lot of trouble. And Noodles will survive with
What?
only 20% of HP. And Stereo is here to finish the game, and
It's
they will go for the
oh.
lasers and end the game just like that. They showed no mercy. They ended the game within 11 minutes. They didn't waste any time. They came back stronger, and despite of having two jungler, they showed that how strong they can be. Like, it felt like a kid's job. It felt like they were just playing. They were just toying with Murder's heroes.
They're just teasing them with the toys that you can actually do some damage. You can actually hurt us, but at that same time, we're just pretending that you can hurt us, and we will hurt you when we want to do that. We can always come down towards you, destroy your things, throw your things away, throw each and every strategy of yours out of the window, assert dominance, and at the same situation, Team Starry Hope, but the way that they actually won this first fight, I have to say, again, a piece of cake from them judging from their first fight against the team Martyrs. It's the same thing that's happening as we saw as we moved into the first fight of the round two of the first fight, actually, because that's what happened in 11-minute marker, 10-minute marker. Team Starry Hope already had the win, and again this time around we saw it was 10 minutes, 11 minutes marker, and Team Starry Hope already had the objectives. They already had the Slayer down, spawned, destroying the towers, and the team Martyrs BF Dementor, as they were into their base, as they were trying to hope to get those kills for themselves, trying to defend out their base, they were not able to, as the damage was too high from the Wukong, from different characters, different heroes from the Team Starry Hope, and it was an easy win at that point.
Definitely. And well, as we mentioned before, that Martyrs VF did not have a proper warrior in their hand. They got two tanks. I guess they were planning for a late game scenario. Like, if this game had gone for like more than 15 minutes, maybe Martyrs BF could get a comeback in their name, just like the game against We Armada. But Stereo got something else in mind, and they are the early beast, as we spoke of, and now they are the champion. I mean, they are the winner of the first game of this series, and they took it a 1-0 victory now, and there will be a lot of pressure in the shoulder of Martyrs BF Dementors, because they need to win 3 more games if they want to win the
Actually,
championship.
Team Starry Hope, right now, as of now, they only need to win 2 more matches for
Exactly.
themselves, and that is going to be an easy win for them into the championship. But onto the other hand, Team Martyrs, the BF Dementors, not only has been given out a I have to say, a frustration, a panic situation into their side, but also a peer pressure on top of that. So they have to be really careful in this whole situation, whole scenario. They have to be really careful on what they're going to do next, how their next team composition actually is going to be. Because even as we talk about the team Starry Hope having the upper hand, it's only a matter of one wrong move, one wrong decision into this whole game. As we already know, MOBA games, it's all about one wrong move. The other opponent team can actually utilize that, make them their objective, take it as their objective as well, use it against you to win out that situation. And if they win out that situation, your whole strategy is going to be out of the window. It's going to be into the shambles side, and by the time you pick it back up, it's going to be over.
Definitely. And as you said, like, if one team makes a little bit of mistake, another team will definitely take the advantage over it, and they will definitely come up stronger. And now we're gonna see the MVP of the game. Let's see who it is. It is none other than Reflect the Yena. We were doubting Yena as a mid laner. We thought Tulan will be going in the mid lane, but they switched their roles and they sent Yena in the mid lane. He delivered it real strong. He got 4 kills, 2 deaths, and 5 assists in his name. He dealt 56,000 damage, and that is a lot. And he was part in 69% kill participation. So that is a lot.
Definitely. Definitely, it's a lot, but as we talk about the player face off against two different teams, we see Starry Hope at the 4-2-5 as a KDA in the comparison of 4-3-3 comparison against the team Mars BF Dementor's Sky in this situation. But at the same time, damage is also being done by Mars BF Dementor's players. The Sky more at 61,000. Kill participation is also more with 77.8%. Goal difference is 62-15 in addition to 83-02 from the team Starry Hope. But I have to give it to the MVP of this team Starry Hope, as if we saw Yena in the very early stages, they knew that what they were picking off at the very start. We saw Yena without even a second doubt was being picked. But once again, moving on to the team face-off, the whole team scenario, 13 kill versus 9 kill, 8 towers versus 0 towers, 2 slayers versus 1 slayer, 37 goal difference versus 28,000 goal difference. So a 9,000 difference, actually not, 9,000 goal difference over that point. And as we see that 9,000 goal difference and 8 towers being destroyed, that can also be objectified because Team Starry Hope got that 8 towers, 0 towers from the team BF Dementor side, and till the very end, the fight was almost like one-sided in hopes of the team Starry Hopes in this case scenario, as they literally eliminated the whole towers of the teams. There was only just one tower left. That was the top lane tower, which was given out to the Slayer. But before even Slayer could have come forward, they already had eliminated the base tower, and that was what made them win this one. But second match, can Team Martyrs or BF Dementors come back stronger in this case scenario, or they're going to have a peer pressure on top of them? I have to ask you that as well, Nitul. What do you think after the first match we witnessed? Do you think there's a hope for the Team BF Martyrs BF Dementors right now, as they're getting more pressure?
Well, I think they need to fix their draft. Like they're picking a lot of like mixing heroes. They're not like letting their original warrior playing original Slayer land player playing a proper warrior. So they are facing a lot of trouble with the drafting phase. They need to focus on one thing. Like they were banning 3 mid laner. They banned 3 mid laner in the first game. Like you should not do that. They already picked up Yena. So yes, they could definitely switch the hero. Like they could have played Yena as the support and another hero as the mid laner. But you should focus on something different, because they actually teased you. They actually taunt you in the grand finale by choosing 2 punish spell from 2 different heroes. So you don't see that mistake, or you don't see that in professional stage, but they did it and they came out victorious even after that mistake. Even after, we don't know if that was on purpose or a mistake, but either way they became the victorious and they owned the game. They actually destroyed Martyrs BF. So I think, in my opinion, if Martyrs BF wants to win this second game or maybe the series, they need to fix their draft. They need to put some more early damage into this draft, and maybe that's how they can actually come back stronger.
Definitely, they have to fix out their draft. They have to fix out their strategies. But as we're talking about all of the situation, there's a first match given towards the team Starry Hope. We're also going to go over to a short break, so you guys don't go anywhere. We will be right back after this short break because it's going to be a small one. We will see you soon enough.
It comes to the end of time. Our miracle will come to us. You can't stop me. You are the one who's losing. Time is up. You'll see the fate of Athenor. Let's welcome the arrival of God.
What
To fight
original
the
version name of
greatest
Arena of Valor? পেছনে একটা হাত উঠেছিল, দাঁড়িয়ে যান। ইয়েস, সাদা সাদা। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, আপনি পেছনে তাকাচ্ছেন।
But
হ্যাঁ, দাঁড়ান।
heroes must
হ্যাঁ,
be
আপনি।
forged
ইয়েস, ইউ আর
in
রাইট।
ultimate combat.
আমি সব ছেলেদের হাত দেখতে পাচ্ছি, এখানে মেয়েদের কোনো হাত দেখতে পাচ্ছি না। এখন
Prize.
Welcome to our video introducing Arena Valor's 5-on-5 map. The red and blue team bases may be found at the two diagonally opposite corners of the square map. The arena around the bases is known as the Highland. The Highland is surrounded by walls and defended by 3 towers, an easily defensible arena, and the final defensive line. Enemies that break through these defenses and destroy the crystalline side of the base will end the match. The destruction of any defense tower within the base enables enemies to spawn super minions for that line. If all 3 base towers fall, the enemy team will spawn additional super minions. All players appear in the spawn arena on the corners of the map. This spawn arena is where heroes will respawn, as well as where heroes return to when recalling. All allied heroes in this area will quickly recover HP and mana. Enemy heroes that step or are pulled into this area will receive a fatal amount of damage. Regardless of whether you're on the red or blue side, you will find your spawn area on the bottom left corner and the enemy of the top right corner. This automatically rotating view setting ensures your view is never obstructed by your finger. The 3 roads extending from the highland are known as lanes. In order for players to distinguish these 3 lanes easily, they are named after key points of interest: Dark Slayer Lane, Mid Lane, and Abyssal Dragon Lane. The Dark Slayer Lane is the lane closest to the Dark Slayer spawn. The Mid Lane is the middle lane, and the Abyssal Dragon Lane is the lane closest to the Abyssal Dragon spawn. Within each line, including the one in which the Highland defensive tower is located, there are 3 towers that help players hold off attacks. A river divides the battlefield between the 2 sides and runs along the middle line of the map. It also unobstructedly connects the 3 routes. Areas outside the 3 routes are known as the jungle. This is where neutral crates are active. Defeating neutral crates can earn you experience and gold rewards. Defeating the red and blue gargoyles that spawn with your jungle can grant players a powerful temporary buff. Dark Slayer and Abyssal Dragon are 2 powerful neutral creatures that evolve over time. Slaying Dark Slayer or Abyssal Dragon grants unique buffs for your team that allows everyone to grow, fight and push the battle line with renewed strength. Defeating these creatures, evolved forms later in the game, can help turn the tide to decisively end a match. This map is filled with a lot of bushes. Heroes hiding in bushes are temporarily invisible to the enemy. Players can take advantage of bushes to ambush the enemy or cover their retreat. If an enemy steps into the same bush you're hiding in, your location will be revealed. Multiple walls separate the highland and jungle, dividing the battlefield and providing many options for battle. A variety of heroes can move through these walls thanks to their skills, thus allowing them to easily escape or ambush enemies. Understanding and using everything the map has to offer is key to your victory. This marks the end of our video introduction to Arena of Valor's 5-on-5 map. Thank you for watching.
When it comes to the end of time, our miracle will come to us. You can't stop me.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to AIC South Asian Qualifiers. And we have Torex with us. My man Torex, how are you?
First of all, thank you so much for that warm welcome, and definitely I am perfectly fine. Thank you so much for asking. How about yourself? We saw the intense pack action, and even I'm amazed. Are you amazed? That is the real question after the Starry Hope first win and Team Amatis, BF Dementors, the different strategies that we saw in the different fights, because they were the victorious one into the second matches, into the second round. But once again, they've been thrown back at the Starry Hopes and hoping maybe to get a revenge, maybe to even out the situation in 1-1 for them. Like maybe a rematch for them. Anything is possible. We can name it anything, and whosoever is gonna win out of all these five matches, or three of them in the very least, they're gonna be deemed champions.
Well, I'm very excited for this game too because we will be deciding who will be in the pressure in this game too. Because if Martyrs BF manage to win this game too by a chance, they will be in a comfort zone because it will be a 1-1 series. Like it will be just like a normal best of three. Like you'll need to win at least two games to secure that series for yourself. So if Martyrs BF can win this one, they will be more comfortable into the third game. But if Sterry Hope wins this one, this will be a heartbreaking moment for Martyrs BF because they will be behind 2-0, and Sterry Hopes will need only one match to secure their victory here and a clean 3-0 as well.
Definitely, that can be a clean 3-0 if the team Starry hopes to win this match as well. The pressure is going to be high enough for the team Martyrs BF Dementors that their strategies might not work even onto the third match. They might lose even the third match after that as well. But those are the things that the time will tell, and their composition, their team composition is what's going to give us a slightest of idea whose team is going to win it. Because even talking about the team composition, if I have to say, I don't think we can judge even from that. As we saw, Jaina was picked off. There was no warrior. Mid lane, I believe so, warrior, as you recall, from the team Starry Hopes. And even after that, they asserted a complete dominance against the team Martyrs BF Dementors. But once again, second match, second round of this finals in the best of fight. We have to see which one of these teams is going to actually win. Who's going to have that crown for themselves till the very end? Who's going to have a 2-0 or a 1v1 fight comparison? If it gets to the 1 versus 1 fight situation, that is a comfortable zone for the team Martyrs BF Dementors at that time. But if the team Starry Hopes even win this one, then things are not looking that good for the team Martyrs at that point, I have to say, Nithal.
Well, yep, you were right about that part that they did not have a proper pick. They chose two jungling spells with X Hero and I believe with Jeremy as well. But this time, well, Delta as well. But this time, I think they will not make that mistake, or maybe they will not be making that silly teasing ability. So I think they will be focusing on more of team fights and the way they can take down Martyrs, BF Dementors within 10 minutes. Because so far into the tournament, we have seen Sterry Hope's longest match was 11 minutes and 38 seconds. That is the
That just shows
longest match they have.
that just shows that how much aggressive this team is, how much analytical this team is, that they analyze their opponents in that short of a time, counter measure all of those possibilities, and even after those, they use all of those measurements into their victories. As we see Mina and Tara being picked off from the team Starry Hope this time around, but Annette has been picked off by Martyrs BF Dementor as one of the players that has been picked from the team Martyrs is actually Yue. They're afraid at that point with the Yue composition that the team Starry Hope can actually do on them. So straight up with that, a beautiful ban pick, that can be a great thing. But Brunhilda has been picked off by the Martyrs BF Defenders as well. And at the same time, Volcast ban can put them into a back seat as well. The Volcast, on the other hand, we see Martyrs actually try to use that. But look at that, Wibineth has been taken off, and Team Starry Hope, but they're slowly and peacefully checking out all of their heroes that has been given to them to pick one of them.
Yep, Tara is a really good hero, so I think Starry Hope got something in their mind, but I don't think Martyrs we have got an actual plan in their hand. Like I think they're thinking of something different. Like I
Maybe.
think they have something different in mind because they chose to. Uh, well, they're not common. Those heroes are not common in this meta, but they still managed to choose those. But the main question remains: like, what plan does the captain of Martyrs BF have in his mind? That's the
Definitely,
main
that is
question.
the biggest question. That is the biggest question out of all of the question that we have so far asked. It's the final round. It's the champions round. Whosoever gonna win is gonna be that champion. So they either have to reveal all of their cards and put up a great fight, but at the same time, if they cannot do that, if they cannot able to show out their true hands, show out their trump cards right now in the situation, then I think those teams may just that team just might get into a panic situation, maybe just get into like a losing situation, losing streak at that point, because the team composition that they need right now the most is their team composition that they're really comfortable with. Any other composition that they haven't used so much, that they haven't tried so far, that's not going to bring them any kind of advantage. The only composition that right now can bring the team Midas B of Dementors an advantage is their normal composition, the one composition that they're familiar with, that they know how to use it till the very end to the fullest.
And we're in. Maybe there will be a redraft because Martyrs BF, the captain of Martyrs BF, actually mistakenly chose a global banned hero. Like the hero is globally banned, so you cannot pick it in the game. You cannot pick it in the while you're in the tournament. So I think there is a lot of pressure going on in the mind of the captain of Martyrs BF. That's why he mispicked that hero in their team, and that will give him a little trouble because we might have a redraft. But hey, the playstyle of Starting Hope, it reminds me of something. It's like when I was in the school, like we used to get 30 minutes of tiffin break, and in the time we ate our tiffin for like 10 minutes, and then for the next 15 to 20 minutes we used to play cricket or maybe football in the field. But we as students never we as kids never could satisfy ourselves within that 15 or 20 minutes, but for stereohopes they can satisfy themselves within 10 minutes. They satisfy themselves and destroy their opponents in 10 minutes, within 11 minutes, just to secure the satisfaction. That's how good they are.
Just to secure the satisfaction, just to eat out their tiffins, do all of their work, so all of their satisfactory work into those 10 minutes. They can squeeze it all in, they can do everything in that time, and maybe even get that champion title. But as we see, the first match was taken on in the 10 to 11 minutes marker. Can the next one really be in inside of those 10-minute marker, or maybe they're going to go 11 or 12 minute? The main question is, can they do it before the half a minute timer, the before the 15-minute marker, where all of the players are actually level 15 at that point? So can they do it before it, or they will have to drag the game? Is the team mod is going to give out them a really tough challenge from now on with their picks, with their bans, that they won't be able to overcome the situation in just a 10 to 15 minutes? So that is a big question as well. But at that same time, talking about the team Starry Hope, if they actually manages to eliminate their other team composition in 10 minutes or even less than 15 minutes, then we can just straight up call them the early game aggressors.
At this time we're not talking about we're not comparing which team will take the victory. We're talking about how much time will Starry Hope take to defeat their enemies. That's how good they are. That's what they made us made us tell in this tournament. I don't know how good they are. Like how they can be so good with their plays. Like let's bet on something. Let's bet on. Well, I'll say they will end the game within 12 minutes, like 10 to 12 minute mark.
Uh,
What is your
I go.
prediction?
I was gonna go with the same thing, but you actually took it. So mine is straight up gonna go from the 13 minute to 15 minutes. Maybe even we're both gonna be like proven wrong, as they will do it in less than 10 minutes because you took the 10 minute marker, 10 to 12 minute marker. Imagine if they even do it in 8, even in 9, even in 9:59 seconds. Then at that time your prediction will go wrong is and either will mine as well, but that is like a question that when they will fight, will their like team composition this time be good enough? Do they have enough hands to throw at the team Martyrs BF Dementors at this point, or team Martyrs BF Dementors, does they have enough heroes at this point to hold off their positions in this whole case scenario, to hold out the timer, to hold out their late game fights or not? Because this is the big question right now. As Team Starry Hope, they're just aggressively going straight up for the enemy, straight up for the levels, for the buffs, for the dragons, and even the slayers. And as they do get the slayers and the dragons, they straight up take that opportunity, rush into the enemy territory, spawn the slayers, spawn all of the skills that they have, spam it onto the enemies, and get them eliminated.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think we will be getting back to the game within a few minutes, maybe 2 or 3 minutes. And till then, what do you think? What type of heroes will Martyrs BF will have in their plate?
They have to really, at this point, we saw like in the last match, there were two tanks from their side. What they have to
Mhm.
do is don't use that much tank. One tank is enough if you're actually giving out that a good cover to your opponent. You don't need two tanks. You don't need much more than just one. But I think if they use actual marksmen into this, the whole kit scenario, and even with the marksmen, the warriors and assassins, not the support, not the tanks. Right now, it's the game for early aggression. If you can over aggress the Team Starry Hopes, then I think you have a better chance of winning all of these matches.
Absolutely. And I'll be focusing on Ankh because Ankh is um, I think the comeback material for Martyrs BF Dementors, because he is the jungler and he is really good with his plays. He is one of the best jungler in Bangladesh. So yeah, a lot of eyes will be on Ankh and a lot of pressure as well. And I think Ankh can I think Eng can recover from the situation where they were struggling. Like he was struggling alone actually, because his opponents actually studied him really well. Like we are Mada, like we have seen in the upper bracket final as well. Like Hope was not giving Ankh a huge space. Like they were surrounding him each and every moment. They were trying to steal the both of the buff as well, and they were managed to do that as well. So when Stereo was stealing the buff out of Ang's hand, it was a disadvantage for Ang because he could not get the farm, he could not get proper farm, and he was retreating from his position. He was retreating from the jungle and going into a land to maybe attend some gank, but he was unable to do that as well because he was not fat enough, he was not farmed enough, and he did not have enough experience level. So he was struggling from the very beginning of the day, and he is struggling till now because everyone is studying his move. Everyone started to take him as a threat, and they are removing the threat by zoning him out, and that is the reason Ant cannot show his true potential.
The thing about like the Martis B of Dementors that I've seen so far is that they tend to go with the mid to late game. They don't actually chooses the early game engagement, and that's what putting them right behind in this whole case scenario. They're not actually going straight up for the aggressive modes. They're actually going for those passiveness, their farm levels, before actually going into the enemy territory, and that's what's making them lack out those early aggressors, early economy rates that they actually need in this whole kit scenario. And I think if they change out that strategy towards the aggressive strategy into the very start, they have a better chance against the Team Starry Hope, as Team Starry Hope also tends to do the same. So it will be an equal fight at that time. You won't have to lose that much players. You don't have to pray at that time that the team composition gets stronger by the time team composition get more buff by the time. You can just straight up go for that aggression, and that aggression can lead up to your economy rate being increased, your tower rate, your objectives being done, and as your objectives are being done, there's a more stronger minions that also gets deployed from your home base as well, and that they're really hard to kill from the either the player side or even the other minion side as well. So what you have to do is you have to focus on the early aggression from the team Marches. If they're not able to do that against the team Starry Hope, then I don't think that the Starry Hope, there is no one to stop at that point.
Exactly, and I think Stereo Hope is really good with counter aggressive plays, and they will definitely make sure that Stereo Hope gets it. Martha's Bay gets what Stereo Hope is actually wanting, because they will not let Martyrs BF have their own way. Stereo Hope will definitely control Martyrs BF to do what Stereo Hope is planning of making them to do.
Definitely, Stereohope may just control them on what they want to do. They may have them into the palm of their hand, but once again, the same band composition again has been done by Martyrs and Starry Hope, and Annette has been picked off. The rest two characters that the team Martyrs actually picked up was Brunhilda, and the Vibineth. But onto the other hand, Mina was taken off in the very start, but this time around, can Mina actually make a comeback? Or Tara, I think Tara was the globally banned character that was taken off, and this time around,
No,
is
Tara
Tara
is
going to
not the
be...
band character. It was Wyban, something like that. I didn't
It was a
get the
Webineth,
name, but
okay. That was
yep,
from
Wyban.
the team Martyrs. Then Webineth was that character that was globally banned. So not only team Martyrs now have to think of a new composition, they also have to make sure that that composition works out against the team Starry Hope. They have to go for those early aggression now, as I've already talked about. I've discussed it with you that what Martyrs BF right now is lacking is the early aggression. They tend to go with the safer side. They don't take the early aggression. They tend to try it and frustrate the other team, and that's what making them lag behind at that point.
Yep, and they're going for a woman. Like, this woman will be useful, I guess. But then again, Irie is on the other side. So Irie is a better warrior, in my opinion. So let's see how this matchup will end up. Because
Hayate.
ooh,
Oh.
Hayate. Oh my god. Will Hayate be playing as ADC or as a mid laner? What do you think? Like, a lot of teams are playing Hayate as ADC, but I think he is really good in mid lane as well.
He may be good in the mid lane as well, and if you see from the team Starry Hope side, that's where they tend to start the attacking from. They tend to go from the mid lane side with the attacking. So Hayate can be a great addition, and judging from right now with these the three players composition of the team Starry Hope, I'm telling you, the things are right on the 80% onto the Starry Hope at that point.
Yep, look at Sterry Hope's ban. They banned Lubu. They don't want Ankh to get that Lubu pick, because Ankh actually made the comeback happen against We Armada with that pick, with that Lubu hero.
Definitely.
So Sterry Hope is showing a lot of respect towards Ankh, but not towards the whole team.
Definitely not towards the whole team, but to Ankh right now with the Lubu ban. Um, we have to see if that is really a good thing. As I think Martyrs BF Dementor, as they've picked up their Lubu, they have showed their strats up to the Team Starry Hope. Team Starry Hope should have been looking at that match against the Team Martyrs and the V Armada. They know what the Team Martyrs BF Dementors did, which heroes they actually chose at that time, and how their team composition was. So with that, I think that can be a great thing, but But once again, 4 bans from both sides have been done, and at the same time, it's now a matter of time until the Team Starry Hopes pick out their last 2 players, in which case one of them is going to be Kira. So Hayate with Kira and Airi. I think that's a great composition. ADC with Hayate, and ADC from the side of the Hayate can be lethal as well. But at the same time, mid side, as you talked, Hayate can be a great mid laner as well. It can be a pretty much good mid laner. So if we see Hayate inside of the mid lane, Kira and Airi may just come from the different angles and try to backstab the enemies.
Iggy was a really good pick against Martyr's Dimension, but Martyr's Dimension get rid of the Iggy hero. They banned it in the last phase. But this is also a good game for Crixie. Either team can pick Crixie and make it work, but let's see which team will get Crixie in this game, because, well, in my opinion, in this game, Crixie will hurt a lot. But I'm surprised. Oh, look at that! Crixie is here in the draft, and I want to mention one thing. That is, Martyrs BF is focusing on the mid laner of Starry Hope. They banned 4 mid heroes.
They've banned 4
That is
mid
something
heroes and
unusual.
That is unusual. They know that the Team Starry Hopes tend to go from the mid side towards the aggression, and that's what they're trying to stop. They want them to go either the top lane or the bottom lane, as a Team Martyr's bottom lane is really good. If we talk about them, their bottom lane defending side is a really great composition. They can't do very much into the jungle if they get being separated into the jungle and into the bottom lane side. Then it's a really difficult strategy. But if all of them stay into the bottom lane, I think Team Martyrs, all of their team composition is really great compared to the bottom side. But at the same time, top lane, let's see how the top lane is actually going to be, and how the mid lane from the Team Starry Hope this time around is going to be. As you said, most of the team from the mid
Get ready. Minions will be deployed in 5 seconds. Prepare to engage.
Sky is doing really fantastic in the mid lane, but well, let's see what Youngkang do, because Youngkang is the warrior for Starry Hope, and he went to base so early into the game. It's only been 1 minute, but oh, look at that! Sky, Pain, and Noodle Three of them are in the mid lane uh, to stop Reflect, but I don't think Reflect will be staying in the mid lane for long enough. And Pain is Pain guessed someone was hiding in the bushes, and look at that, he is using spells continuously. But oh, look at that, this will be a 1-1 trade on the Slayer and Dragon. They will definitely take the Slayer in their hand. Martyrs via the mentors, they took the Slayer in their name, but Stereohope also got the Abyssal Dragon in their name. And now, oh, Pain is looking forward to get something out of Stereohope's hand, but oh, he's in a lot of trouble. And now Jeremy will go. Oh, never mind. Jeremy will live to fight another day, but will Reflect survive this one? I don't think so, but oh, never mind. He will be able to survive, because I think Martyrs BF is having a lot of trouble with this game. Like, they are not feeling confident. They're not confident enough to go for this early aggression plays. They could kill two heroes from Stereohopes, and that is none other than Jeremy and Reflect as well. But they were not confident enough. They were staying in their area, and they did not push it too far. Because if they did, there was a chance that they could lose at least two members from their side. And look at them, they are sticking together. Pain, Sky, and Noodles, these three are sticking together. They left the bot lane, and Hayate is farming freely. Like, no one is there to poke Hayate, and Hayate is getting a free lane, and now they will move towards the mid lane, and Ankh is all alone here. Will Ankh be able to survive this one? Oh, look at that flag flick, but no, never mind. Jeremy will not go for Ankh. If they went for Ankh would definitely go down, because he already used his flick. And oh, that nothing is actually happening into the game so far. Both of the teams are playing it real slow. No one is going for any early aggression. So what do you think, Torix? Will there be an early fight coming in from these two, or will we see a fight after the mid game, or maybe early mid game?
It is as you said. You already said maybe Team Starry Hope actually complete the whole game scenario in 10 to 12 minutes, and I said maybe it's going to be 13 to 15 minutes, but less than mid game. But judging from their side right now, we can say that the team Starry Hope is also playing a little bit of safe, as they know how much of a situation they are in, how much of a situation that they've put into by the team Martyrs, the BF Dementors as well. But as we see two or three of their players actually into the mid lane, a team this time around is also going into the mid lane, and as two players from the team Starry Hope are going to the bottom lane side, the dragons and the slayers are going to spawn, in which case scenario Team Star Hill was actually waiting for that. Even a Pain, he's out there waiting out for this whole situation. Reflect as he kills out the dragon, as he tried to kill out the dragon. Hero and Jeremy is going to be providing out a cover. The Reflect may just go straight up for that aggression onto the dragon side, but as we see, the whole of the team Starry Hope came for that dragon, for that kill, for that buff. It's going to be amazing, as the rest of the team Martyrs BF Adventures got that Slayer buff for themselves. So two dragons, two Slayers from each of the sides. Starry Hope this time around is not going for the Slayers. For some reason, they tend to go for the dragon buff, as they did in the last game as well. But after the two dragon buffs, they went for the Slayer. And this time around, let's see how Team Martyrs actually is going to do, as they're also getting the blue buffs, the red buffs for themselves into this case scenario. And as we're talking about their economy, it's 15k almost for the Team Martyrs, and 15.5, 15.6k for the Team Starry Hope.
And well, look at the top lane. Like, Slayer lane is really silent for now. Like, no early aggression coming in from both of the heroes. No, nothing is different is happening, and both of them are not making any movement at all. They are not rotating to other lane, and This time, Yongkang is in a little trouble. Okay, Jeremy will move forward. Can he be able to
Oh,
take anyone down and reflect? And Jeremy will go down. They took Noodles down with them, but it is not a fair trade, my friend, because you will lose your tank and mid lane. Okay, Delta will go down as well. What is happening into the game? Like, four of the members from Stereo went down. Only they took down Noodles, and now Mortars BF are on the driving seat. They're pushing Stereo behind, and they are, for the first time I'm seeing Stereo getting pounded by Mortars BF.
definitely. Team Modest BF Adventures are finally going for that early aggression thing, as we talked about, that they need to work on. They're actually doing it this time. Sky, as in nearby the Jeremy side, did a beautiful damage onto him with Crixie. Crixie as being a beautiful damage dealer, but a squishy character needs the cover as well. So Crixie is not going to overcommit onto this whole situation. They're going for their red buff right now. They're trying to get that red buff for themselves, in which case they're actually going to do it. 11 level for Mardis BF Dementors, the Ankh, and on the other side, Zen and Sky has level 10, but onto the other side, Noodle and Pain, they're still level 9, 9, 9. And onto the other side, look at that Team Starry Hope. There are 3 players at level 10, and one finally got into the level 11 as well. So as we see, the team Starry Hope not only is getting behind onto the level side as well, they're also behind into the kill section. And with the economy being given out into the favor of the Team Modest BF Dementors, this might be a win for the Team Martyrs. This might be a comeback for these guys if they tend to keep the same, if they tend to keep the fight even out in this situation.
Exactly, and now they're moving towards this bot lane, and oh my god, Sky is in a lot of trouble. Trixie is a squishy character, but he already dealt a huge chunk of damage towards Delta and Reflect, and Delta and Reflect
Oh
will
my
be
god.
receiving a lot of damage, and they will be moving towards their base, and this is the great opportunity. This is a great opening for Martyrs BF, and they are moving towards this mid lane, and Yangkang will be surviving for now. And oh, look at that Slayer. It was taken out by Martyrs, and it is pushing in the mid lane, and Ankh is playing out of this world. He is having the game of his life. He is, for the first time into this series, he is having a really good game, and I think this is the moment when Ankh will show his true potential. And look at that, Stereo is slowly but surely taking out the Holy Dragon, and they will definitely be able to take that, but unfortunately they lost the Slayer. Well, Martyrs we have got the Slayer, but they could not use it properly because they did not have any damage control over it, and they could not secure the mid turret. So yeah, whoa, X Hero will take down Noodles all by himself. X Hero is on fire right now, and Sky joining the fight, Ankh as well, and Sky will be going
What?
down. They should not take the fight right now because Sky is the main damage dealer at the moment, and he is not in here. He is out of the game for now, so they need to get out of here. Okay,
Oh
Ankh is trying to join the fight, and Pain, he's trying to save Pain for now, and Pain will survive by a little bit of HP, maybe 10% or maybe 5% of HP, but they will be able to take another fight because there is always a second chance. But at this point, Stereo is making the comeback happen, and they took the advantage over the network. So yeah, they are on the driving seat right now, and Pain and
What?
Noodles went down just like minions. What do you think about the Taurus? They're taking down heroes like minions.
Definitely, they're taking it like down the minions, just 1 or 2 skilled, and the player actually gets eliminated. And even Jeremy super close by to the Zen. The fight may have started, but look at that. In the kill feed, we see Young Kong actually eliminating the tower, destroying it on its path. Team Martis BF Dementors, as the things were into their favors into the very start, but things right now is not looking that good as the Team Starry Hope finally making their comeback. Ankh, on the other hand, is going for the fight against Delta L. Delta L getting a huge damage onto his side, but Ankh onto the side, he's into the bottom lane. He's definitely into the other side of the map, into the bottom lane side, and nobody is even remotely close by to this guy. He can actually go, he can actually make a difference for his team, open up a path for his team to actually aggressive forward. This time, the Slayer is heavily needed. Whosoever team gets the Slayer, they will have almost a 80 to 90% chance of winning, in which case Hayate actually from the team Starry Hopes went for the Slayer. He's actually asking for reinforcement right now from his team, from his player, as we see one or two player maybe moving forward towards the Slayer side. This crucial Slayer needs to be taken down as soon as possible. I have to say it again, Mithil, if any one of these team members get that Slayer, it's going to be over for the other one, in which case once again the fight has actually started. Zen has been taken down. Noodle, Pain, Ankh, and Sky into the mid lane side, into the mid area section, trying to not just get the Slayer, but at the same time trying to do the damage onto the enemy side as well. But look at that, Hero as the Hayate doing a huge damage once again, not only just to Pain, but Noodles, eliminating both of them at that same time, getting those kills for themselves, making an opening for his team. And as the team, Martis BF Dementor is forced to retreat back into their base, they're not going to stop right over there. They're going to be coming forward to eliminate the towers. The blue base tower also has been eliminated by Hayate. Hayate doing an exponential job for his team, dealing a huge amount of damage, dealing a huge amount of casualties onto the team Martis BF Dementors. And even look at that, blue mid tower was also destroyed. Right now, the blue base tower is all that's left into the mid lane, and two towers into the top lane as well. But can they actually hope to achieve that? Team Starry Hope finally, after the 13-minute marker setting, they have changed the surrounding completely into their favor as well. Even if the Team Martyrs actually go for that early engagement into the later game that they drag, Team Starry Hope is going to get that upper hand.
Exactly, and they secured the Slayer as well. So this will be really, really hard. This will really be a hard fight for none other than Martyrs BF, and Stereo got 4 dragons in their name and 1 Slayer as well, and they are entering the base like it's their own. And Ankh will be going down. Never mind, Ankh will survive for now, but Pain will go down on the process, and Noodles will also go down. They're just fountain farming right now. They're in front of the fountain. They don't care about anything, and X-Hero is on the move. He is tanking every single one of the members from Martyrs BF, and they will secure the game too as well. They came back real strong. They showed us how good they can be, and they secured the game too as well. They were fountain farming. They don't care about anything. They did not see which hero was they killing, but they were taking down every single one of them. My God, that was a wonderful game. Oh my God.
That was amazing, the way that the team Starry Hope was in the very start. We saw them actually losing out the fights. We saw them actually getting eliminated as their character was also squishy. The fight was even till the very of the 10-minute marker, and that's when the team Martyrs BF Dementor started to ease up a little bit maybe, and that was when the cue for the team Starry Hope was to pick up the pace. They straight up went for the dragon, they straight up went for the buff for themselves and got that Slayer. And as soon as they got the Slayer, they got that buff. They were unstoppable. They didn't even have to spawn that Slayer. I have to add it on top of that. Whereas as soon as the team Martyrs got that Slayer, they spawned it right into the midsection. They spawned it right into the mid lane in trying to hope to distract the team Starry Hope to make a comeback. And even talking about Ankh, as he actually did into the bottom lane, it was a really good. He actually provided a really good engagement for his team into the bottom lane, as he also took out not just 1 but 2 towers. But we will see the most beautiful moments of this whole match into the highlights. And as judging from the start, team SH Starry Hopes was actually onto the lower edge, as the first kill, it was the first trade-off actually was a 1 against 4.
Absolutely, and for the first time we were expecting that Stereo Hope will be not
Losing
on the
side.
board, but they actually secured the victory in their name. They came back real strong, and maybe the fight was on the mid lane. The turning fight was on the mid lanes fight where Ankh did not manage to deal a lot of damage, and yeah, that just cost them the whole game.
There we go. With that easy peasy lemony squeezy to the team, Starry Hopes are getting that beautiful win. Once again, the pressure right now onto the team Mart is going to be super high. They're going to be super pressurized after this win as one more lose and they're going to be out of this match. They're going to be out of this whole scenario. They will not be the champions. They will be the runner-up of this match. The $14,000 prize pool is going to be going towards them if they lose this one. And I think it was the $18,000 prize pool that is going to be given to the team Starry if they actually become the champion.
Yes, the champion team will get 18,000, and the second prize, which is the runners-up prize, is 12,000. So
Oh,
yeah, 12,000 is not that low, but the thing is,
not a
you
small.
were losing the fame. Yeah, you were losing the main moment. You were missing your opportunity to become the champion. That is the main thing. And look at Sterry Hope's MVP. He is none other than ex-hero, the Hayate. Okay, he got 9 kills, 0 death, and 2 assists in his name, and he dealt 114,000 damage to enemy heroes. That is a lot.
That is definitely a lot. And as we're talking about his damage, his kill participation was 84.6%. That shows how crucial Hayate was for this whole match, for this whole composition of the team Starry Hope. 12k gold, almost 13k gold in the hands of the team Starry Hope X0. But on to talking about the other team, things were not looking that good as the Martis BF Dementors got a total of 5 kills against 13 kills of the team Starry Hope. 4 towers instead of the on top of that 7 towers from the team Starry Hope. Slayers on the other hand, team Martis BF Dementors have a lot of them, 3 of them, and as compared to the team Starry Hope it's just going to be 1. But talking about their gold, it's actually like 6,000 difference as well. It's 42k and 48k. So judging from all of that, the fight was actually almost equal into the mid stages, and that's when after the team Starry Hope managed to pick up their pace, managed to get their characters back to the level side, level-headed, a cool, calm-headed situation. They analyzed this whole situation as they were also getting over-aggressed into the very early stages. And when the team changes its composition, Team Starry Hopes actually go for that safer approach. They analyze the whole situation, and after that, they decide to do their counterattack into the mid part. And once again, you said 10 to 12 minutes. This took almost 15 minutes, man.
Yes, your prediction was right on point, and not to mention Sterry Hope. I think Sterry Hope actually played it for fun. Like, all of the teams are taking it as a competition, as a competitive scene. But I think Stereo at this point they're having fun. They're just making fun
They're
of their opponent, and like they're winning it like nothing, like it's nothing. And I feel bad for Ankh because Ankh had the game of his life in this game, but he could not get any support from his team. And Noodle had the worst game of his career, I believe, because he could not do anything at all. He got all the support from his teammates that should be provided, but he could not play properly.
he was not able to play properly. And as we saw into the player face off, Hayate had that 9 kills. He did not even die a single time with 2 assists. That could have been his kills as well. And 100 plus K damage. It's just amazing. Team Starry Hope is asserting their dominance at this point against the players, against the teams. And judging from all of those places, all of these scenarios, The other team MVP was, I think, a role player from their side. It was a role, and which was Sank. Ankh was that
Uh,
a player actually, and Ankh was that player actually. That was the MVP. So he did almost. All like more than half of what his team can actually do. He was like almost carrying his team towards his back, and the cover that was not provided to him, I agree with you on to that part, that that was the most crucial thing that they actually needed. But once again, the next match is going to be crucial, because if the team Starry Hopes won this one, it's going to be the champions. They're going to be the champions of this AIC South Asia country qualifiers.
Definitely, and we are heading to the third game, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching AIC Valor International Championship Southeast Asian qualifiers, and this is the grand finale of the championship, the Southeast Asian Championship, and we have Stereohope facing off Martyrs BF, the mentors, and this is the third game. This might be the deciding game if Stereohope can win the championship, or Martyrs BF will push this game to a game four. If Martinez BF can take this one, this tournament, this series will go to a game four. Or if Stereohope get this game in their bag, this is a clean 3-0 finishing for Stereohopes. And we're in the
It's a
draft phase
now and never
already.
situation.
Yep, yep, absolutely. And we're in the draft phase already. And Stereohope is respecting Marchers BF, and they are banning that Aya and Volcut at the same time. They banned these two heroes in the first and second game as well, and now they're banning it in the third game as well. But look at that, Lorian versus UE. Well,
Lorian
it
picked
feels
off.
like, yep, it feels like a global like rivalry happening against these two heroes, between these two heroes, Lorian and Yui.
Definitely, and if we do actually take a look at the band composition from the team Martyrs, actually they first of all banned Hayate. They knew what the team Starry Hopes were actually capable with that single character, as that was not just the MVP, but with this 9 killed and 2 assists, not even dying once. He was the key damage dealing hero into their whole composition. But once again, Mina and Ryoma is being taken off from the team Starry Hope. They have picked up those two characters as their second and third heroes. But onto the other side, Lavelle and Irie has been taken by the team Martyrs. But once again, a pain ban comes in. A pain ban can mean you need to check on a different strategy with the pain, because that Mina, Ryoma, and Lorian alongside with the pain could have been a pain as well for the other team.
Definitely, and we're gonna see Ryoma. Like, I think this hero is. I think I've never seen this hero in this tournament. Like, Ryoma,
Same.
like Stereohope is picking this hero for the first time in this tournament, and
Yes.
I think this hero gets to be one of the like historical hero from this tournament, because it is going to be a part of the history, because this is the grand finale and this is the
Definitely.
deciding game.
Definitely, this is the deciding game, and as Ryoma is a warrior, he is a tended to fight into a close quarter fight. He's not gonna be taking out that long range fights and nothing of those sorts. He needs to be super close by to the team, as Ryoma is usually for the samurais, and as a samurai, you have to be really close into a closer combat range of your opponent. But once again, all of the band composition from both of the teams have been done. Valdem, on to the other hand, has been taken by the Martyrs B of Dementors as their fourth, like a team composition. But what's going to be their fifth, and how the team Starry Hope is actually hoping to counter measure that actual composition? Because we already saw that even the early attacking, early aggressive composition against Team Starry Hope is of no match.
Absolutely, and Well, I think there might be a little technical difficulty, so we will be back with it within a few minutes. But Torix, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Hello, Torix. Yeah. So I have a question for
Yes.
you, and that is, what do you think? How much time will Stereo take in this game?
Once again with that question, huh? So you're this time around, he's not giving out his timer first, but he's asking about mine. But checking from there, like I have to say, from the Team Starry Hope pick off Phoenix and Tara, I think this time around it might be 8 to 11 minutes.
8 to 11. Well, I'll choose 12 to 15 this time. Well, 11 to 14 this time.
Definitely 11 to 14.
There is a
But
Varus pick coming in from Martyrs BF Dimension. All right, Yui, Level, Veldam. I don't think Stereo will be able to show their early aggression this time because Martyrs. Well, for if I count the draft phase, I think this is an absolute win for Martyrs BF. But then again, playstyle matters, and this is a team game. You cannot play alone.
you cannot play alone, and very well said that this is a game, like this is a team game. Actually, if you're solo, you cannot do anything out into the starting or into the like a longer game scenario as well. So you have to be really sticking together against each other with each other in hopes to get more kills for yourself. But once again, Reflect is super close by to the Sky. Sky versus Reflect is going to happen, in which case Reflect doing a great deal of damage, was not able to eliminate the player, and as a team Starry Hope is over aggressing this situation, they're going to be faced off with three, not just three, but four of the team Martyrs to be of Adventures. They're forced to go into the backside, a beautiful dash from the team Starry Hope. They made their way back into the place. They made their way back into their own composition. And as they're doing it, we're also seeing two players on the team Starry Hope just chilling out in the top lane, waiting out and eliminating the minions as they wait.
Yep, and Ankh is getting the help of Sky and Pain all together, and they are trying to look at that. They are trying to support Ankh this time. They are trying to make Ankh really fat. And oh, look at that! The Reflect jumped on Ankh, but Reflect all alone here. He will be freaking out of this place, but X0 is in the move, and Pain will survive now. But I don't think they will leave Pain just like that. Well, only 4 seconds left to make the teleport, and they are not going towards that place. And Pain will survive for now, and they are moving towards this abyssal dragon. Maybe they can take the dragon because they moved all 5 players in this area. And look at Martyrs Dementors. They are not closer to this area, and this will be a hard. They will be facing a hard time having that Slayer because they are all in this area. And look at that! Look at the timer. It's only 2.5 minutes, but Stereo Hope is already leading the chart by 1K net worth.
Definitely 1K net worth from the team Starry Hope. The showing the early aggression from their side is just insane, and as they're doing the early aggression, Ankh has been also killed from the team Starry Hope. The fight is like a non-stopping. Zero finally got eliminated as well. So first off, a trade-off elimination happened, and at the same time, as we see as we go further into the fight, another kill for the team Starry Hope gets on towards the Martyr side. Martyr is also going to lose another player. The fight gets to a 2 versus 3 situation, in which case Starry Hope actually have an upper hand as Jeremy gets into the backside, and from the backside we can see Zen coming on and getting that kill. 3 versus a 2 killed into this whole scenario. A beautiful backstab, I have to say. I am sorry to overtalk onto you, but the way that he actually like eliminated the player from the backside, it was just amazing. And even on top of that, Team Starry Hope is not giving out any chances onto the Martyrs this time around. They did not only just took the dragon, but also the Slayer.
Exactly, and a beautiful flank came in from Zen, and Zen came in from all the way from top. So if he did not get the kill, that will be really upsetting for him. And now Pain is having a rough time, but Zen will lose one third of his HP fighting against the Youngkang, and Youngkang is almost going down, and he will go down by the help of Ankh. Ankh is there to support Zen, and Zen will survive and kill Youngkang on the process. And they are slowly but surely raising their network chart to reach Sterry Hope's mark. But Ankh is in a lot of trouble right now. Sky is trying to help him, but Ankh will go down. Sky is not fat enough, is not strong enough to take down a hero by himself, and Reflect is continuing to destroy everyone from the mentor side. Jeremy will be caught by Pain, but oh, never mind. Pain will leave him alone for now.
Definitely, Pain will leave him alone. And as we saw, Team Starry Hope having a 4 kill so far, and on top of that, Team Martis BF Dementors having a 3 kill. The only difference right now that is being made from their side is the tower, the dragon, the slayer, and at the same time their economy of 4,000, 3,000 difference, if I have to say, is being done by the Team Starry Hope. They're so far ahead of the Team Martis BF Dementor at this point, and I think judging from right now, Team Starry Hope is also going to go for that dragon. Once again, they're going to get another buff for themselves. With that, a huge damage onto the Team Martis. Martis is being forced to retreat into the backside as we see the Team Starry Hope ganging up onto them, but Sky getting Jeremy down. Jeremy, who has been eliminated. We're also seeing one player finally being down from the Team Starry Hope, leaving only 3 players into this whole case scenario, into the jungle side of the Team Martis BF Dementors, the bottom lane. Can this be enough to hold them into their place or not? Even Yokong is kind of super low, and as he's fighting against Zen, he was not receiving any kind of damage. Zen was already tanking out all of that damage. He was not getting any of those hits. Team really needs to compose themselves once again back into their positions and use the item wisely, because if you're not using the items wisely, you're not getting the buffs that you needed. You're not going to be able to eliminate the other team.
Judging from the positioning from Martyrs BF Dimension, it feels like they're having a little bit of miscommunication, because Reflect was out of position, but they did not go for that. Nuru was staying in the mid lane. Meanwhile, X0 is moving towards this area, and now they are going for Ankh, and they already took down Noodle, they already took down Pain, and they already took down Ankh as well. So this is a 2 versus 5 scenario right now. I don't think Sterry Hope will be stopping for now. They will go for mid lane. They will take the mid lane turret out, and they will try to reach the inner turret as well.
They will try that to reach out the inner turret as well into their favor, but as we're talking about the situation, they finally got the middle tower. They're gonna force into the middle lane, inside of their base, but that is a question. As the Slayer is right now here, they can actually go and get that Slayer, get that extra push that they needed against the Team of Martis BF Dementors in this case scenario, but they're not actually doing that. They're not actually going for the Slayers, but this time around, they're actually trying to aggress onto the towers, trying to destroy them before they can actually go straight up for that aggression, as they know that if they actually get all of the towers down, all of the objectives down for themselves, then the more stronger minions will be spawned, and with more stronger minions, it's going to be really hard for them to defend that area. And once again, 1 player, 2 players being taken down. All the Team Martis Dementor, the Noodles was also taken down, and with 3 players right now surviving from Team Martyrs, we have to see how they're actually going to be holding out this composition, as the Reflect is on the top lane right nearby Sky, and with Sky being in a fight with him, we're also seeing a Pain nearby that area. But judging from the Pain position, Pain did not even have the slightest of idea that there was someone nearby to him, and thus he did not actually engage in the fight over there. But once again, the teams have gone towards the dragon. But as we see, Holy Dragon has been taken out by the Starry Hopes, and then not just the Holy Dragon, also the Infinite Slayer is also going to be taken out by them. A beautiful composition. They can use this Infinite Slayer to straight up go for that push, in which case they are going to do that. I can just hope that, and judging from the time, it's just a 9-minute marker.
Exactly, and Young Kang is teasing them just like that. He is just standing there healing himself. Well, I think Zen is really pissed about this situation because he cannot do anything. And look at Noodle. Noodle is not playing at his best. He is having a rough time, dealing a lot of damage. And look at that, Young Kang will move forward and will go down before the fight even started. And Pain will be defending his teammates right for now. But Sky is the victim of Sterry Hope's attacks, and Sky will go down. Sky was the main damage dealer for now, and he will go down. Look at that, Dark Slayer is coming towards the Nexus. This might be the final fight coming in. Zen is looking forward to get something, but Zen will go down in the process. And Noodle, they are found and farming again and again and again. And Sky is coming back, but oh my god, Sky did not get enough time to get back into the game, and Sterry Hope is your champion for AIC South Asian. A big congratulations to Sterry Hope, and I don't know what to say here. Sterry Hope dominated the whole tournament, dominated the whole series, and they gave a clean 3-0 to Martyrs VF Dementors. I don't think any other team can take them down at this point. They're just too good. They're just too good on this level. They're not even in the same level with these guys. They are on a whole new level, and they showed us how good they are.
They are on a whole different level, and there is no team left to actually take them out into the South Asia region. And with that, they're the champion, getting that $18,000 whooping a prize pool for themselves. And on top of that, a champion's title. They're going to be a force to reckon with into the next tournaments, into the next phases, as well as they will come back even stronger. They will have a more experience. They will have more heroes to even choose from. And with more heroes and more composition, they will have a new strategies. A huge applause to these guys for winning out the AIC International South Asia region qualified championship for themselves, getting their champion titles and the $18,000. And on top of that, I have to add it that they clean bowled the other team with a 3-0 score. They did not even let them even stood a chance. They did not even let them give out a single opportunity for their win. It was a complete 3-0 win for the team Starry Hope, and I have no word at that point, the way that they asserted their dominance onto the team of Martis BF Dementors, but still a great gameplay from the team Martis BF Dementors as well. A great a competition from their side as well, even though we saw them play out a complete different strategy from the very start. They were unstoppable. This was the only team that they did not stood a chance. They did not even got a single win onto themselves, because we saw into the other teams, we saw into the different teams that they fought against. This was the same situation that happened to them, happens to the other team when they were facing the Martis BF Dementors. And today, seeing Martis BF Dementors getting eliminated that easily shows how much of a dominance, how much of a complete different strategy team like Starry Hope has.
Absolutely, and I think this is the only team in the history of any MOBA game that did not lose. I repeat, this team did not lose a single game from the regional qualifiers to the championship. Forget about the series, forget about losing a series. They did not lose even a single game in their career of Arena of Valor. So they are on that level. They are, I don't know, man, there was no team that could stop them in the South Asia region. And each team got a lot of time to study this team, a lot of time to counter this team, but they could not do it. They just came in front of everyone. They just showed true potential to everyone, and they showed true power to everyone that they can be
Oh,
too good with their players, and they are the champions of arena of Valor International Championship South Asia.
definitely, they are the champions of this international championship of South Asia from the AOV side, which is the AIC. And as we're talking about this, I think from the very start towards this till the end, as you said, they haven't lost a single match. At this point, I think they've earned this title for themselves, and that is just amazing. But once we're gonna be going towards the MVP, because throughout this whole fight, throughout this whole scenario, MVP who made the biggest move for this team is really considerable. And in that case, it's again reflect as a Lorion, 5 kills, 4 assists, and 0 deaths for this guy. 71,701 damage onto the enemy, 12.8% MVP points. Kill participation is going to be 64.3%, and roll goal difference is just going to be a measly of 28-24.
Absolutely, and now I know why Martyrs BF focused on banning so many mid heroes. They banned 3 mid heroes in the game one, they banned 4 mid heroes in the game two, and they banned 2 mid heroes in the game three as well. But still, they could not stop this guy. They could not stop this madman from achieving the MVP, from stealing the game out of their hand, and he destroyed Martyrs BF from the inside and out. And that's how strong he is. He proved himself in the international level, he proved himself in the regional finals, he proved himself in eyes of all over the members, all over the fans out there from South Asia. So this team, this Stereo Hope team, is too good with their plays, and they are really strong. Each and every member from Stereo Hope is really strong. Jeremy, you gotta speak of Young Kong, you gotta speak of X Hero, then comes Reflect. Each and every one of them are really strong with their plays.
Definitely, and even talking about the team face-off, 14 kill versus 7 kills, 8 towers versus 0 kills, 2 slayers to 0, 34k gold to 25k gold. So even with all that composition, even with all that early stages kills from the team's BF Dementors, Martyrs BF Dementors, they were not able to get those towers, not even the slayers for themselves. They did not even get the dragons. This time around, Team Starry Hope had their eyes both on the dragons and the slayers. They got all of them for themselves. They got all of that right into their pockets. They got those kills. They got those towers, and at the same time, with the slayers being spawned, that would have been a different thing. The Slayer push would have been a different thing. But that's the thing. They did not even spawn the Slayer. They did not even had to spawn the Slayer. It was just that easy for them to get that win. They did not even had to spawn it. They did not even have to what is it? They did not have to summon it for themselves. But in the very end, I think they actually did it when they were fighting against the Team Mars right into their base. In the very end section, they actually spawned it. They actually made sure that all of their buffs that they actually gathered throughout this whole game, throughout this whole time, they use it till the very end. But once again, Nithal, it was 9 minutes, almost 10 minutes, but not a complete 10 minutes at that point. I believe so.
Yep, it was actually 10 minutes and 7 seconds. So you won the bet again. So you were really good with your predictions.
Anticipation.
Yep, and I think Stereo Hope will definitely see this prediction of yours, and they will definitely, I don't know, they found a really good fan of theirs. Like, you studied them really well. You knew how they will play play each and every game. Like on the second game, you said they will take 13 to 15 minutes, and they they actually finished the game within like 15 minutes. Like it was like 14 minutes and 48 seconds, if I'm not wrong. So
Yes.
very good prediction coming in from Torix, and I think Stereos are enjoying their moment right now. They are the champion for AIC South Asia, and we're gonna see
Right.
the bracket again. Look at that, Venom
Yes.
Esports was taken down by Mattress BF on the first series.
Definitely. It was all started with a round of 8 from the upper brackets to the lower brackets, in which case 4 teams got forward to the upper brackets into the semifinals, which was Martis BF, V Armada, OPX, and Starry Hope. From the lower brackets, we saw Venom Esports and V Armada moving into the semifinals, but in the finals, Martis BF Dementors against Starry Hope, giving out a chance to the V Armada and Venom Esports fighting against each other. And in a hope to be into the finals, they were forced to go against a We Armada, and it was a Martis BF Dementors, in which case Martis BF Dementors actually came on top. But in the very end, once again, Team Starry Hope, who hadn't lost a single match throughout this whole scenario, they got that winner. They got that country champions for themselves. So it was definitely amazing from their side, the way that the Team Starry Hope actually played. And even as they went from their mid side, they tend to go from the mid. They go straight up into the enemy territory. Yes, they do go for the bottom side just to destroy the tower, bottom lane, top lane, just to destroy the towers, just to get the objectives done, even the buffs for themselves. But aside from that, and nothing else. They tend to destroy the mid towers first. They tend to go with that into the first scenarios. And as they do it, as they get their objectives for themselves, we see them getting a beautiful win into the very end. Even that win was through that mid lane.
Absolutely, and well, Sterry Hope actually showed us that how good they can be with their players, because this was a LAN event. Torix, this was LAN event. So we have seen a lot of teams crumbling in the LAN event after dominating in the online scene. But this team, Sterry Hope, they dominated in the online scenario, and they came back stronger in the LAN event as well. And they secured the victory in the LAN event, and they showed how good they are. So
And definitely they showed it. They showed how good they are. They showed how beautiful their gameplay was into the till the very end. But finally, they're the champions for this whole AIC grand finale of the South Asia qualifiers. But with that, with the champions being found, I think it's also time for us to go away. So this was Nithal, and this is me, Torix, with you guys, and we will bid you farewell for today. See you sometimes again, and until then, take care of yourself. Peace out.
peace out.